Day 3, down the home stretch. This is actually where all the fireworks are going to happen. This is where the majority of the 49ers picks remain. There's still a lot of really, really good prospects out there. I see David's ready. He's got his day 3 Brock Purdy jersey on, ready to rock and roll. This is where the 49ers can make some major waves, fill out the rest of their roster, and get some absolute sleepers. I'm so excited to cover the final few rounds of this draft. We're going to get to it next. All right, welcome back to Last Second Sports, where we are giving you our take down to the last second. Draft day 3, David. What are you thinking, my man? How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I think that we've got a lot of talented players left on the board. I put out there's about, I can't remember exactly the number. I want to say 157 selections going to be in this next 4 rounds. I got about 40 guys I got strong draftable grades on. Obviously, I could draft more than that, and I think that they can get up within that 40 or within that range at every single pick. I think there's been a lot of talk about this draft not being as deep afterwards, but again, it depends on how your board is. And so I think there's going to be some movement. I think the Niners have 2 4th-round picks. They have 2 5th-round picks. They have a 6th and a 7th. I will be interested to see if they maybe package a 4th and a 5th to move up early in the 4th year. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I can see them really wanting to make sure they get one of their guys, just like they did with Pooney.
Yeah, I'm looking very forward to this. There's a lot. First of all, a lot of Oregon Ducks out there that should be getting drafted. So excited about that as an Oregon Ducks fan. But there's a lot of really good players, man. A lot of really good players. And we'll see what eventually falls to them coming up. But just give me a few prospects that are on the board that you're still excited about, that if the 49ers ended up getting one of these guys, that you'd be like, all right, I'm with it.
From any position?
I mean, any position, man. Just some of your favorite guys left. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I made my list of 40 today. I'll just pick I'm not going to go through all of them, but I have I would say at defensive line, Brandon Dorlus out of Oregon. He's a guy. So I'll just talk about some guys that I might move up for. How about that? Brandon Dorlus. Mikai Wingo is an undersized defensive tackle, but he's got juice. I think late in the 4th, I can see him being in play. Offensive tackle, there's a couple of guys I like, but I'm not really that concerned at this point. And that's what, but center, Hunter Nourzad, Bo Limmer, Tanner Bortolini, not quite as high on him as I liked what I saw at the combine, but I think he's a serviceable guy with great things to work with. Here's the thing, man. I still believe that receiver is that door has not been shut. They clearly were looking at
real quick. A guy that we were talking about yesterday.
Yep.
That were surprised was falling. And this might start the run on tight ends. The Panthers took Jatavion Sanders.
Yeah. And that looked like what a lot of people that were consensus hive mind went for. I think this is a good selection for the Panthers. I like him a lot. Yeah. And I had him listed as one of my guys that I would take a look at tight end. I didn't think he'd be there. But at receiver, I really like Javon Baker a lot. I know Troy Franklin has fallen. I think people had concerns about his frame, but at this point, he's a steal. I will say that would be a guy that I could see the 49ers still addressing. I know people think that's nuts, but it's not. Running back, look out for Tyrone Tracy, offensive weapon out of Purdue. The Niners like him. He's a guy I really like. Rasheen Ali out of Marshall is another guy I really like at running back. And then at tight end, like you just said, I know who you like. I'll let you talk about him. But I really like AJ Barner out of Michigan. I know he's not an incredible athlete, but he's not a bad one. He's probably the best blocking tight end and he's much better prepared to come into an offense and be a target than Charlie Warner was, who they drafted in the 6th round years back and traded to the Falcons. So those are guys that I'm looking at, and there's more I could talk about, but yeah.
Yeah, there's so many good. Oh my gosh, the interior offensive linemen are still there, and actually kind of an abundance. I mean, you've got the guard out of Utah, who is a tackle, but he's more of a guard in the NFL. Love him. Just a couple sleeper guys that are obviously still available because they're more sleepers. Anthony Gold, talked him up like crazy. Absolutely love Anthony Gold. What's up, Dan? Dan coming through. He's my Bills guy. He was the one. Remember day one, I said if if the Bills were to take AD Mitchell, we would jump over to his stream. Yeah, go ahead.
We got Troy Franklin off the board.
Troy Franklin just went Broncos.
The Broncos. So it went right. I mean, it's going. You know, these guys that fell, guys that I would have. I had
starting to go
clear second round grades on. You know, are now going off the board, and this is top of the fourth. It's kind of one of those cool places to be sometimes because, and depending on your board. So yeah, two really,
you're going to start to see a lot of these names that we recognize go real fast. I agree. But yeah, Dan, Buffalo Bills guy. What's up, Dan? Thanks for coming through. Mason McCormick. I love Mason McCormick. So we're talking interior offensive lineman. There's one of them right there. Jaden Hicks is still out there. I know that's Marco's guy. So there's a lot of players. I mean, there's like 4 guys from Oregon I love. Kamani Vidal, he's my running back. So if they go running back, I would love that. And also, it's not too. We'll see in round 5 if somehow one of these guys fall. If a Rattler continues to fall,
yes,
or Pratt continues to fall, round 5, I'm totally fine taking a quarterback and allowing them to kind of flourish and back up Brock Purdy. And maybe it's a guy that in a couple years plays enough in the preseason, maybe gets in a game or 2 in the regular season to fill in for Brock if he goes down. And now all of a sudden you've got a trade chip, a guy that people covet, and you can pick up a 3rd round out of him or something like that. So just things to think about. I'm with anything today. Running back. I know people don't want running back. I get it, but it's not round 3 anymore. I'm good with running back. I'm good with quarterback. I'm good with tight end. Anything. Just get good players today.
Well, also just forgot about Troy Franklin being teamed up with his teammate Bo Nix there now in Denver. But the running back, yeah, I'm with you. Tyrone Tracy is a guy to watch. He is a little bit older player, but the Niners been doing that lately. But he's got tread on his tires. He started at Northwestern. He's a super smart. Iowa. He is a wide receiver turned running back, and he's going to be an offensive weapon. Jalen Wright's my RB1 in the entire draft out of Tennessee. I'm a little shocked that he's still there. Other guys that I look at. So you draft Ricky Pearsall. So I was looking at, are you really going to go double down on slot, which I don't think Pearsall is completely relegated to. Jamari Thrash is a guy who played most of his lineups outside. He's a big separator. Kyle loves that. I can see that being a target. And then when you mentioned quarterback, I have Spencer Rattler, Michael Pratt clearly, but then a quarterback at the end of the draft that they might want as a Keaton Slovis. You know, he was the USC. He's not. He's a huge pedigree coming out of high school. Didn't necessarily but he would fit Kyle's system pretty well. And I think that if he got in camp and looked good, he could make Brandon Allen indispensable.
Yeah. Brandon Allen is, we're good. We're good on Brandon Allen. So I'm 100% with you. I have no problem taking a quarterback and letting him kind of be your 3rd guy. Brandon Allen was great last year from the sense that Brock Purdy was going into his first full year as a starter. It's nice to have that veteran presence. No problem with any of that. We're past that now. Let's just get the best players, and Brandon Allen is not it. So,
no.
Yeah. We know the Patriots pick is in. Oh, look at this. StreamYard has made it easy on me. They've put the super chats back in the start section automatically. Thank you, StreamYard. Yesterday was hell because of it. Brother Bob says, Nails, let's see that hat. That one smooth pimp. What, this one? You talking about this one? Here? Which one? You got to let me know. Dan, are you okay with me? Dan, you okay with me, but your team's trash. He's talking to Dan Mitchell, the Bills content creator. Dan and I are actually probably going to go to the Bills game together, and we'll put together some content for that. That'll be good. Dan's a really, really funny dude. I love checking in with his streams. So, yeah, what's up? What happened?
Patriots are taking Layden Robinson, who had a visit with the 49ers offensive guard with Texas A&M. I wasn't as high on him. I thought he would go lower. I had more of a late day 3 grade on him, but there you go. They got a guy. And this is the thing. There are no reaches to me in day 3. I think at this point that you have scouting in every different team. And I'm not saying that the people they draft are going to be good or a good decision, but to call it a reach is, I would say if you're drafting somebody in the 3rd that should go in the 7th, that's a reach. Once we get to day 3, I think anything goes. I really do.
Well, frankly, 2 things. 1, there's no reaches, and 2, there's no busts. You don't draft a guy and they're not a bust. So if they're drafted here and later, and you're like, oh, he didn't pan out, he's a bust. No, there's no such thing. They just were day 3 guys and they didn't pan out. That's as simple as that. They're not a bust. So
right. And I think betting on traits, a guy like Dre Greenlaw, that's a 5th round pick where he didn't necessarily have the production in college, but like you bet on those traits and it worked. But that doesn't always work. And so I think that sometimes when that works, you do want to give credit to the teams, but also we got to give credit to these players sometimes for putting it together once they get there. And there's a lot of good scouting departments that can see guys like Greenlaw in college that say, hey, I think these guys can translate, but you don't know. Oh, no. So
no, you don't. And here's the other thing too, right? You've got Dallas, who took Guyton. I wasn't a big Guyton guy. You've got Layden Robinson. I'm not as high on him. We were talking interior offensive lineman. I didn't even mention him. But what I will say is both of these teams, in Dallas and the Patriots, do actually fare well when it comes to drafting offensive linemen. And so I might not have been as high on them, but I'm going to defer and say, hey, historically, you guys have done well here. Maybe you know something that I don't or didn't see, and that's totally fine, man. These guys might be really, really good players, and certain teams are good at drafting certain things. So it's very, very simple. Dreams wants to know thoughts on Rattler and Hartman. We talked a little bit about Rattler. I'm not as big on Hartman. We named some other guys that we like. He's okay to me, but Rattler's the big name because he was supposed to be the first overall pick, and then he lost his job, and we know the story. A little bit of a jerk, had some, attitude, probably just some immaturity things. I think really he was just a young player, was given the world, it was thrown at his feet. And I think the best thing to happen to him is it was all taken away and he had to fight and show what he had. And that's what I like most about him is he was able to fight back through that, take the silver spoon out of his mouth and turn into a real prospect on his own without it being given to him. That's why I like Rattler, but I also like some other quarterbacks and we talked about them as well. So that's the way it is. I know Coach is backstage. He's getting ready. He'll be on in a couple minutes here. You just give me the thumbs up when you're ready, Coach, and we'll bring you on. And then Pizza Diaper, one of the better names, says, I don't think we draft any bloodline players. Front office doesn't want to put the legacy families through a Parag second contract struggle session. That would be interesting, right? Could you imagine Parag and Rice going at it? Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I can't say who it was because don't have that permission, but there was, there was one of those players. I won't say who it was, but there was a family member of one of those players that was really wanting the 49ers to draft them and trying to, I wouldn't say beg, but was trying to apply pressure. And I think that is just not how good franchises operate. I would not be opposed to drafting a guy if they actually were convicted with that guy, but that is not, and you say, well, just a day 3 pick. No, like we just said, it can be a shot in the dark, but you still try to take the shots in the dark and you get as many stabs at it as possible. And the Niners have had guys that have contributed to Super Bowl contending rosters. You don't waste it on just like throwing a bone to a vet or a friend or a sibling or I don't think the Niners are going to do that.
Yeah, I don't either. Ahmad says, and a lot of people have said, hey, no Rohan today. He's got the invite. Marco has the invite. Everybody's got the invite. It's up to them. But it is a Saturday and things are going on. So yep. I understand if they can make it in, they'll be here. If not, they got the invite. So everybody's invited, man. I don't know what's going on, but hopefully we can definitely see them. Coach, are you ready or you are? Okay. All right.
Cardinals have taken Dadrian Taylor Demerson, a safety out of Texas Tech. So that I feel the Cardinals have been not as high on him as others, but I think they've had a really stout draft.
Okay. What's up, Coach?
What up?
Hey, man.
What's good? What's good, Dave?
How are you doing, brother?
Man? Hey,
just hanging.
How do you guys feel about the draft so far? I got to hear it.
Oh, let David go. We got David's guy yesterday, man. David was so happy.
I was not. Renardo was my guy. I think that Renardo I think there's some trepidation because these guys are all like the 5th year player. Pooney's a 6th year player. I mean, so they're older players. And I think the 49ers are really looking to see guys that they can integrate into the game plan right away. I don't think there's gonna be a lot of redshirting. I think there's some talk about that. I was higher on Pearsall than others, but I didn't want him in the first. But I think after what they did with Renardo Green was was a top 3 corner for me in the draft. To get him at 64, they Probably could have had Rosengarten if they wanted to move up. They had been possibly trying to do that. They could have had Swamataya. They passed on it. They didn't reach for somebody they didn't want. I'm not saying it's the right call, but to me, Renardo Green is a tier above what he can do and what he could become and what he already is well worth the value at 64. And then Pooney, I love that aggressive move. He can play any position on the line. There's even talk that people say he can only be guard, but I don't. He has the movement skills like to play tackle. He can play tackle, and he's done it well. So I think they addressed a lot of the needs. Like if you told me at the beginning, I said receiver, offensive line, corner were probably the biggest needs I looked at, and I don't even want to draft for need. But they ended up getting some damn good players in there too. So I'm pretty stoked. And to be sitting here with 2 4s, 2 5s, 6 and a 7, they have. I'm going to see if they move up. I think they're going to.
Real quick, EMA Beats wants to know when we pick. So we still pick at 124. We've got 132 is what we traded to the Eagles yesterday. So we no longer have 3 picks, but the 49ers have 124 and 135. So we got 2 of them in this round. And I love this comment here. Christopher says, was watching your live stream from last night and found out David knows his stuff. Dude was talking about both players before they were taken. So yeah, thank you, Christopher. That's why these guys are on here, man. I like I said, I don't have to be the smartest guy in the room, but what I do have to do and what I owe you if I'm going to be doing these streams is to bring you people that know this stuff in and out. And David certainly knows his stuff in and out when it comes to the draft, man. So absolutely love you being here, David. And enjoy this.
And one of my guys that I had listed, Justin Abwabi from Alabama. He's a guy that plays inside out, probably going to play more inside. Yeah, Chargers. I listed him as on my top 40 left today. I thought he would go lower, but he's that guy that can really do most of his work. He can be a big end, but I think they'll probably slide him a little bit more inside.
Absolutely. Love it. Let's see. Got a couple starred ones here. Okay. What do you guys think about Sione Vaki? It's funny because there are certain names that kind of rise up in the 49ers fans' minds, right? Players that 1 or 2 people fall in love with, and then it just spreads like wildfire. And I feel like Sione Vaki is one of these guys. And George, you may just like him as a prospect, but overall, Sione Vaki is a guy that we've seen his name a ton since very early in this process. Come to find out, most of us started to watch him, and then we're like, hold on a second. His running mate Bishop's a better player. And so the NFL agreed with that. Bishop went before, but Sione Vaki's not a bad player by any means. I just feel like it's a lot of redundancy in what they already have. And if the 49ers are going to take a safety, I would prefer going with a player that's just a little bit different than what's already in the building. And I feel like Sione Vaki doesn't necessarily bring that. So that's the only reason I say, hey, no, for me on Sione Vaki. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, more the same. 4'6" guy. He has an impressive 10-yard split at a 1.5, but at just under 6 foot tall and 210 pounds, the things that he does well is he's just a downhill player. I mean, that's what he does. He reads, he fills, he blows things up. He's disruptive. I mean, he's the perfect guy that, oh, wait a minute. We already have Talanoa Hufanga. So, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know. Do we need that? One of the upsides about having having Jair Brown is the fact that we got a ball hawk, but what he does in spades is plays tough around the line of scrimmage and comes down and fills. So I think this would be a redundant pick, but I do feel like maybe they were probably kicking the tires on Sione because they're kind of anticipating maybe Huff not being back to what he's going to be. Or maybe Huff being gone. So, I understand them, being able to fill their certain roles, but I'm waiting for that safety pick. And this is something that I wanted to float to you, David. I watched some Green tape. I think that he's physical as all get out. And honestly speaking, I think he wants to even be more physical than he plays. Could there be a possible with his history? Could there be a possibility that they may slot him in at free safety? I mean, we already have all of the guys that we traded for in free agency. All right. We've got Yadam, we have Luter Jr., we have Womack, we have Ambry. Then we already know Demo and Charvarius are playing. We know that, right? So what right now, the glaring hole that we have on the team right now is free safety, in my opinion. Yeah. And I feel like Ronaldo has that experience and just with some of the things that he struggles with, right? Like he's a 4-4 guy, but he's like fringe 4-4. He's like a 4-4-9. Okay. So one thing about him that I see is that when he gets scored on, it's that fade route. It's a really hard time stopping that fade. And one thing that I will say is that he does great with mirroring receivers, staying in the hip pocket, quick feet, aggressive, but long vertical threats. He kind of loses his way with staying in phase, right? Getting to apexing the ball, right? It's almost kind of like he has like that Ambry Thomas issue where Ambry would stay in phase. He'd be running with the receiver, and then he would face guard instead of turning around or panic and not be at the point of attack. What if Ronaldo Green is our free safety?
Well, I think he played 3 high. You know, he did say, you know, he's played slot for a couple of years. He's been able to play safety. Here's my thing with it. I hear you. I think he's willing to do whatever the Niners want him to do, and I think that's what the Niners like about him too. He's not coming in and say, I'm an outside corner and I'm planting my flag and I'm not going to do anything else, right? Mm-hmm. I do hear you on that. I will say this: with what he can do on the outside, I'm not saying it'd be a waste of his talent, but like what he can do well outside, boy, I would really, I'm not saying every position is valuable. So I think early on, how he can get on the field, I think he's going to get on the field any means necessary. I think long-term and even the short long-term, I think you look and see what he can do and be one of your outside guys. And I think that Charvarius Ward probably is the odd man out. As much as I love Mooney, I don't think they're going to be able to pay him. I think they want to extend Lenore. I think they'd like to move Lenore inside. We'll just see where that goes. But yeah, I love it. And then you just said Theo Johnson. By the way, he's just got picked by the Giants, and then Cedric Gray got picked by the Titans, the linebacker out of North Carolina. Who does these are the guys
we've been talking about all offseason.
Right.
They're going to go. They're starting to fly. Yep.
But yeah, like Sion Vaki, I actually agree with you. Cole Bishop, I don't actually really, in all due respect, I don't even have Vaki on my board. I don't think that he's somebody that I think he's not even just redundant. This idea of him being a two-way player is, what are we in high school? Like, I don't, I don't care what, I really don't care. I mean, I just don't think,
running back.
Yeah. So get in line. There's a lot of guys that can, Tyrone Tracy is a guy that played receiver for a long time. Then all of a sudden he's running back for Purdue and he's a better player. So
you ain't getting paid twice for that shit. Trust me.
No. Right. So yeah, but to your question, Bernardo, I think I don't think anybody drafts a guy like him just for utility, because but he's not a jack of all trades. He's not a guy that just like does a bunch of stuff. He's a guy that has shown acumen at outside corner. He is an outside corner, but he can do those other things. And that reminds me a little bit more of almost a reverse Jimmy Ward, which is pretty cool. But he's not an eraser like Jimmy was. I don't believe that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hurt, guys. I'm hurt. When we signed off yesterday, I said, everybody, I need you to I'm not going to ask you to like the stream. I'm not going to ask you to subscribe. But what I do need you to do is to yourself say, we need Theo Johnson. That's all I asked. And Theo Johnson just went to the Giants. I know that we mentioned it, but very upsetting as a Theo Johnson guy. But it makes a lot of sense because they got Waller. And Waller might be on his way out soon, so makes a lot of sense.
You're going to be even more upset because 2 Ducks just went boom, boom right after him. Kyrie Jackson to the Vikings and Brandon Dorless.
No.
Yes.
No.
And then Brandon Dorless went to the Falcons just like that.
Fuck.
So, yeah. So I had, if you look at my list.
I was hoping against hope for Dorless.
Hey, my top 40 is like just getting taken. I have 40 strong draftable grades that I'm not saying I don't only have 40 draftable, but those are my guys that I would say absolutely draft. Anybody else would have to be talked into. And almost every single person other than Dadrian Taylor Demerson has been on that list. Layden Robinson. So I was hoping to trade. I was looking at this maybe being a slot where they could potentially trade up to get a guy like Dorless. But yeah, that's being interesting. I'm a Javon Baker guy. I still am not convinced that this whole when John Lynch said, "Well, we didn't end up entertaining anything today," and yet it's very. And I got other people said, "Oh, this is all bull honky." Somebody said bull honky, which is a weird term. This dad, like I was like, no, it's not bull. It's like the talks have been made. I don't believe it. I don't believe that they're not still looking at putting youth in that receiver room and doing some moving around. I really don't.
This response really funny. Eddie, if anybody who's ever done any mock drafts on PFF and then you go try to like view the player, a lot of times when you get later into the mocks and you're like, hey, let me see about this player, it'll just say, here's a guy. That's what this reminds me of. Hey, he's a guy.
Yeah,
we got him.
Is the other guy.
Sorry, Eddie. I know.
Man. I'm hurt.
That sucks, man. There's a lot of good guys going
there. Austin Booker's still out there. Mekhi Wingo is still out there.
Those are guys I talked about before you came on. Mekhi Wingo, Austin Booker. Austin Booker's at the top of my list for edge. Mekhi Wingo now is my guy at inside after Dorless went. So, and I know people like Wingo, oh, he's undersized. I said, you got to stop. When you get to this point in the draft, look, and if you can draft a player who is really good at what they do, you can overlook some of those other traits that you might have made you slide earlier. I don't like overdrafting for exclusively traits unless I'm like way late in the draft. At this point, I'm going to say I still want to get like players that I know can be good, but I have reservations about how it translates with their traits at the NFL. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be at the used car lot asking about air ride suspension.
That's good. Yeah. No,
like understand where you at, cuz this is the Toyota. That's it. Toyota.
Yeah, and I've been on board like where I've vacillated back and forth. We're saying, yeah, you do want to take projects at day 3 because you hope that they hit. I also think that I don't want to take a dead athlete. I don't want to take a guy with no twitch. Don't get me wrong, but I think that people overthink things like, well, he's the arm length, like a guy like Mo Kamara, right? I didn't sour, but it kind of dropped. But I'm like, can this dude play a little linebacker? Can this dude like have like he's got a good first step? Can this dude like he has produced and shown consistency? Like, is he somebody that I would rather bet on, even though he's 6'1"? Over like a guy like Brendan Jackson from Washington State, who's got no juice, who could be a stable rotational guy, but not somebody I'm really excited about.
Yeah.
Jay says, Coach, great to see you. Wishing your family the best. Did you? I know you're on with Larry. Did you let it? Okay, yeah. Cool.
Yeah. Good. So everybody understands what's going on. I'm glad to be back, guys. Thank you so much for your patience.
Dariush guy says, Coach, what's your social? He wants to know your
at Tough Up
Twitter.
Front 77.
Tough Up Front 77. There you go.
Yep.
What happened? What happened, David?
Javon Baker to the Patriots. So they just drafted. Okay. They went up and got Layden Robinson. They had Caden Wallace, who I was higher on than a lot of other people. I thought he would go lower than that. But then they had Jalen Polk, who I was lower on, but still a very solid receiver. So they're adding Jalen Polk and Javon Baker to that receiver room to help Drake May. I think Javon Baker is better than Jalen Polk in my opinion. But that'll all where they're drafted isn't going to matter, especially when it's on day 2, day 3. So. Good pick, and my guys are like my list is getting eviscerated right now.
Okay, I'm going to say this.
Go ahead.
I was just say I know it's sacrilegious, and I know people don't want to go back to round 1 and all the other things. Javon Baker might be better than the guy we took in round 1. I'm just throwing it out there, and if it happens,
I was just about to say that. Like,
be a little weird.
My player comp for Javon Baker is Rashee Rice, but just with. He's like Rashee Rice with like better ball skills downfield, right? And he's a bit more explosive. So I think Javon Baker he's another guy.
Safer driver as well. He drives a lot safer from what I hear. I don't know.
A ton. He has all his points. He has all the points on his license.
He's insurable. Like, you know what I mean?
Let's say he has good rates. He's got good insurance rates. Yo, you're a dick.
GGC Real says, is it just me, or is it a Kyle Draft saying I'm smarter than you? Meanwhile, Casey just keeps hitting and getting better. Kingsley being taken at 63 hurt. We talked about it. The first round pick, again, good player. I don't care what anybody says. You're not going to talk me out of saying that it was a bit of a reach. It is what it is. That being said, I'm past that. I think day 2 was phenomenal. We'll see what happens here in day 3. But yeah, Kansas City's done well for themselves. But listen, there are certain teams around the league that just do well here. Kansas City's one of them. So being upset that like Philadelphia's drafting well or Kansas City, it's like, this is what they do, guys. This is what they do. And the 49ers, by the way, have been pretty good at drafting too. Now, they haven't hit in round 1 as frequently as you would like. I get that, but they do hit too. They do hit. So.
Did you guys just see this Bleacher Report
No.
update?
What?
Rookie wide receiver Ricky Purcell's similar skill set could make Samuel more expendable.
Can make who?
Debo.
Yeah.
More expendable.
Yeah. I think Debo's been it's been that way, right? What they know that Debo's skill set has been. Debo's a beast. But they are looking for life after Debo. Like, it's just well known. They're not going to be able to pay. Oh, hey, back. Is that me? Okay, cool. I'll take that. I hope you're talking about me.
No, I don't think I was going off on the receiver thing. Sal's my guy. Like, so.
Oh, I know. I love it. But yeah, I think Debo is. I'll believe it when I see it where he's back, and I think that it's getting messy. And I think that what Debo went on and said Diana Rossini is lying and all this other stuff. It's like, I'll just say this. Journalists make reports all the time, and they could be getting bad information. But when a journalist says, I was on the phone with person X, and then puts words in quotes, 99 times out of 100, they're not going to put their reputation on the line to do that. And then what Debo does, of course, like John Lynch or any other player, coaches, oh, yeah, these reporters, man, you can't trust anybody, right? And then the fans are like, oh, yeah, of course, like these journalists are assholes, right? I think they've stirred the pot with this, right? Like the Niners have they're testing to see what's going to happen. And there's been talk that Debo also wants new receiver money. Like Debo wants to say like, hey, I want my contract to be I think things are going to get a little interesting.
I know he ain't saying that. He don't deserve the 28 he getting now.
No, well, and the thing is, the Niners knew it. They got nervous. They almost did trade him 2 years ago. People say that it didn't happen. It absolutely did. The Niners just weren't willing to pull the trigger with the Jets because they didn't want to give back a 3rd or 4th round pick for the number 10 pick. And they could have had the number 10 pick if they would have thrown in a 3rd or 4th. And people say, oh, that's too much. That's too much for D. It's like, well, it's a top 10 pick. And I guarantee you in hindsight, they wish they would have done that. And so that is, at this point, I'm not going to be surprised by anything. I don't think BA is going anywhere. And at this point, I do not want him to go anywhere because I don't want a receiver room of, no offense to any of those guys, Debo, Jawan, and Ricky Pearsall. That's not
moving the needle.
No. BA, Pearsall, Jennings, put in another guy in there. Like I can work.
Troy Franklin?
Yeah.
Yeah, Franklin went though, didn't he?
Yeah, Troy Franklin went.
No.
And,
who got him?
The Broncos, 2nd pick of the 4th round. Also, speaking of the Duck, Kyrie Jackson. I was for the Minnesota Vikings. I live in Minnesota, so JJ McCarthy,
good pick.
Getting him at 10 is is solid value. No matter what happens to him, I like JJ McCarthy. I think he's going to be great with KOC. Then you get Dallas Turner, and you get Kyrie Jackson. They've made that defense in free agency. They've been Jonathan Grenard. They've written some other pieces that have made that defense better. All of a sudden, if McCarthy has any juice at all, and see what they do with KOC, that team with Aaron Jones just on the 1 year, with Addison, with Hawkinson, with Jefferson, of course, 2 stud tackles, that team could be a team that has some you might want that people shouldn't overlook just because they have a rookie quarterback.
Alex says Jesse doubling down on being wrong. Last time I checked, nobody's played a snap in the NFL yet. So what am I wrong about? Give me your Javon Baker scouting report out of curiosity. I would love to know what you think, Alex, about Javon Baker. since you seem to know a lot, just out of curiosity. And here's the thing. I'm not saying Javon's going to be better. What I'm saying is don't be surprised if he is. Just throwing it out there. Javon's really good.
And here's the other thing. I actually disagree. I love bringing on the show. Jesse, we talked about this before. We don't always agree. In fact, even our text thread, like you and me and Mark, like we'll be sitting there like, what are you talking about? Blah, blah, blah. You know, I'm not like Jesse having a reservation. I have less reservations about Ricky Pearsall than Jesse does. And that's okay.
Listen, you stood up for him big on day one. I loved it. I
didn't say that he should be drafted in that spot, but I didn't feel bad about it. But Jesse saying, speculating that another receiver that we're both high on, or he could be higher on, could be a better player in a draft, is doubling down on being wrong. Well, all he's wrong about is where he was drafted. It doesn't mean that he's wrong unequivocally, categorically going forward. LOL, right? Like, it's just like, if you have a take, come out and say it. Like, I was like, or say like, hey, my guy. Yeah, it's like, I'm tired of that. Like, just like come out with an opinion, like actually back yourself up with any type of like research instead of just snarkily like dismissing something that could never happen, even as if we are on a 49ers franchise and fan base that finds players in rounds 4 and below end up becoming the outpacing their players that were drafted ahead of them. We've seen this happen all the time.
Or
it happens in the draft. Yeah.
Or you could get you can get on your nearest computer, go to www.youtube.com, go to your account where it says create channel and start create, buy a camera, and then you can press record on that camera. And I'm sure you'll find a way to get out your takes and how you feel all the time. And then you can have people in your chat saying how they feel about your takes all the time. So it's really simple. Like, if you have that much of a problem with it, buy a camera. Get on YouTube. We're no special. I believe everybody who has a YouTube account can make a channel. You know, it's not just for watching us. You could create your own channel as well. So we'll see you when you create your channel.
And then we'll write down all your takes and troll you. It'll be fun.
There you go.
Air Trail says, what is the deal with TJ Tampa Wise? I don't know, man. I don't what any insight. I mean, a little bit slower, right? But dude, we really thought this was a day 2 guy for sure. I kind of surprised that he is there.
Yeah, there were concerns with TJ Tampa not being a more exclusively zone guy, just because a lot of what they do at Iowa State, which in Iowa State is, I mean, Big 12 is not known for defense, but Iowa State's always at the top there. And they brought some dogs there recently, Will McDonald, etc. I think there's worries about his ability in man coverage, even though it's not like something that he can't do. I think he's really good in space, but they worry about. I think his instincts are good, but yeah, he's not a super plus athlete. And I think he's more athletic in game speed. Here's the thing about Tampa, though. Tampa is not afraid to put his helmet on you either. Like, people have been like, you know, he's not afraid to be able to help out. He can help out in the run game. He is that dude. And I think for a lot of guys, it's confirming like, hey, I told you he wasn't going to go this, and that's fine. Like, I just think in round 4, I don't see, if he's falling, there must be something else that's going on. You know, and much like we talked about, not to belabor the AD Mitchell thing, but like when people fall as much as they do, there's typically like, it doesn't have to be a horrible story, but like there's something that teams are getting that are making them comfortable dropping below what they think their value was initially. Let's just be real. Like, and sometimes it's hive mind, but these teams there's 32 teams out there and they have their scouting departments and they have a lot of people they talk to. So when it happens, there's usually some, I'm not saying it's valid, but corroborated concern, I guess I could say, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, this is an interesting story. I just want to say this real quick about Brendan Rice. I know a lot of people want him, but he boarded a flight this morning to go to Dallas to be a pallbearer to give an obituary speech to his best friend who passed away. So he'll be literally at his best friend's funeral whenever he gets drafted today. So that's, you know, it's just one of those stories that you put out there just because these guys are people, you know what I mean? And, you know, I hope he gets drafted, whether it's the 49ers or wherever. I know that I'm not the biggest fan of him as a prospect, but that being said, I hope that his dreams come true today. He is drafted, and you know, that sucks, man. It's like the best day of your life and the worst day of your life all rolled into one. It's that's heartbreaking. So
Yeah, I mean, you wish him the best, man. I mean, nobody wants to go through that, but with just the recent stuff that I've even been going through recently, it's just like you got to handle business, bro. You know what I mean? And you got to handle life as it's coming, because life is not stopping. So I wish him the best. I do have a question though.
Tez Walker to the Ravens, by the way.
And Javon Foster went to another team before that. It was on my list. Yeah.
Isn't it DeMarcarian?
DeCamarian, whatever. I don't know.
DeMarcarian Richardson just got picked up by the Raiders. I really liked him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the Raiders just picked him up.
Okay, and then Evan Williams was the safety out of Oregon. Another Duck went to the Packers. DeCamarian Richardson to the Raiders. Tez Walker to the Ravens, and then Javon Foster, the tackle out of Mizzou, went to the Jags. So we are getting close. We're about 10 picks away, 11 picks away.
I love it when the 49ers are on the clock. It's like the best feeling in the world, man. I love it. It's so exciting.
There goes Eric All. There's my tight end. I know he had a lot of injury concerns, but I think if his injury, this is where you take risks on injury, guys. So I will say this: Eric All has all the capability in the world, and he just went to the Bengals, adding another weapon there for Joe Burrow.
Well played.
The Ravens just did.
What's up?
Devontae Walker.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no. He threw it in there. Yeah, he threw it in there. That's a good pick for them. That's a good way. Tez Walker's
nasty pick, man.
I want to see him. I want to see him put it all together. I thought he had
for sure
his horrible story out of Kent State, the NCAA just shafting him, and then I think that kind of. I would have pumped my brakes on because I had a little concern about what I saw at UNC, but I also think like him getting put through the ringer, that was a lot on his head, on his conscience, on his and it's like I think he has all the talent in the world, and in the 4th round, I think that is a really strong selection. I wasn't as high on him, but I think I think he can be a really good player.
GTC Real says, "Is it just me?" Oh no, we already read this one. Okay. I just had it highlighted still. My bad. We went through that one a while ago. Giving you double play though, GTC Reels. You should enjoy that.
Okay, so I got a question for you, Jess. What is our wide receiver room look like if nobody gets moved?
That's part of my problem with the pick of Purcell, because again, I've never once said that Purcell is a bad player at all. That has not once come out of my mouth. I don't believe he's a bad player, but at his age, I mean, think about it like this: if none of the receivers get moved and he gets 30, 35 catches this year, like if I put the over under at 40 catches and everybody's still on this team, I think the smart money's on the under, right? So that's not a lot of production for a 1st round pick. Now, the argument is, okay, listen, you let him develop for a year and he goes. But really, when you look at him, what you would love about him is that he is the polished player, because he was 23 years old in college. So now you're making that 23-year-old who's going to be 24 this year when he plays, basically, play a little bit this year, but not a lot. And then going into year 2, he's the same age that Brandon Ayuk was this last season when he put together the best season of his career. We saw him grow a ton, and now he's getting ready for a big-time contract. And Ricky's just now at that age going into year 2, but really his first year being a starter on this team. I'm not a fan of that. And after, if you pick up his 5th-year option, assuming he ends up being that good, by the time that has ran its course, you're not paying him a second contract. He'll be 29 years old, day one of his second contract on the field. 29, my guy. That is so old. So when you pick up a guy like that and you like his polish, you want to get him on the field immediately. If he's not on the field immediately, it doesn't make a lot of sense. If you're going to develop a guy, you would take one of the younger guys with bigger upside. Brandon Ayuk was not as polished as Purcell coming out. But guess what? Brandon Ayuk also wasn't 24 years old. And we saw him get more polished as he learned the game. You're not going to get that from Purcell. He's there, man. He is there. So play him now. He has to play now, right?
Yeah, this is exactly what we've talked about. He's a plug and play guy, in my opinion. I feel like he's at the apex of his career right now. He wasn't this good last year. Last year, he was not this polished. He wasn't this efficient last year of a player. So this is literally as good as he's gotten throughout his entire career. In my opinion, like if it's not for his COVID year, he may not even be in the NFL.
No, that's real.
Because once he got to Florida, he struggled. So my opinion is this, man. Like we see what he gives us now. But when we saw Brandon Ayuk, we were able to scout with anticipation, right? Scout, like we were able to forecast. Okay, he's not polished. He's not like Brandon Ayuk was not the route runner he was in college that he is now. Not even close. All right. Brandon Ayuk he was not the blocker. His whole approach to the game was completely different from before when he first got into the league to where it is now. I feel as though that one thing that Pearsall does bring is that he kind of brings like a ready-made like approach to the game. He brings like a ready-made polished route tree on how he knows how to manipulate space against players, where I feel like he's more quick than he is fast as far as long speed is concerned. That's one of my things with him that I look at him on film is that he'll lose you, especially on a double move.
Eric just went, by the way, I believe.
Yeah. We said that.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
The Bengals. But like you're saying, but Coach, you're talking about Pearsall. I want to look at his quarterback play. Like when he comes in as a freshman, yeah, he's early. He's not going to get the targets with Jaden Daniels. But even Ayuk, he played a bunch of JUCO. Then junior year was pretty, pedestrian as far as and then he had a big year with Jaden Daniels. Well, then Pearsall goes, I love Anthony Richardson, but the Florida offense there, it's just like in the 1950s. And then Graham Mertz, the quarterback that transferred from Wisconsin, is just dog walk. And the offensive structure at Florida is embarrassing. And I think that what Pearsall though did is, you're right. There are a lot of guys though in this draft that have been fifth-year guys because of COVID, and there are a lot of guys waiting to show what they can do. That it's hard to do so when you don't have somebody to showcase what you can do. And I think that what I do like about Pearsall is he can have a defined role, but also not be exclusive to the slot. I can see him working outside, but his when you look at the reception perception for Matt Harmon, he's a guy that can do every route. His route tree is all green. It's all it's diversified, but he lives over the middle of the field, and his separation skills and his agility in short quarters small quarters, is really, really good. And I think Kyle, that's what Kyle likes. And for better or for worse, I do think that he's going to be a guy that can contribute right away. I don't think he's going to have a high learning curve.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is people hear this and they don't listen. People really don't listen. Again,
no, I like the pick.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know how many times you have to say though. This is what I'm saying. If you're critical at all they hear is, you think he sucks, so I'm gonna come back and slam. I'm gonna dunk on you when he doesn't suck. Nobody has said he sucks. Not one person up here in the 3 days of talking about this pick. And we've had Marco, we've had Rohan, David, myself, now Coach. Not one person has said he's a bad player. Not one. But it doesn't mean you have to love the pick and where it was taken. There's a difference. There's good players that you don't like the pick. It happens all the time.
And I'm talking about Ricky Pearsall from a standpoint of a first round pick that is going to be able to carry a certain load of the offense as he grows into it, right? That's what so it's like when I'm talking about the critiques that I have of him, it's that I see what he is now as an athlete, but I'm just wondering where his ceiling is. That's all. But as far as like being a weapon for the 49ers, he's going to come in and immediately give us something that we've never had on this offense. Honestly, like we don't have that type of speed on this offense. Somebody that can actually take the top off. We don't have it.
And right? I will say this though too. He does all those things. Like he has great hands, good at the catch point, elite route runner, elite separator, but he's also, he's a top 1% RAS guy of the last 40 years, top 1%. So he's doing all these things in the slot, but he's not just like and he does show. I know a couple said, well, I don't see that speed. I disagree with that. Like I see it. And then you see what he can do on speed from line of scrimmage.
Jordan Jefferson gone.
Jordan Jefferson gone, and then Tanner Bortolini to the Colts, the center from Wisconsin. So I'll tell you this, though. There were guys on my list a bunch of guys were on my list, but I thought the Niners would trade up. Now they're sitting with, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams picking in front of them. So,
and the Eagles go twice, so they're getting one of them. Somebody that we like. Seattle goes twice, and Pittsburgh goes. So I'm just saying some good teams in front. We're going to see some. Yeah, we're going to see some good players that we like. I'm assuming coming here is what I'm thinking.
And at this point, I would just stick with my 4th round picks. And if I need to move up in the 5th, possibly I can package, maybe. Yeah. But like I think that at this point, just like I was in the 2nd round, I was like, hey, if you've gone this far, just stay put. Just stay put and keep your capital.
Okay, I want to throw this out there too, because this is a point that I made to Coach over the phone. How many wide receivers that went to the NFL at 21, 22 years old, that if we gave them a 5th year in college would have all of a sudden put it together and been more polished coming out, right? The fact that it did take him this long to put it, and it doesn't mean he can't be good. That's not what I'm saying. But I think there's a lot of players that have given that 5th year in college. And some of it is their own decision making. They certainly could have stayed, but they decided, to go whatever. But if you gave a lot of these players a 5th year, I think you would see a lot of players pop in year 5 in college. So that's got to be talked about as well.
And we got our first mid-major in a while. UTEP linebacker Tyrese Knight.
I would love to get Van Pran George from the center from Georgia.
Okay. Yeah. I know you. There. I love Hunter. Well, I'm not as high as Hunter Norzad, but I like Bo Limmer a lot out of Arkansas. So that'd be interesting there too. But yeah, Tyrese Knight, linebacker to the Seahawks. I didn't do as extensive look at him. Wasn't super high on my board, but yeah, that linebacker room's getting kind of crowded in there.
Yeah, well, they needed it. Hey, just throw a bunch of linebackers out there and hope 1 or 2 pop, because all of them are not very good. Yeah, Jay was asking about him, and I know that I've heard you talk about him, Coach. So good job answering that one. Yaz says Coach is back. Miss you, brother. Got that one, I think. Cryptic says not as well versed in college as y'all, Jesse and company. By the time he reaches 5th year, Niners will be in another Super Bowl. Does his skill set us up now? Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah. But that's kind of the point. It does. Again, I think he can be productive.
This is how I can kill. This is how I can answer the reason why I answered that question.
Yeah.
As a rookie coming in right now, does he bring a skill set that the top practitioners of our offense cannot do? And the answer to that question is yes.
Yes,
he is a better route runner than Deebo Samuel. He is more polished. He has separation and has better consistent hands, on top of the fact being faster. So yes, he's an upgrade.
As far as a receiver goes, yeah, pure receiver, absolutely, I would agree with that.
So here's guys that if we're getting,
plus he looks like Caleb Plant. So, anyways, go ahead.
Like Caleb Plant.
6 picks away. I'm looking at my own list. I'm looking at my list of obviously, I don't think they're going to double up, but. Why? I mean, TJ Tampa is there. Jaden Hicks, a safety I was high on out of Washington State. Cam Hart, an outside corner from Notre Dame, height and length, but also a plus athlete. Austin Booker, like we talked about, Coach. Mekhi Wingo, Jalen Wright, Malik Washington, maybe a little redundant. I love him. He's my draft crush. You just talked about Cedric Van Pran. You talk about there's a lot of dudes here that are still sitting there. And I'm just looking at ESPN's and their list is kind of garbage, but because it's Matt Miller, but and Mel Kiper. But the
Todd.
Yeah, no, yeah. And but if I mean, what are you guys thinking out here? We got 5 picks to go. What's your target?
O-line or D-line. I want to stay with the trenches.
Okay. We got Marco in here, not accepting the invite, by the way, to be on the show, but he'll be in the chat. Says Austin Booker. I shouldn't have even put you on the screen if I'm being honest. Jamal says Purcell says looks like Joey Swole. Yeah, kind of. He does actually. He does. I can see a little bit of Caleb Plant / Joey Swole. Yeah. I'm with it.
Austin Booker would be awesome right here, man.
Yeah, don't talk to Marco. He doesn't. We're not. Bro,
I rock with Marco. Hey, Marco, we got to connect, dog. I'm going to hit you. Beard
I'm about to
game.
mute coach. I'm about to mute coach too.
Nah, Marco, my dog.
Wait a minute.
Brother Bob says,
did you just say beard gang?
Beard gang, dog. Yes.
Marco's got a beard.
Don't see.
I mean, I said chin strap a little bit, but like, I mean, we're not. I mean, we gotta pump up that testosterone, man. It's like we gotta. I want to see more from Marco. I want to see what he can do. You know, the next couple, he just got married. Let's see where that beard game goes. 'Cause right now, I got a strong 7th round UDFA grade on it.
Ooh. Brother Bob says, Coach, miss ya. Thoughts on KC's draft so far? What do you think, Coach? Kansas City's draft.
Say that again.
What do you think on Kansas City's draft? Brother Bob wants to know.
I like the fact that they're still aggressive. They just won the Super Bowl and they still went and got Xavier Worthy. One thing that I will say about Kansas City that I will say is that because we're forever linked to them, right? Because that's who our arch nemesis is, basically. This is what sucks about this is that the truth is that we're going to have to watch them get better because they weren't a better team than us this past season. They just weren't. They were struggling in a lot of different areas. All right. And especially with their offensive line, they were struggling in their defensive line with their pass rush, getting linebackers. Like, this was a down year for them. That's why the Super Bowl really kind of fucking sucks, is because we were a better team than them. So them going to go get the players that they're getting right now, I don't necessarily look at it as them putting good on good, like getting better, but I look at them as like filling holes because they did. They kind of limped through the season. They weren't like this juggernaut of a team that, you know, was just waiting for us in the Super Bowl. They had holes, man, and they struggled throughout the season. So, you know, case in point, that's why they do need these players. So I think they've drafted well so far.
Yeah, and so you just said the Steelers have an amazing draft too. Mason McCormick, guard, just went from South Dakota State. Some of you guys might have been higher on him. That's 4 more picks to go.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. We got.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say.
Pizza sorry. Let me get through these.
Get him in. Yeah.
All right. Pizza Diaper says, assume we keep Debo and Ayuk. How do we get all these weapons on the field? Lots of substitution. Yeah, we talked about it, man. We agree with you. But is there still a possibility that Jennings is not on this team? I don't believe he signed the tender.
Yes. And I was told that he was eligible.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a real thing.
And if that happens, then all of a sudden it doesn't have to be.
It doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. Now Purcell starts to make a ton of sense for a guy that's ready to go and is polished and all. Now it makes a lot of sense if you're still trying to win now. So I like the pick a lot more. If you're telling me he gets to play immediately, I am much higher on the pick. But if he doesn't, that's where the age starts to become a factor for me. I'm just, that's where I'm at with it. Katrina says, good to see you, Coach. Always enjoy your commentary. Not impressed with our picks. It is what it is. Keep grinding, fellas. Katrina, thank you very much. Yeah. So here we go. Oh, Dolphins deal with the Eagles to get to 120.
Yep.
Oh, hold on. You probably said it.
Yeah. What?
McCormick went to the Steelers, though?
Yeah.
Mason McCormick.
Yeah, I could see this being a Jalen Wright pick here.
Dude, they fixed their whole offensive line. Didn't they get 3 offensive linemen in this draft?
It's kind of
well, that's the thing, but it's a lot of rookies, right? So I don't know if you fix it
for sure.
Offensive
lineman, guys. I'm sorry.
Right. No, and I'm a big and we need to address it.
Either you got one or you don't. They're like running backs.
Yeah. So here's my thing. Jalen Wright is still there. Tyrone Tracy, super high. All my running backs are still there that I had listed. Estime, who I know didn't impress at the combine with his 40 speed, still has good burst through the hole. He's a thumper, but has that one cut. I mean, it just works perfect for the Niners. I think he'll still fall. I will say this: the center, TJ Tampa, cornerback out of Arkansas that I like a lot, Dwight McGlothern, teammate of Bo Limmer, is going to go, I think, higher than people think.
Is Cam Hart still available?
Cam Hart is still there. Mekhi Wingo is still there. Austin Booker is still there.
Austin Booker, man.
But this is where I'm going to be interested. I think the Niners are not going to hesitate. I think you're going to see them take Tyrone Tracy with one of these two picks if he is still available. And if they pass on Jalen Wright, they'll just show that they weren't quite as high on him. Jaheim Bell is also a guy that was told that they like as an H-back offensive weapon out of Florida State. I still think, and I haven't heard anything about AJ Barner, but Eric All is gone. Sanders is gone. Johnson is gone. The only other tight end I have is Jaheim Bell isn't actually a tight end. He's really more just he's an
H-back.
He's an H-back. AJ Barner, I will not surprise me if they draft him here because they've been looking for tight end too. They made the offer on Brock Wright. They made they try to get these other guys in. AJ Barner is just as good of a blocker as Charlie Warner. He's a better pass receiver. I think he could do just as well as a guy like a Brock Wright and make a bunch less.
Oh, Jalen Wright went to the Dolphins. My God, how many 4-3 running backs do you need? My goodness.
Didn't I just say that? If the Dolphins trade up, I said, I bet it's for Jalen Wright.
Yeah, so that is insane.
So this idea that, and it's a great pick. It's a great pick. And this is what Mike McDaniel does. Like, you amass weapons. And this is also for the Niners. You can't be afraid to amass weapons here. So if I got a guy like Jamari Thrash or even a Malik Washington, or any other receiver you talked about, I know you love Anthony Gold, things like that.
McCaffrey's brother went to Washington at the end of yesterday's pick. So throwing that out there.
I'm going to show this. I think you're going to be looking at a tight end offensive weapon and possibly a defensive lineman here. I don't think they're going to address center, but if they do, I could see it being a guy like Bo Limmer.
Okay.
I'd love Bo Limmer.
Sign me up. Sign me up. AJ Barner to the Seahawks.
Barner just went to the Seahawks. So, okay, You see what I'm saying? Like, this is, everybody's like, oh, this guy, PFF had a 6th round grade on him. He's like, you guys get just stop. Like, this is the guy that and here they go. So, so now I really feel strongly that I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but it's this 2 pick. I mean, I think you got to, I don't know what you're going to do here. I like Mekhi Wingo a lot. But boy, I'm a little disappointed because I thought there was those guys had some juice. Both those guys. I mean, Jalen Wright in particular. I know people didn't want to go running back, but you got CMC, and then who do you got? Elijah Mitchell's always hurt. Jordan Mason, they don't trust. They don't play him. What do you got? Patrick Taylor, fifth string back for the Packers? You don't have anything.
Yeah. I mean, I've talked about Connie Vidal. I love, but also, if you want a scat back, you can get the kid from Oregon. You know what I mean? If you want to get a different type of player, you can go ahead and throw those guys out there as well. So anyways. Oh, look at this guy. Oh, see, it's like you say his name 3 times in the mirror and he shows up backstage over here with a full neck beard.
Did he grow a beard?
Just like Andrew Luck over here. He's looking like Andrew Luck.
Wow, best beard.
Get
best beard
here. That's what I'm talking about.
Some cold mother. Y'all some cold mothers, man. That's outrageous out here. This is how you gonna do me?
No, that's my guy.
Nah, y'all cold. The only reason I came on here to talk about some football with y'all, but y'all want to be ruthless. Y'all woke up with some mad energy today. I like it.
They going in.
Bad intentions for sure. Listen. I'm not one to talk. I've got my beard is awful. It's patchy. It's not great, and I'm 40. So what are you gonna do? So you can definitely fire it right back. Be like, oh, neck beards over here. So I'm with it.
I don't see a no neck beard on Marco. I mean, that's good. Marco's looking clean.
Stop playing with my man. Hey, yo.
Yeah. They try to. Man, I mean, they cold.
We're old. We're like my 2 dads over here. You know, it's like I've already made that Photoshop. So it's like you got to keep your kid in check. You know.
This dude.
Dude, how was your wife's birthday, man? How was your wife's birthday?
Cool, man. It was cool. We went out to Lodi. We had some wine tasting, some cider stuff.
Did you see the Diaz brothers out there or what?
No, man. Diaz brothers I think they're in Stockton, aren't they?
Yeah.
Like
they always talk about Lodi also.
Yeah, no, they weren't out there. Unfortunately.
Right,
or else I would have had to give one of them the Stockton slap. You know what I'm
saying? Yeah, right. We're 3 picks away. Right now, we've got the Bears. Eagles.
Wow. Torrey Taylor, punter. Punter is off the board of the Bears. Mitch Wisnowski, 4th round pick, punter. Right, we got it. Thank you, Bears. Thank you, Chicago.
But that's perfect. That leaves another good prospect. But here come the Eagles, and we know what the Eagles like to do here. So, let's see what they go with. See what they go with.
I think the Dolphins going Jalen. The Dolphins going Jalen Wright was probably one of the best picks in that round, even though they have stacked at running backs.
Yeah.
But it's a value pick.
But I like because Raheem Mostert he very well could be out. I mean, he might be done. We don't know.
Like, they extended him, didn't they?
Yeah,
I think they extended
cheaply,
him.
But it's not big money, right? It's just kind of a safety valve. You got Ashane is awesome, but he had injury concerns as well. You never can have too many running backs. That's what I'm saying. Like Kyle's done this before, but he's drafted these guys that didn't have like the Trey Sermons and the TDPs, like guys that aren't really offering you much in the way of like what you can do with an electric player. Like that's why I thought Jalen Wright would be awesome. I think Tyrone Tracy is going to be a guy they consider one of these 2 4th-round picks. I really do. I think they're looking to keep diversifying this offensive weaponry. And what I'm really concerned, I'm going to see what Marco thinks. How soon is too soon for Jaheim Bell, a guy that seemed like the 49ers might have some interest in? Where would you take a guy like that, or Tracy? Both of those.
I'm not taking those guys right now, especially with the talent that's on the board. Like I don't have better grades. I don't have better grades on them than TJ Tampa, Jaden.
No.
You got Austin Booker, but like I honestly, the pick I think the Niners are going to make is Mekhi Wingo.
I love
it. If Mekhi Wingo's there, it's like you are going to need a defensive tackle next year. He has high upside. Like why not go? If they go Mekhi Wingo, that's one of probably the better picks in this draft because he probably should have gone a round or two earlier. Like I have a lot of people like on the timeline, they're like, that is a much better player than a lot of these defensive tackles that have gone. So I know it's not the sexy pick that people want to see, like a tight end, but Mekhi Wingo is a future pick because he's replacing guys like Hargrave. Probably could potentially start, and he could play on the outside and inside. So good pick right there.
Yeah, I want to say this. I'm always worried when a team that has a coaching staff or a lot of people that came from the 49ers organization jumps directly in front of the 49ers, because you got to imagine that you're trying to get a player that's maybe similar on boards. And the Texans just did that.
Cade Stover.
They took Stover.
Yeah.
So there you go.
But that's right? I think they're also the Texans run a similar. Obviously, this Stroud's talked about it ad nauseum throughout the draft. I think they could be guessing, but I don't think it's hard to be getting in rapid fire the intel of what these guys are doing at this point. I think you're just trying to go up and get your dude. Niners are on the clock.
49ers are on the clock. Yes, they are. Yes, they are, baby. Let's go. Yeah, give me a few.
So my top players I got on the board, I got TJ Tampa, Jaden Hicks, Cam Hart, Austin Booker, Mekhi Wingo. Those are my top guys on the board. Like if you don't take one of those, I'd be shocked. But the Niners have had a theme. They're going 5th-year or 6th-year seniors. So,
which I think is wild. The same way with the offensive lineman that they got. He's kind of like a super senior as well. It's like I don't know about the ceiling with these guys. That's the only thing.
Well, they don't have a high ceiling. They don't.
No. And I have no tight ends left on my board that I'm really that interested in. I don't consider Jaheim Bell tight end, obviously. Receivers that I would there are good receivers, but I think Jamari Thrash could be a guy that could be a possible fit in that offense. But my best guys right now, I would say, obviously, TJ Tampa. You talked about Jaden Hicks. I got some other safeties I like Mustafa and Oladapo. Wingo is obviously really high. Austin Booker. The linebacker that I like, other than Cedric Gray, and I know Marco likes Edofan Ulafashio out of Washington. I think he'll go higher than people think. But right now, I think it's anything goes. I think they're going to go with the guys, obviously guys on their board, but Cam Hart, Dwight McGlothern out of Arkansas, Miles Harden, the South Dakota cornerback, who is a true slot, and then Norzad and Limmer, right? Like,
elite tweet from Tom Pelissero. He says, a punter is off the board. Even with Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze on the board, it does appear that Chicago does plan to punt, at least occasionally. That's pretty funny. That's a good one. Good one. All right, let's see what the pick is, man. Come on, let's go.
Honestly, I could see them going. I know you guys are talking tight ends earlier, and I didn't hear the name mentioned, but I could see them going Jared Wiley here.
Okay.
Like if they wanted to go tight end, I think they would go that tight end because he has at least upside. But besides that, I think I don't know. I'm curious on what they do because they've been going more so with guys who are ready to play now rather than upside picks.
And Matt Barrows just said Jared Wiley, Mo Kamara, Brendan Rice.
Yeah, Kamara too.
I hope
it's not Kamara.
I hope it's not Brendan Rice.
Yeah, I'd rather have Kamara than Brendan Rice at this point. I don't know. Where is Coach? What happened to Coach?
Hey, there it is. Malik Mustafa. He, like I just mentioned him, as one of my 3 safeties I would draft.
Safety?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Malik Mustafa. Nice.
I like
it. I like it.
Not bad.
I like him a
hitter.
lot. You don't like
you
him?
like Hicks better. You like Hicks better, right, Marco? But
well, Malik Mustafa is a little undersized, but he's got juice. Ryan Hensley, that was his guy for sure. I want to shout out to Ryan. Like Ryan's been talking about Mustafa for weeks. Marco, what do you like about him, or what's your take?
I mean, I would have gone Jaden Hicks, the more complete safety, but this kind of more, to me, the way I look at it, it's a pick that you could use as a versatile safety. Now, we looked at guys like Hufanga, guys like Brown. Those are more your in-the-box guy. He can line up in the slot. He could do a lot more than just be a one-spot safety. What I mean by that is just like you don't want to put Huff or Brown in the slot. He can line up in the slot. He could do a lot more things. So I think that's a solid pick because it gives your secondary versatility. And that's been a key to the 49ers when they're drafting secondary versatility. Where can he line up? And I think he can line up deep zones. Like that's where he eats in zone. So I'm very curious on how they draft, because I felt like Mustafa was better in zone with his reaction skills and reading and reacting. So now that you're going a player who's zone based, you just took Renardo Green, who, if he's not impressed, man, you're taking away his ability as a corner. Like that's where I'm confused. It's like, okay, cool, we're going Renardo Green, who's a press man corner, and don't get me wrong, he could play zone, but Ambry Thomas is a press man corner. He can't play as good in zone, right? So now doing a more of a zone like corner or safety who could blitz, line up in the slot, like do a lot more things. It's a little bit confusing. So that's where I'm like, wait, what? But
here's my thing though. I love what see, this is why Marco's, I mean, I've known you for 3 years. Like you're the smartest dudes that goes through this without even taking a breath, right? Like that report right there, you're not going to get another Malik Mustafa report just off the top of their head anywhere else on YouTube. I'm telling you right now, you're not going to. And I will say this. What I like about it is they are not going completely scheme dependent, saying, look, these guys are ballers that we think that can potentially contribute to our team. I'm not a shill, but I just got done listing him off. He was one of only 3 safeties I would consider the rest of the draft. He was one of my top 40. I only had 40 draftable grades the rest of the way. He was one of them. And so I'm geeked. And I think that this is a guy that can have a lot of utility and is going to go in there and compete right away. He can play special teams right away and be a contributor. He is a really, really good hitter, and he's an incredibly good at the line of scrimmage, playing in the run game. I think that I think it's a good pick, and I think they're getting a little bit crowded room. There's going to be competition. The whole Harbaugh iron sharpens iron. We'll just see who's got staying power on that roster. And I think there's some young guys that people thought are going to be there forever that aren't necessarily going to be that.
He's a much better pure athlete than Huff, though. Much better. You look at his 40 time 100%. And it's slow. It's not slower, but it's 4.52. Not that impressive. But he did clock at 23 miles per hour. He's got like a
23 miles an hour.
Yeah, he was clocked at 23. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here's the thing.
The thing
very
athletic. Yeah. His speed shows up, and I hope this is how the Niners use him. His speed shows up when he's the deep high safety roaming that center field like role, and the Niners wanted something like that. You and I talked about Kalen Bullock being that guy. If they use him as the deep safety, as that in the single high, while they're in man, oh geez, he has the reaction and the instincts to be that deep safety. So I hope that's what they're using him for. Like they're drafting him to use him as, and it's not to put him in the slot as a nickel, and be that safety that could be that Swiss Army knife. If you're drafting him, put him deep safety and let him go to work, because that's where he's best at, and it allows Renardo Green to go and press man, allows Charvarius Ward and Demo all to get up on the line of scrimmage and go press man in key situations. Cover 0, the Niners could run more. Cover 1, we can now run more. This is something, and I've been saying this, philosophy needs to change. Go more press man, allow your DBs who are good in man to go to work. Now you're looking at everything, it's like, in the past it's always been off zone, stay under, don't get beat deep. No, be aggressive. Great defenses in the playoffs need to be aggressive. I really like the last 2 picks for the corner and Malik Mustafa as a philosophy change wise.
Well, and also I would say this, like this idea that here's a controversial take because Jesse was talking about Pearsall. So once upon a time when guys get drafted, you don't know. I love Hufanga. I'm not going to sit here and but I also believe that Hufanga is a better player in fans' minds than he is. I don't think Hufanga is bona fide 100% all-pro dude, glue of the defense like people have made it out to be. And I think the Niners have shown when they're trying to enter that safety room. Are we so sure that a guy with Mustafa's skill set can't come in? And, I'm not going to, I don't want to stir the pot too much here, but I think that the concern off the injury, concern long-term on a second contract, I like this pick. I'm very happy with it.
Well, I'll say this, and I'll let you go, Coach. I know you've been waiting. Sorry. I just want to throw this in there. Prospect for prospects. And again, you don't know how it's going to translate to the NFL. All you can do is gauge them as prospects. Malik Mustafa is a much better prospect than Hufanga, in my opinion. Go ahead, Coach.
One thing that I'll tell you right now is that we got a freak of an athlete. This kid is strong. Okay. That's one thing that you got to understand. And this is another tip in the cap of kind of like what we lost in Jimmy Ward, that toughness, that roamer back there. I feel like that this is what we're kind of getting with this guy. Another thing that I like is that this also makes us as strong as I believe what our defense really was back in 2022 is when we had the ability to have tandem safeties that could play both roles. All right. So you couldn't really scheme us up offensively because we had safeties that could do it all. Now, one thing that I would love to see is this kid on the field with Jair Brown. I'm really kind of moving on from Huff as what we do defensively, because I feel like we got Huff as what's wrong?
Bucky Irving went to the Bucks. Sorry.
Okay. We got I feel like we got Huff and came in. We're kind of used him in a vacuum for his skill set, but we saw what happened to Huff actually near the end of the tail end of that season where he was getting burnt, man, especially in Oakland and moving forward. So I'll tell you this right now, with bringing in Mustafa, I think that there's a theme, right? Ronaldo Green, big physical corner, all right, over aggressive. Malik Mustafa, physical, over aggressive guys, but they both specialize in what? Man. Okay, both of these guys are good man defenders. So I'm gonna tell you this right now, man. I see what they're doing on defense, and I really like it. They're giving us the juice we need. We're getting youth, all right, and we're gonna be able to start dictating defensively through the secondary. I like it.
And Greg Cassell, you took the words out, and I know you didn't even see it. I just saw what he was talking about with Bernardo Green and said that he reminds him like as of L'Jarius Sneed for the Chiefs. And I think like you look at what the Niners and Marcos talk about a philosophy change. They just got done again being on the cusp of ring number Marty number 6 and saw what a secondary that can be aggressive, get in your face, get you off your, I'm not saying it's copycat, but I think that we've been wondering, can the 49ers evolve on offense, but also on defense, and what this is going to look like with Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley. And maybe we are seeing a changing of the guard and say like what's worked before, what we thought worked before is not exactly where we need it to be.
Yeah.
Lions just took a mountain of a man.
Yes.
Offensive tackle Giovanni Manu, 6'8", 350. Now a bit of a project, obviously, but he can be that because they've got two good tackles in place. You know what I mean? So that's interesting.
That's
pick,
a really good pick, actually.
He's massive.
I'm glad that you brought that up, talking about the new guys who are in our building right now. Maybe we're starting to see the philosophy of like a Brandon Staley, right? Maybe Malik Mustafa is our new Derwin James. Right, is our new physical safety back there. So you're going to start to see a lot of changes in the secondary. One thing I do know about Brandon Staley is that he loves big corners and safeties. He loves physical play from the secondary position. So maybe this is just a reaction to having Brandon Staley in the building, and maybe him talking to our developmental team and Kyle and John throughout the draft process on what he looks for in defensive guys. So Maybe this is just a changing of the guard that we're watching right now, just through the draft.
And
Brother Bob wants to know, Marco, possible that we can mix in scheme coverage with Mustafa. Sorry, this was like 5 minutes ago. My bad.
No, yeah, absolutely. Because now Mustafa, a lot of people project Mustafa as the box safety. Like they a lot of people like him around the line of scrimmage, blitzing, doing the Jalen Petrie like role where he's along the line of scrimmage. Great tackler. One of the best things that I watched about him is running the lane, coming downhill from that safety spot and just coming and clobbering people. And
he streaks across the field.
That's his best attribute. So it's like when I watch him, I'm like, wait, nah, this dude plays along the line of scrimmage a lot, but put him back at free safety. He has the athleticism and instincts, and he could be that. Like 5'10", 5'10", 210 pounds. Like that's something I think he will be for the Niners. But again, they're losing Hufanga next offseason. So do they trust Brown to be their deep safety more than Mustafa? That's where it's like, okay, now that's where we get into like the deeper talks, like who's better fit for that role or what they're looking for. What schematics do they plan on running? Do they plan on being a more zone-based team? Because if they're zone-based, I'm down to have Mustafa around the line of scrimmage because he's a better athlete and he's going to make more plays around the line of scrimmage than a guy like Brown and Huff because of the athleticism. So it's definitely interesting on what they do because schematically, when new system, new team pretty much defensively, I hope they go more man. I hope they go away from the cover 3. They did run a lot more cover 2 and cover 4 last year. But I want to run some cover 1 and cover 0 a lot more, man. We have too many good blitzers at linebacker. We have too many good man corners to not be running this kind of coverages. It's like that's what's been confusing. But you know what? A post that I saw that was the realest post on social media last night was Croc talking about our DC not changing. We have the same defensive coordinator. His name's Kyle Shanahan. He doesn't like doing that kind of stuff because he knows he could beat it and with his offense. So has the defensive coordinator really changed? Yeah.
But
that's a great point, Marco.
I hear you, point. But I do think that bringing Brandon Staley in was, I want to call it Lincoln team of rivals because they're not rivals, but this idea that I think that was I think there's a wrinkle coming that does say that Kyle is deferring a little bit more to another brain in the building, right? Another cook in the kitchen. And I think that's encouraging on the surface, but how that manifests is yet to be determined, right?
Throw this out here. Sean Broad says Slick Rick was the leading receiver at ASU in 21 on a trash offense. He didn't just get good. ASU fan here.
No, true.
He had less than 600 yards. I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm not.
Yeah, Brandon Ayuk,
that doesn't move me. It's not blowing my spur back.
Brandon Ayuk had 400 yards his junior year after playing 2 years at JUCO.
Yeah,
right. Like I'm just saying, like it with a trash quarterback. I'm just saying, like I think Ricky
the offense wasn't good, and that's why he was the leading receiver there, is all I'm saying. To your point, it was a really bad offense, and he was the leading receiver. He was the queen of the pigs. It's, I'm not, and again, that doesn't mean he's a bad player just because the stats aren't there. I get all of that. He's a good player, but he definitely got much more refined over the last 2 years, and especially this last year.
Yep.
He really hit his stride as a 23-year-old playing against a bunch of guys who are much younger. If you give a lot of other players, not just receivers, a 5th year, I think you would see a lot of people really pop their final year if they were given a 5th year. That's just me.
True. Ray Davis, Kentucky Wildcat, running back to somebody. I think it's the Eagles. The Bills. And who did the
That's a really good pick.
Yeah, physical. It's a good thunder and lightning they've got going on there.
TJ Tampa is still in the house, or still on board.
Did he have any off field? Is it a medical situation? What's going on?
I'm not sure, but who did the Eagles take?
Nobody yet, I thought.
I think, is that Ray Davis? Is that who took Ray Davis?
No, they traded back with the Lions again, I think, or something.
No, this ESPN app is horrible.
No, yeah, the Bills took Ray Davis.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
But somebody before the Bills. Who was the pick before the Bills?
Well, somehow, okay, I saw Bucky Irving. Yeah, I didn't see the Eagles pick. Who was the Eagles pick? Am I tripping?
Ray Davis to the Bills, and then there was a Manu went to the Lions, but unless the Bills traded up or something like that, I'm confused. I think the Bills did trade up a spot with the Eagles. I think the Eagles traded back a spot. I don't know.
I don't think so. This is weird.
What's frustrating about the TV app is that nobody's reporting as many picks now, and then the app has to go with the TV for some reason. Even though if you're watching the app, you're not on the TV. Niners have traded up.
Deal with the Jets. Here we go. Oh, Will Shipley went to the Eagles.
I thought you were going to say the Niners. It was going to be a Cabo boy. I was going to be. So the Niners just traded up to 129 from 135.
Mekhi Wingo, or I'm going to go Mekhi Wingo.
So
on the board, there's also on the clock is also centers. I'm going to go either
Van Pran.
Van Pran, but I like Bo Limmer. I think
Bo Limmer
would be perfect for Kyle's offense.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see where they go, because there's a lot of guys on the board. Or do they come up to get their edge rusher in Austin Booker, the last edge rusher I have draftable?
Yeah, I still think that this could be what I have is at edge. The only guy I have is really that draftable is Austin Booker. I did have Mo Kamara as somebody that maybe late could be somebody that you take a flyer on. Mekhi Wingo's my guy. They've already taken safety. Could this be a corner? Could this be a Tampa? Could this be? I don't think they double down and go corner, safety, corner. I think that's crazy. Nourzad Limmer.
Oh God, dude.
Ulafashio is the only linebacker I would take now. Or is this Tyron Tracy? Or is this a guy? Is this an offensive weapon? Is this a receiver like Jamari Thrash or somebody else? I don't know. Hopefully,
what did we trade to get up? Because it still says we are at 135 still.
No, we're at 129.
No, we're at 129.
No, but it shows us at 129 and 135 on the app, anyways. I don't know what we.
Oh, they might. That might be. They might have traded their fifth round pick. They might have
traded. What I'm saying.
We have two.
Another sleeper pick right here, because we're in the fifth, right? Late fourth, early fifth.
Late fourth.
Jaheim Bell is still out there.
Oh my God! The 49ers traded 173. They still have 176.
Garindo, they got
there.
Garindo.
Is the Tony
Garindo.
That's okay. So Tony Pauline.
They got Isaac Garindo.
So we're gonna go back to this because I kind of write on top. But Tony Pauline deleted that tweet. He deleted
that
tweet.
For speed.
They had a third round grade. I do understand. I thought running back. I didn't like Garindo as much. I thought this would be like a Tyrone Tracy guy.
Just for where it was, not now. You get Mekhi, you get the D tackle right here. We still don't have anybody to fill that one technique, that shade.
Look at the super chat before we drafted.
What's wrong?
Oh my God.
I don't understand.
Now I like the player. Again, it's the same thing with Pearsall. It's like I like the player, just not the pick. Not here.
I think though that running back, I just got done saying if they
Ravens go TJ Tampa right after us.
Ravens got,
but they weren't going to go. They weren't going to go Renardo Green, Mustafa Tampa. They weren't going to do that.
No, that's fine. It's just that good teams always somehow get players that are really, really good. Do you know what I mean? And the Ravens don't surprise me.
Here's the thing about Garindo. At least my thing is, if I'm drafting running back in day 3, they trade up for the third round before with TDP and Sermon. I want to go with juice, and Garindo's got juice. Like I want an athlete at running back. I want a guy.
You did just say go get the players, like go get the guys that are going to be playmakers. Yeah. We just had that conversation.
And to me, in round 4, I don't look at reaches anymore. I really don't look at that. Now I don't have him on my top 40 board, but that's fine. Like I don't. So I disagree. I would have gone with other people, but I'm not like
big
really
kid,
that
big
way.
Body, 230, 4.3 40. Fast, Well,
they still have a pick coming up in a couple picks because
they still got 135.
It looks like the trade. Does it give you the capital?
No, I don't see it.
Mekhi Wingo's still out there. We still got guys out there. It's okay, Marco. It's okay. Just hold on. We got one more pick.
I don't like the pick. I don't like the player. I'll be honest with you, because I don't like the player. I felt like he runs way too upright for Kyle's system.
Upright, yeah.
Way too upright. He had too many injuries with low playing time. So he has a lot of threat on his tires, but out of cuts.
He reminds me a
lacks
lot of
burst.
Mitchell, honestly, coming out of college. I think where he clocks at a really high speed, but he doesn't necessarily play at that speed, right? And that's the way Mitchell was. Remember, it was like
that speed.
Remember, I don't know. I remember when Mitchell, it was like, dude, oh my God, he ran this, and then you go and watch him, and you're like, I don't know about all that. Listen, I'm not mad at Garendo. Garendo might be a fine player. That's fine.
I tell you guys, I think
whatever.
We're looking at Niners with running backs with Juice, 6 foot, 221 pounds. It's not like he's like a scat back. You know what I mean? Like he does run a little up, but that's guys of his size tend to kind of run like that.
But the thing is, though, with Kyle's offense, it's a you got to cut, right? And he loses burst when he has to cut because he's tighter hipped. He's a guy who can't perfect timing because his wife's talking to him, I think. So his up stands so upright that when he goes to cut, he's tighter hipped and he loses his speed. And I think in a Kyle offense, that may affect him. He may just have to run kind of like Raheem Mostert, where Raheem Mostert, when he would cut, he would lose his speed and then he picks up fast. And I think I hope he could do that. I don't like the pick, especially because there was other guys you could get much later in the round who a little more agile with that burst. I think you would have got a good running back in the 7th round of this draft class.
True.
So that's where I'm like, Kyle, go get Rasheen Ali undrafted or in the 7th round, and he's going to outperform Garendo.
And that's the quibble, right? That's the quibble is that I had Rasheen Ali on my top 40 board. I did not have Isaac Garendo on my top. I didn't have him undraftable, but I didn't have him on my top 40 that are available in day 3 today. And that's the thing. I will say this: they did not give up a 4th round pick. They gave up one of their 5th round picks, and I think a future pick. They maintained one of their 5th. They maintained their 6th. They maintained their 7th. So it looks like they gave up a 5th, and I think it might be a future 5th just to get up in the late 4th, which, I mean, to me is, again, I'm not going to sit there. I'll tell you this. What did we just get done saying? There's the melding of guys with traits and the guys with how you can translate in this offense. I did think they were going to address running back in the 4th round. I really felt they were going to draft an offensive playmaker in the 4th round. Little rich, but I'm not mad.
I think it was a reach.
He runs a 1.5. He runs a 1.5510, which is a good number. But that if you're running a 4.33, it takes him. That's taking him a minute to get up to speed.
Oh yeah, guess what though? Trey Sermon had the top 10-yard split a couple years ago, and we're like, oh, this is going to be perfect for Shanahan's offense, and yet he wouldn't hit anything. You know,
no, for sure.
I mean,
I had a tweet at the beginning of April, and
go ahead, Mark.
What happened?
I had a tweet beginning of April, and I had him as a late day 3 guy. And I had said how I don't like how his film doesn't match his testing numbers, it's particularly his agility numbers. And what you bring up is the 10-yard split. So when you're running the 40, your goal as an athlete running the 40 is to stay as low as you possibly can the first 5 to 10 yards. Explosiveness, breaking the air barrier. That's what a lot of coaches train. Stay as low as you can the first 5 to 10 yards as you're getting out of your stance. He can't. He goes straight upright, and that's why it's a 1.55. He picks his speed up later. So it's interesting pick. I'm not crazy over it, but hey,
you just like other running back. You're not necessarily mad that they took a running back here because again, we're getting late. Just take the guy. But they like Garendo. You like other running backs better. I like other running backs better. But
so do I.
You know, it's not. We flipped out when TDP was the pick in round 3. We hated that. And we got a major reaction live on stream. And it wasn't a good, it turned out it was not a good pick. Round 5, it's like, you know, if it doesn't hit, it is what it is. You know what I mean? So I'm not like upset about it. I did prefer other running backs, however, though. That's just so I'm kind of mad with it.
It's clear though that they want. Yeah. Go ahead, Marco. No.
We could see Kyle go a little more gap with Garendo though. I think Garendo in a gap scheme would be because now you're letting
Wiley went to the Chiefs.
Great. You're not having him
just let him get downhill.
You get downhill and let that 4.3 speed work.
Well,
that's where I think it could work.
But at the same time, you say that, but you know that's how we felt about Jordan Mason with the gap scheme, and he barely got any love doing that. You know,
Jordan Mason is not the athlete that Isaac Garendo is.
I know, but I mean, he's a hell of a downhill runner. Gap scheme and Jordan Mason go hat in hand. Like honestly,
You know what's funny to me though is that Isaac Gorindo, former Wisconsin Badger, shout out to Rohan, right, who is backing up Braylon Allen, and Braylon Allen's still on the board.
Wiley went to the Chiefs.
Did say
Wiley
Allen went to go early.
Yeah,
That's Chiefs, man.
they're still going, man.
It's fine. I like
Eagles traded back again. They're picking up a bunch of late round picks next year. So it seems to me like the Eagles are saying
this class sucks.
This class is over with.
They're saying
future picks.
Yeah, that's fine. I still don't think this class is as bad. I think it.
I don't either. No, I don't. But I guess what I'm saying is not, hey, the 49ers are stupid for having picks here and trade it. What I'm trying to convey here is that different teams have different ways that they look at the board, and the Eagles seem to be saying, we're done. This draft isn't what we want. We'll just get a bunch of future picks and then use those as we see fit. So it is interesting to see the difference in philosophies. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You know what I wonder? A lot of times we do see the Niners in a sense of they see a couple of players that they really like go off the board. For example, Bucky Irving, Will Shipley, Ray Davis all went right before the Niners traded up.
Jalen Wright.
Did they trade up because they're like, oh snap, this running back is the last dude on our board.
They traded up to reach back.
We have to go and get him because we just missed on a lot of running backs.
Marco, not only are you right, but that's what they did in round one. They did the same thing.
Minus a trade.
Yeah. The same thing. They got nervous. They saw all of those receivers come off the board and they reached back because they were afraid that they were going to miss out on at least anybody that they had.
Here's my thing. You didn't give up. You gave up 2 5th-round picks, late fifth. You're giving up basically 2 compensatory 5th-round picks for a 4th-round pick. You got a running back that you like. And look, Kyle, like, I'll say this. I panned Sermon. I panned TDP when they were taken. I at least have a level of excitement that this guy can do something with an offense and does have juice. Whereas those guys, I was like, okay, like even like Estime, I like Estime, but I put him in my top 40, but I was like, I'm still waiting on him just as like a niche role. I'm not going to freak out about this one, but I like other running backs better.
Jaden Hicks to the Chiefs.
Fine with it.
Jaden Hicks to the Chiefs.
Hicks went to
That's fine.
Vaki went to the Lions, which I'm fine with. But Hicks
had a solid draft.
Bro, I swear, if you were a Chiefs fan, Marco, you would be loving this draft. Well, you know how many guys they've taken that were like your guys? Guys that you fell in love with, they've taken like 3 of them. So the question is, and this is funny, and we'll see long term, but I gotta wonder, the Chiefs, who we know have won multiple Super Bowls and they've done very well traditionally in the draft, they might be making you look extra smart right now, Marco, with the guys that you love and taking them. I believe in the way that you view prospects. That's why you're here, obviously. But it is funny for me to see a team like the Chiefs taking a bunch of the guys that you were pounding the table for. I think that speaks to, at the very least, how you see the game is very similarly to one of the better GMs in Veach. So I love it.
I mean, let's see who wins the Super Bowl next, right? Like, it's who wins the next Super Bowl out of these. Which one of these prospects? Like, it's just interesting. They have the greatest quarterback, so your goal is to put playmakers, protect him, and then stack your secondary. And Jaden Hicks does that for him at the safety spot. But back to the Niners, they're on the clock in like 2 picks.
They are. Listen, Dumpster Fire Dan, we'll see. That was one of Marco's guys. So the Chiefs liked him. Marco liked him. We'll see how it pans out.
Him at 30. The Chiefs almost went with him at 32, but they needed Xavier Worthy.
Yeah,
they traded up.
They got exactly what they wanted. It's like, kid is really athletic too.
Yeah, curious. Let me get through these super chats before we get to the picks. Sorry, Coach is back. Big show coming soon. Like it. GTC Real says Kyle is changing this offense, I think is what he's saying. I don't know about all that. He's just getting guys that he loves. As it says, oh, great, another running back Kyle Shanahan won't use. Not yet, anyways. Not yet, but we'll see. Brother Bob says, reminds me of Mostert, but won't matter. He won't play. Okay, you guys echoing the same sentiments there. Antonio says, the new Mostert. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. It's a lot of similarities.
Upright runner.
That's true. KCGM has entered the chat. Thanks, Marco. Here's $2.99. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. All right. Yeah, we are. I mean, we're what, one pick away at this point?
Yeah, I think we're one pick away.
One pick off.
Yeah, Jets.
Man, look what the Ravens getting two really good corners in this class with Nate Wiggins and TJ Tampa. Their secondary is always really, really good. And
Sione Vaki was just taken.
Oh yeah, no, I said it a few minutes ago.
My mic was muted. All right.
No, it's all good. Yeah. He went to the Lions, and then Hicks went.
How's Garindo as a receiver?
Right after that.
So
he's a decent receiver. He's a decent receiver.
Not a great route runner, but he's not solid.
Yeah, he's got good hands. I saw somebody say in the chat that he's a good blocker. I disagree with that. I don't think that he's a very good at picking up blitzes or anything and staying in the. Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe I just watched a game that he wasn't great at it. That's a possibility. I'd have to read some scouting reports and go watch some more games, but I don't feel like he was a great blocker. But maybe I'm wrong. Like I said.
So the Niners aren't on the clock.
They're not.
So it's the Chiefs. Chiefs are on the clock right now. They took Jared Wiley.
No, Chiefs took his safety.
Yeah,
took
him.
Hicks.
They're on the clock again.
This could be the Jets,
and then us.
The Vaki went Wiley to the Chiefs, Vaki to the Lions, and the Chiefs are back on the clock, right?
No, Chiefs took Hicks.
No,
Hicks again. Yeah, and the Jets are on the clock. Okay.
Yeah.
My apps are just.
Oh yeah. I see what you're saying. The Chiefs, Lions, Chiefs. Yeah. It was Chiefs, Lions, Chiefs.
Vaki was drafted as a running back, not a safety.
That's hilarious. Yeah. That is hilarious.
Yeah.
That is. I'm sorry. I didn't see it with this guy at all. I don't know.
Yeah, dude, we loved it.
I really liked the Mustafa pick though.
That was a really good pick.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm really impressed by it. Like I can't stop watching his film. Like I really love the Mustafa pick.
So we don't have any fifth rounders now, right?
Yeah, we do. Yes, we do. No, we do.
We traded 176 and one. I thought we traded both of our fifths. I could be wrong.
No, we traded. Well, wait a minute. You're right.
No, Niners
they didn't have it updated. They traded both fifths. So it's not a future fifth.
We don't have a fifth.
Bro, that's even worse.
Why? You were the one telling me that.
Yeah, they give up the
176. You said the end of
the draft was for Garindo. He's saying
Garindo.
Oh, I see.
For Garindo, I don't see that.
Like, no, I hear you, but like going up for, yeah, that's true.
You produce running backs left and right that are undrafted and late round players, and you're trading 2 picks for them. Like, and a lot of fans and a lot of 49er fans love to say the Niners are great at drafting in the fifth, right? They really are great at drafting from rounds 4 to 6. I think they're better at this, the rounds, because they go what they do is they go for players they don't necessarily love, but players that are good football players.
Yes,
that's what they do in those rounds. They find the guys who are good players, no matter what their test scores are or what. They're going for the football players.
Braylon Allen just went to the Jets. Niners are on the clock.
Mekhi Wingo's still out there.
Mekhi Wingo, please.
That's my guy. Or Austin Booker. Austin Booker's out there.
Cedric Van Pran, Bo Limmer.
Yeah, like this is got to be.
This is the pick with those 4. I'm happy with those 4.
I think this is where to see what Pooney is going to play. I could see this being center here. I think this is the spot where
Booker, Wingo, Van Pran, or Limmer,
or Norzad for Penn State.
One thing that didn't happen though that we can safely say is they didn't get the tight end, right? And that was one of those things that we were hoping they would get in this draft. And so at this point, you're not going to get, if you do get one, you're not getting one till round 6. That's not necessarily a guy.
Raheem Bell-Smith will be there in round
I could
6.
see them like a Brevin Spanford from Minnesota is actually a guy that didn't get enough run because PJ Fleck is an idiot. And I think he's a big dude, but he is physical as hell. They've used him as a lead blocker. They've used him as an H-back. They've used him on inline. Like he can do some damage. He's a huge red zone target. He's a plus athlete. I could see that being somebody late that could come in and try to get a roster spot.
Grant, of course, just tweeted 49ers have a great track
Jacob
record trading up.
Jacob Cowing has just been drafted by
Okay.
The San Francisco 49ers.
Okay.
And I said, receiver, watch
like
for receiver doubling up. The only reason I didn't put Cowing here is because on my top 40 is because I thought that might be a little redundant if they looked at Pearsall as exclusively a slot. But I'll tell you what, there's been some dudes that we talked about with Cowing versus Gould.
What's his name's happy, right?
And,
yeah.
oh yeah,
I mean,
I'm gonna go plug that. I think Jacob Cowing is a good player. I was a little bit concerned about his size, but the Niners are prioritizing athletes. It does look like that right now.
Yeah.
Talk about it, guys.
With the Jacob Cowing pick, again, this goes to hopefully the Niners truly go a more pass dynamic offense. If you're going to have this many receivers, why are we not throwing the ball?
Like we ranked 32 overall. Like this is what's kind of like throwing me off is that we ranked 32nd overall in pass attempts, right? And we're having like this huge like investment into receivers. Like, are we going to use this? We better use these guys.
And this one, and it's interesting because I truly think Cowing's a slot guy, a true slot guy, where he's a smaller guy, twitchy, route running, sudden start ability. He is going to be Brock Purdy's third down guy. He gets open like no other, in my opinion. He's a really good route runner. I think he's a better route runner than Pearsall, in my opinion. But smaller cast radius, had a lot of concentration drops. When you watch him, he had a little bit of trouble at times playing through contact. So it's an interesting pick because you're doubling up at receiver. Now, do the Niners end up trading Debo post June and just take next year draft capital for it? Because now you have. So the thing is, and this is something Jesse mentioned the other night, is when you have Pearsall, if Pearsall doesn't play right away, it's sort of a waste of a pick because he's ready now. He's an older dude. So now you have two young guys who could come in and play now. Like their route running ability is good to play now.
They're polished.
But the thing is with both of these guys is, in my opinion, with Pearsall and Cowing, they're not good run blockers. Does that affect Kyle in terms of his mentality of, oh, you must block to get the rock? Dude, go pass heavy. Who cares about the receivers blocking? You have Jennings and Brandon Ayuk. When you want to run the ball, have them be in the game. Like, so yeah. I'm curious. It's an interesting pick, interesting strategy.
Also, we threw this out earlier, Marco, when you weren't on. What if Jennings isn't on this team? He could still get traded for a future pick. I mean, Jennings was what, a 7th round pick? If you can get a future 5th, you've won, right? And you've got two guys there that could come in right away and possibly fill in for that. So,
or what if
don't rule out Jennings either? You know what I mean?
What if they have a this year's 5th on the table for Jennings? We're like, you know what? Let's trade our 5th rounders. We'll get one for Jennings right now. Who knows? And none of us know. Like, exclusively, we don't know.
Marco's talked about this. I honestly think that Debo is gone. And somebody KP had just asked this. Okay, so you've got BA. The BA is not going anywhere, like Marco had said. There's no way in hell you can do anything. So now you got BA. I'm sorry, like Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowing. These are like, you try to find things that you can nitpick about. Both these guys are like the dog type of dudes that you're like, okay, these guys can play. Like these guys can go and fill a niche, and they can, I think, plug in and not be. Yeah, they're smart dudes. Like they're high. Like they're good. Like you said, Cowing and Pearsall might be 2 of the top 4 route runners in the entire draft. Right. So it's like this idea that you and the separation that Kyle loves and prioritizes. So now you go get BA, you got Pearsall, you've got Cowing, you've got Debo, you've got Jennings. I'm just going to say it. I think Debo's gone. I think Debo's gone. And I think that they're going to do
I think he should be. I mean, especially for the price tag and also with the targets and how he played in the Super Bowl. It's just clear that what Brock Purdy can do is going to start being hindered by what Debo can't do. And that's get open in short area quickness and run polished routes. I feel like Kyle feels as though that he has a quarterback that can get the ball to any spot on the field that he needs to, especially in the intermediate, in the middle of the field. And he's going to start prioritizing that. Now, I agree with Marco when he highlights the fact that the philosophy of the offense is definitely going to change. There's no more going to be like crack tosses where you're looking for Debo or somebody on the edge to be holding down an end or on wide zone, like that's over. They're really going to be kind of like, I feel like this is going to be more of a pitch and catch spread out. Brock Purdy is more of a point guard situation. He's changing angles, moving the pocket, getting the ball out, playing with tempo finally. And if you have bigger, stronger backs, when you play with tempo and you got a quarterback that can get the ball out quick to receivers who can dice you up and get open, then your run game becomes a little bit more malleable, right? Now you can start running your dives, right? You can start getting down with your counters. And then inside zone starts looking a lot better when you're running it out of 4 wide, 5 wide, right? So we'll see.
Can we say this, though, real quick? Danny Gray, it was nice knowing you. We hardly knew you.
And I meant 5 wide by actually Brock running the ball as well. That's something that he's been mentioning over the summer. Like that he wants to start, kind of getting into like the running element of the offense. So
the Seahawks took Nehemiah Pritchard, cornerback from Auburn, legit 4.3 speed. Ravens did take TJ Tampa 1 shot. Jay Garza says Kyle didn't sleep in, unfortunately. Running back, thumbs down. Okay. Jamal says, personally, I see more Tevin Coleman than Mostert from Garendo, and that's not a bad thing either. Okay, that's fair. He's faster. Trotter, yeah, that was before. You were hoping it was Trotter. Sorry, bud. Jay says, with this pick, Debo gone after June 1st. Yeah, we were just kind of discussing it. Jennings, man. Why? Why is Jennings around if you just went and picked up 2 guys that can play in the slot? That's really strange to me. Dazza says, so is Pooney replacing McKivitz? And what happens if Trent goes down for significant time? I think Pooney is more of a guard in the NFL, but he is versatile. I don't know what's going to happen here. And yeah, if you lose your best left tackle, who's one of the best in the game, I don't know what you do in a lot of situations. And then iBlack says, what happened to Ronnie Bell? He's still on this team. He's going to be given another chance. He's only going into year 2. Danny Gray, I don't think is going to be around.
And I like Ronnie Bell, but he's a 7th round pick. I remember last year, like, hey, I'd like to see Ronnie Bell. He had 3 touchdowns last year. And people say, well, that's unlimited amount of snaps. He had some drops. He had a couple of different things, right? But for a guy that came in late in the 7th round, honestly, and if he doesn't make the team, I wouldn't be surprised by that either, right? Like it's the receiver room is crowded right now. So if Debo were out though, and you're looking at BA, Pearsall, Cowing, Jennings, and Ronnie Bell, I mean, I'm not sure about that. So yeah, we'll see this is going to be interesting going forward. And like Marco said, you said, Marco had animated about this a couple of days ago, that there were a lot of people in the 49ers that are open, right? Like that Jennings is not signed and that he is eligible to be traded. So, and after the playoff run he gave and what he showed in the Super Bowl, I guarantee his stock is never going to be higher than it is right now. And how many targets are you going to give him now with these guys in there?
I want to say this too, and Chris is saying y'all sleeping on Cowing and Purcell. Niners offense about to be a video game. No, we're not. We're trying to figure out how do we get them touches, right? How do we get them touches?
Yeah,
right.
I thought we were just talking about positives. I didn't hear anything.
That's what I thought too. That's what I'm saying. He might be talking to people in the chat, but I just want to say overall, like the question now becomes, how do we get these guys touches, right? Like this is really what we're trying to figure out. Touches. That's the hard part right now. And so that's why we're saying, hey, what do we do with Jennings? What happens with Debo? It does seem like Debo is, probably not going anywhere. Although who knows after June 1st, I guess. But I don't know. And Jennings, I know the tender was out there. Did he sign his tender? Kid Tricksta? I know that the tender's there, but I don't know that he signed it. I could be mistaken. I don't remember hearing that he signed it, but he very well could have. So I don't know. We'll see. Jaheim Bell is still on the board. Vlad, he is.
But they only have 2 picks. That's in the late 6th, late 7th. So it's like, who do you go get now? Yeah. You know what I mean? Like it's
like you said, they may move somebody to get into the 5th round again.
Dazza says, so which one of these receivers is blocking Chris Jones? That's pretty funny. Jay says pick up a fifth by trading JJ or EM or both. Yeah, yes. Elijah Mitchell is now expendable. JJ is now expendable. Love them both, but you got to figure out how to get these new players on the field. I agree. I think they're both expendable, and maybe you do get 2 5th-round picks out of it. We'll see. We'll see. I forgot about Elijah Mitchell as far as being expendable. Yeah, he's on that list as well. He's on that list.
He was a player I said on Grand Shows I would trade him. I would definitely move him now to go get a player in the 5th, 6th, 7th. Like he's not going to get playing. If you have Garendo on your team, what's the point of if giving Mitchell touches? You have Jordan Mason on your team. Like Mitchell has no value on this team anymore, and that's where they should truthfully look to move him now.
Okay, so Jennings signed the tender, which also, by the way, makes him tradable because now he's under contract. So there you go. Now he can actually be traded without having to worry about a tender being signed. So there you go. There you go. So yeah, I mean, now, like I said, now it's about getting these guys touches. So somebody's got to go. Somebody's got to go, and Danny Gray wasn't getting touches anyways, so him going doesn't really help, right? Gold Tao says what these wide receivers
Debo, bro.
Stopping the run.
It's Debo. It's time, man. Like, how do you guys feel about it? Like, are you guys ready to move off of Debo?
I've been ready to move off of Debo, but dude,
thank you.
It had to have happened in this draft, for my opinion.
I'll be trying to come in balanced, you know what I'm saying, without leading the witness. But I definitely am. I'm been ready to move on. It's time.
My thing with Debo is I just like the Armstead situation, right? Mm-hmm. You're seemingly in the final year, and I've been on record saying I don't believe the 49ers are going to win a Super Bowl this year. So for me, I would get rid of these guys. But the 49ers seem to be wanting to maximize this window, and I don't have an issue with it. But this is the final year of the window with these guys. So when you got rid of Armstead the way that they did, you got nothing for him. Getting rid of Debo post June 1st to get something in the future, if it's not for another player, does two things. It hampers your cap next year for a player that's not on your team, much like you've already done with Armstead. And it doesn't help you win this year because you're not getting anything in return this year. So to me, it's like, what are you? Are you in or are you out? And if you're in, Debo has to stay a part of this team unless you were trading him for a draft pick that could potentially help you this year. Cutting him June 1st, that would make zero sense to me. So I don't know. I don't think Debo's going anywhere personally. Jennings is the guy that I'm eyeing, but we'll see.
Can I make an interesting comparison to another Bay Area team? The Niners are just like the Warriors. They're halfway. They're trying to do a two-way timeline with the receiving core right now in their offense. Mm-hmm. They want to have some receivers that can replace Debo and guys when they may lose. Same thing with their corners. They drafted Renardo Green to eventually replace one of them. But it's like you could have gotten a lot, in my opinion, a lot better in the first round and taken a receiver in the second, or taking an offensive lineman a little bit earlier with higher upside. They got guys that could play now, but what are their upside? Is there potential for those guys to become all pro players as prospects or Pro Bowl player prospect? In my opinion, no. But I'm not gonna put a cap on them where they can't. But just from what I've seen on film, they can't. So like they're in a 2 year kind of like what the Warriors were doing in their process, and I think that is a mistake.
You know what it is? What you're looking at is you're looking at money transcending competition. That's what you're looking at. You're looking at, and that's what's happening with the Warriors, where they know that in order for them to truly get better, they have to follow the tenets of what got them there in the first place. And that's going whole hog into development, putting all of your eggs in one basket and making sure the guys that you draft have all of the support around them and they get the maturation process that they deserve. But what the Niners are doing is that they're serving two masters. They're holding on to their window, but they don't like to admit that they love the sunshine that comes through those pains, which is the wins, the NFC championship games, the Super Bowl appearances, being able to be looked at as one of the best teams in the league. But at the same time, they do also understand that they are going to have to take a step back for them to get back to a new window. So they're trying to almost like triage they're kind of like trying to triage their dynasty or their window where they know that they have ultimate engagement, ultimate money, ultimate eyes on them, and they have all of the equity built in these superstar players, but they're trying to usher them out and bring in new players, but they can't bring in new players because what they're bringing in are patches, band-aids, upgrades. They're not bringing in true seeds that can be forecasted into a Brandon Ayuk or a Deebo Samuel or a George Kittle. They're basically getting players to facilitate what they already have, not push them forward to a new regime or a new dynasty. So
I think it's a great point.
Real quick, Mula Family says, I think Purcell is starting and Jennings will move to tight end too. Jennings is way too small to play tight end. He'd have to put on about 20 pounds. He's way too thin to play tight end for sure. Jay Garza says, Sacktown Sports reported on the 20th. Yeah, I just must have missed it. It sounds like it happened a while ago. Thank you guys for letting me know. But like I said, all that does is make him a tradable asset now because he's signed. Right. So that's good. That's actually good if they are planning on trading him. And I love Jennings. I'm not advocating for getting rid of him, but like at what point you just drafted 2 more receivers? Like,
it's about roster construction. It's about maximizing what you're doing with your salary cap, but like looking going forward. And it's striking while the iron is hot. And the 49ers have traditionally been a little skittish. They get sticker shot. They're like, yeah, they've been a 49er and we want more. And it's like, and then all of a sudden you wait. And then you're at a spot where you got to make a roster decision. The value is kind of tanked because you hedged. And then I just feel like Marco was saying, if somebody were to say, what's a fair offer for Juwan Jennings? They put a 2nd-round tender on him. That was just so they could get him in the door. They knew nobody would give that, right? So if somebody honestly offered, like Marco, what do you think would be like an offer that would be given that you think that would be reasonable to take for him?
For Juwan Jennings, I don't think, me personally, I don't think both of these. I don't think both of the receivers we drafted this draft are better receivers and all-around receivers than Jennings, what Jennings provides for the Niners.
Right.
And so in terms of, because Kyle really likes to run the ball with the bigger dude in there to block and create stuff. So that's where I'm like, okay, well, Jennings he's the odd man out. Him and Deebo are the odd man out. Go more passing and go that next level to your offense. Now, the thing is, though, and I mentioned in the chat earlier, what this may do, though, is if you're spreading teams out with Brock Purdy, we may see a regression with Brock Purdy. And what I mean by that is it's bound to happen, right? You're going to be throwing the ball a little bit more. You're going to have more turnovers. This is going to happen. So we should be ready for it, because at Iowa State, when they would spread the ball around, it wasn't as efficient. Kyle's offense is so efficient because he runs the ball so often, because he's creating these crazy window level throws, versus if we spread the ball around, spread it out, and we're actually going pass heavy, teams are going to be able to look at that and actually adjust, where they're not going to have their linebackers coming downhill as often. And then now all that allows is Kyle to start feeding Christian McCaffrey the ball. And now your offense is essentially too hard to stop, to be honest with you. And we have had an offense that's hard to stop. I think it's unstoppable if you go more pass heavy.
Oh, did you guys see the Detroit? You guys talked about this when I was gone. The Detroit Lions in their war room. Every single person in the war room is wearing a Brock Wright jersey, which seems to be kind of like. And this is the thing. I actually think it's kind of funny. I also think that Dan Campbell is just like, okay. I mean, I get like, yeah, bro, that's awesome, dude. That's hilarious. You got to. I mean, it is funny. But it's like, yeah, the Detroit like lulls. Like for Dan Campbell is just he's a good dude, but God, dude, like
I know you don't like him, bro. You pounced on me for Dan Campbell love, bro.
Did I?
Yo, that's the first time you and I rubbed shoulders on Twitter. I was like, dude, I love what he said right here. You're like, what the hell are you talking about?
Is it not a Dan Campbell jersey?
Yeah, people are saying it's a Dan Campbell jersey. I don't
think
know.
it's an 89 jersey.
It's an 89. It's Brock Wright as well, though. Like they're all
Well, that-
wearing
I
it.
think
Okay,
it's a Dan
but he
Campbell
might have
jersey,
wore
though.
89. Yeah.
For
He might
who?
have. I think he wore
89.
Campbell.
Dan Campbell wore 89 for the Lions.
Yeah. There's one
So
there's
it's
one
Campbell
point that I
jersey.
wanted to make.
Why would they be doing
with,
that?
There's one point that I wanted to make with what Marco was talking about with the changing of the offense and a possible regression of Brock Purdy is that one thing that frustrates me about Kyle is that his character is wrapped in how he goes about his business with play sequencing and how he designs that offense. If you spread the ball out, that offensive line is going to be vulnerable. All right. Now we're looking at more one-on-one matchups. And I feel like people don't look at the fact that the tenets of this offense is the fact that the offensive line plays together as a unit. There's a reason why we do not pass the ball as much as we can, because this offensive line, as far as like the athlete that we get, the type of lineman that we produce, this offensive line is not made for a drop back passing game. They're not. And if you get into that, if you start dabbling into that, that's the thing about the NFL. You can't serve two masters. Either you do something or you don't. And when you try to start dabbling in two different philosophies, that's when teams start brute forcing and completely embarrassing your team. So what are we going to be, and what's going to be the modus operandi for our offensive line coming into camp, right? Are we going to be a zone offensive line, right? Are we going to be outside zone where 18 and 19 is what we do? Or are we going to be gap scheme? Are we going to be duo? And as far as the passing game is concerned, if we do predicate ourselves on inside and outside zone, then we got to have us a mean play action game. We got to be able to move the pocket. And that doesn't lend itself to having 3 to 4 receivers on the field at a time. And it can really put a lot of strain on the offensive line. And when we start seeing protection issues with Brock, that's what made me start thinking about that when Marco had mentioned that we may see a slight regression in Brock because a lot of the load is going to be really on him.
Mm-hmm.
Van Pran just went to the Bills. Cam Hart went to the Chargers.
Nice. Those are solid picks.
Mm-hmm.
But doing that is also right, Coach. Like you have to put this mindset too. Is do we know if we want to pay Brock $50+ million? This is the opportunity. Hey, you have all the weapons in the world. Let's put the ball in your hands every play, like they do with Mahomes, Josh Allen, and other teams, to see if we should pay you $50 million.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at. So it's one of those ones where it's hard to see, because you're taking a lot of these guys and they're not gonna see the field, but then you're preaching to the choir that we're in win now mode. Are you in win now mode? Because if you're in win now mode, you're probably taking a top player in the first, not a receiver, because you have receivers that could play. Yeah. So in second round, you're probably going. I didn't mind the pick in the second, or third, but it's because you're getting players who are in win now position. They could both play now. So that's where I'm a little confused. Definitely interested to see what the Niners do. There are some quarterbacks on the board I would not mind trading up for if you're thinking about a quarterback. Spencer Rattler still there. Michael Pratt's still there. Some guys who could be a backup. I don't think the Niners have a backup that could win them a couple of games if Brock happened to miss a game or two.
Mm-hmm. I don't think the Niners have really answered any questions on the interior defensive line, and they have not even touched tight end. Are we really going back to Cam Latu and what's Buddy's name? I forgot his name. Willis.
Yeah, Willis. Yeah,
Braden Willis. You know, that's one of the big. I mean, if I'm George, honestly, I give George a lot of crap. I do, but they've been trying to get him a legit tight end too ever since he's been here, and they have failed at doing it. There has really been no viable tight end outside of George Kittle in our room. And to be quite honest, he's played so well that he's almost made us forget that fact, that there's really nobody after him, right? Charlie Warner was a guy that really kind of like good blocker. That's about it. You know what I'm saying? Ross Dwelly, great hands, mediocre blocker, not used enough, not really trusted.
Anthony Gold just went to the Colts.
I just wanted to say that because that is redemption, because there was a discussion, the argument between Gold and Cowing, and they ended up going like almost right next to each other. It was pretty funny.
Yep. I'm a big Anthony Gold guy. I liked him more than Cowing, but I like Cowing's fine. Cowing is fine. It's not like, we're splitting hairs. You're talking about two guys that are very similar as far as stature goes and what they bring to the 49ers.
Still out there? Did he get picked up yet? The receiver from Virginia?
I think he's still out there, isn't he?
Malik Washington.
Oh yeah, he's still there. He's still there.
That's kind of crazy.
And if
you wanted a true slot, so wait, let's talk about that real quick. If you wanted a true slot, the best true slot.
Hold on. Before we get there, hold on. Before we get there, can I just bust through these super chats real quick?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Do you guys expect a significant overhaul in the Kyle Shanahan offense with these additions? I think we've been talking about that. Hopefully, we answered that question. That's why I had it up on the board here. Eric says, "Are you noticing a difference without Peters?" Ooh, that's a really good question.
A huge difference without Adam Peters.
I don't know that I am. I don't know that I am. Where? Yeah. Tell me. I'm curious.
What is that? What's the difference?
We haven't touched D-line. Okay, we're not prioritizing it at all. All right, we haven't touched tight end. We're not really prioritizing the line of scrimmage, in my opinion. Like we went out and got the tackle who's really a guard. But we haven't touched our line of scrimmage. I don't think what we did in the offseason necessarily answered that question. With losing Javon Kinlaw and losing Eric Armstead, I don't think that bringing in the guy from the Browns, Jordan Elliott, I believe, and the trade that we got from the Texans is like, I don't think that's like a 1-for-1 like add-on. I don't think that's a lateral move. I think we got worse at the position, not considering the fact that our D line is supposed to be like the tip of the spear. It's what we do. As far as like our defensive line right now, it's kind of like by committee. It's really nobody. We don't really have anybody stout there. And as far as being a presence is concerned, we don't really have a true shade. I mean, is Jordan Elliott really going to be it all season? Like, we need somebody else in there to be a run stopper with our defensive line. And then we really are, is Matus and Leonard Floyd it opposite Nick Bosa? Like, I would have thought that they would have gave us some juice with another edge. So I'm seeing running backs, 2 receivers being picked, corners and safeties. I like the corner and the safety pick. I think the running back pick was a little too rich. We didn't need it at the time when we got it. And then receiver, I'm glad that we talked about this. Malik Washington is still on the board, and he's every much a slot. He's the slot guy. And then we went and got basically a slot at 31 overall, right? And there's still guys viable who can play the position here in day 3.
Yeah.
So I'm
just to add to what Coach was saying, like without Peters, normally you see the Niners go upside guys in the first couple of rounds and go safe picks in the later rounds. The early rounds, they went safe picks. They didn't go upside guys. They went safe picks. Who can we know are going to be solid players for us? Not necessarily players that could be great for us. And I think that's a little tendency change because the Niners have gone high upside guys in the first couple of rounds usually. That's normally what teams try to do because you're getting the better athlete, not necessarily the better player, but the higher prospect who could become the better player in the NFL. And I think that's something they changed. So that's an interesting move. But David, your guy was Malik Washington.
Oh yeah.
Are you? Yeah. I want to hear because I know you were like one of the bigger Malik Washington fans that I know of. What are your thoughts on it?
I'm see. This is the thing with Cowing that I had. He's 168 pounds. He is the same height as Malik Washington, but Malik Washington is 194. So it's like. And Malik Washington isn't, I don't know exactly what Cowing ran. It's like a 4.3s. Malik Washington was like a 4.47 guy or 4.45 or whatever it was. And what he does over the middle with his hands, contested catches, yards per out run, leading from the slot, yards after the catch, goes through traffic. He's tough as hell. He can do the same kind of stuff. He doesn't have the juice. Complete juice like maybe a Cowing or even Pearsall does, like with an end around kind of stuff, getting the ball right there. But I get that he's 5'8", but so is Jacob Cowing. right? And to me, that's what I was talking to my guy on Twitter who was a big Cowing fan versus Gould, is that, boy, that 168-pound frame, I know Marco had talked about now with passing rules the way they are, you're not necessarily going to be taking the big hits, but that's true. But for 168, I mean, that is small, right? Like, and like Emmanuel Forbes, I was high on him last year and he's a corner, but the difference between that is like, yeah, you're laying a hit, but you're not taking a hit. And you're not every time you touch the ball taking a hit. And so Cowing at the end of the fourth, I get at the juice. I would have rather rolled the dice with somebody like Washington if you are truly looking for a slot guy. So that being said, I also know that it's different strokes for different folks, like you said, Jesse, before, and I can understand what you're seeing with him. I also think Cowing can be a guy in the return game. But yeah, I'm a little bit...
and he could, but I want to get, because you're talking about Washington.
Yeah.
Black says, can Cowing be a punt return, kick return? Yes, he was a punt returner. But again, this is why I loved Anthony Gould so much. Him and Cowing, like measurable wise, are almost identical. Height, weight, speed, all of it. The difference is I think Gould's a much better athlete. He had a 40-inch vert. He plays big. He actually played as an outside receiver, even though he projects to be a slot. And he's an all-American punt returner. Okay. And that is one thing. And somebody just tweeted this out about, Anthony Gould. Dane Brugler's 24th ranked wide receiver, 5th round grade. This feels like a new kickoffs rules pick to me. It was picked by the Colts from Brugler. All-American punt returner, led the FBS with 18.3 yards per return in 2022, including a pair of touchdowns. That's why I liked Gould, because he'd come in right away, make an impact in the punt return game, and he could potentially be your future slot. And like I said, he plays bigger than Cowing, in my opinion. However, that being said, I think Cowing, I think Malik, and I think Gould are all relatively close, and you're picking guys that you prefer. You prefer Washington. I prefer Gould. Some people prefer Cowing. We'll see.
And I'm going to double up with what Jesse's saying. I was a bigger Gould fan than Washington fan and Cowing, and it's because of the route running ability. And man, his situation at Oregon State was terrible. Like, they threw the ball, but he had no quarter. The year I covered Stanford, he should have had 3 touchdowns, almost 200 yards. Like, he was deep almost every play. And his return ability at the East-West Shrine Bowl game, return to punt. Like, when you're doing it against some of the best players on the field, it's an all-star game and you're returning a punt, you have the return ability. Like, that's something he has. So that's an interesting way to go. When there's a lot of parallels, right? We've had guys where similar players go right after the Niners pick or right before the Niners pick. It's going to be nice to compare those players in the future in terms of how good the Niners were when they drafted.
Well, here's my thing with Cowing that I don't understand. I keep seeing the Deshaun Jackson says they're just like, oh, look at his profile. Well, okay, Deshaun Jackson coming into the draft, 5'9 3/4, 169. Jacob Cowing, 5'8 1/3, 168. Okay. 40 times are pretty much identical. 10-yard splits are pretty much identical. You know what's not identical? Deshaun Jackson's an outside receiver. Jacob Cowing has played like 80% of his snaps in the slot. But in the NFL, it was the mere opposite, right? That Deshaun Jackson played 80+% of his snaps outside. And so to me, that it also saves your body, because you're going outside. You're not taking the hits that you're going to be doing over the middle as much frequently at the line of scrimmage. Also, 3-cone. Jacob Cowing, for a guy of his size, he actually really bad 3-cone drill. Like, it's 7+ seconds. Like, so I'm not saying that sometimes testing doesn't. I don't necessarily see. I think a guy's a good route runner. I don't know. Like, is he as good in the phone booth? I think that I actually think that when I watched Pearsall, I saw him with like in and out of cuts a lot quicker, a lot smoother than a guy like Cowing, and that's just me. But that's probably why Cowing's the guy, along with the size, that slip a little bit more. But I tell you, the frame does have me concerned. I'm not going to lie. 168 pounds is. They say Tank Dell. Well, Tank Dell also had and I know they had both Cowing and Dell had great production in college. Great production, right? Tank Dell still hasn't made it through a season.
Who compared him to Tank Dell?
No, the Cowing and Dell in stature. You see it all. It's all over the TL.
Man,
go Tank, right now.
No, bro. Tank. No. Listen, man. Tank Dell was one of the most electric players with the ball. He was so elusive in college. He is not compared to watch the tape.
Cowing's not. I mean, I'm not saying, but you're saying Cowing isn't electric
not on
with
the level
ball?
of Tank Dell. Not on Tank Dell's level in college. Man, Tank Dell you had.
I didn't say that he was, but you say that he's not. Cowing's not electric with the ball in his hand.
No, he's electric, but
we're
not on the Tank Dell level. He's not on the Tank Dell level of electric with the ball.
Yeah, Cowing is awesome.
I'm not saying Cowing's not electric with the ball. He's not on Tank Dell's level as a prospect when he had the ball in his hands.
And I believe that, and that's why I have reservations about Cowing, saying that he's going to be this guy just because of his body frame. I don't discount the fact that he could be electric with the ball, but like you said, just because a guy has the same body weight doesn't mean he's the same player. 168, man, like where are the other players that stick in the NFL? Where?
You don't
unless
they're bigger.
Deshaun Jackson. That's it. So when people say that, like, guys, that's an outlier. And then Devontae Smith, right? But guess what? Devontae Smith's like 190. Isn't he like 194?
Well, hold on. We got to look at this too. Deshaun Jackson didn't come out as a senior either.
No,
he didn't come out with the full. So he really didn't have his body like yet until he came into the league. I feel like as far as like Cowing, this is pretty much this. He's another low ceiling guy in my opinion. Like, and if you get what you get from him.
To go to what coach is saying too, like he also came out running a 4.35 with actual like film speed. Like his speed on film translates. Like that has to play a factor in it too in terms of coming out early, right?
Yep. And the Bears just gave up a future fourth and this year's fifth to move up for Austin Booker. So there's your guy, Austin Booker, to the Bears.
Good pick.
Interesting. I Black. Yeah, we got that one. Gregorius Greg became a member. Appreciate you, Gregorius Greg. Dazza says, at coach, passing more is great, but I agree. We haven't significantly upgraded the offensive line. Okay.
I just want to know if we're going to be ready for it. I mean, to be fair, Putin, Dominic is he's a much better pass blocker than he is a run blocker. So he's very quick. He just has a problem anchoring down on bigger defenders. He does have shorter arms. He has strong hands, but he disengages quick, but he relocates well. He takes good angles in pass protection. I mean, I really like him as a pass protector. I mean, and as far as motor is concerned, like he's got like the same, his first snap looks exactly like his last snap. He plays hard. He's a hard player. It's just that it's more of a guy where it's like, if he didn't play hard, he would look bad. He would get manhandled down there. It's one of those type deals where it's like, if Pearsall wasn't a go hard energy guy, right? And he just played when he wanted to, he wouldn't translate on film, right? What works about these guys is their approach to the game is that they're like balls to the walls. They know their skill set and they use it 100% of the time that they're on the field, right? Cowing is the same way. He's too small not to be moving as fast and as electric as that he needs to be on the field. So with our corners, they're super aggressive. Like these guys play downhill. So I'm seeing a trend with everybody that we're picking up. These guys all are pretty much concrete in their skill sets already. They already know who they are as football players. There's nobody that we're getting where you're saying to yourself, okay, well, once he gets in our system, he may look different. You know, we may be able to get that skill set out of him, right? We're getting a lot of guys that are pretty much plug and play, ready made. I haven't seen one player that we've drafted yet where we're saying, okay, well, good. He'll sit for a while. We see the skill set. We see how he can grow. And then, you know, once he gets on the field, he'll be ready to really take off and be a guy that's not only worth the pick, but possibly he'll be a second contract candidate. Right about now, we're seeing guys that basically fit the window that are going to be able to keep us in a position to say we're going after a Super Bowl. And I don't see a lot of growth.
Yeah. I think that's the blend though of like we've been waiting. I think it's a mix, but I think that this team sometimes has painfully said we're gonna redshirt. That's a good problem to have. I I'm a little bit. I'm kind of excited that you're going to get some new blood in here and get a young team. This is an old roster, and they get older players are coming out 5th-year players, but they're still younger than most of the guys that have made the Niners. So snap adjusted for the it's not like the whole roster, but the guys who actually get the most playing time. This is people didn't seem to understand this a couple months ago. Like you could say, well, our roster is really young, yeah, but those guys don't see the field. So my question is like now I want to see an injection of youth. I want to see an injection of young athleticism on this team. I'm tired of seeing we got to get some juice. And so, yeah, is Ricky Pearsall and Renardo Green and Dominic Pooney are all 5th and 6th-year players, right? Mustafa, is he another one of those guys? Was he a 5th year? I
don't know if Mustafa was or not.
I thought he was a senior.
Yeah, I think Gorendo's
Malik Mustafa was a junior.
Okay, he came out early. Okay. So bottom line though is, yeah, I hear you, man, coach. Like, I think that is a good observation, and I'm ready to actually draft some guys that can actually do a little bit more plug and play than just sit on the bench.
Gizmo Maltese says Debo scares defenses. He draws doubles. He's a weapon. I like Ayuk, but he's not worth $28 million. He did nothing in the playoffs except for, I don't know, get us to the Super Bowl with
that's right.
Yeah. And or Super Bowl, and Puka dominated the Lions. What did Debo do in the Super Bowl?
Oh, I know what he did. Can I answer this one?
Yeah, go ahead.
He got clamped all game in the Super Bowl, if we're being honest.
And I like Debo. Listen, Gizmo, I appreciate the difference of opinion. I don't think statistically Ayuk did put up great numbers, but neither did Debo. And I would say that catch, we were at the game, David and I were right next to each other. That was the momentum changer. That building or that stadium went nuts. From that point on, it was a wrap for the Lions. You could feel the momentum shift at that catch.
It was probably biased aside as a Niners fan, easily there. And somehow I think Ayuk had talked about this, how even on ESPN SportsCenter, it was like play number 2 somehow. Like that's probably the play of the year in the NFL. It's probably one of the greatest plays in NFL playoff history. Okay. Easily to me, one of the best in 49ers playoff history. You get the catch and things like that. But aside from just that one catch, we box score scout with Debo a lot too. If Ayuk is asked to do more, his average depth of target is double what Debo's is. It's like, so when Debo goes into the NFC Championship game and averages like 10.9 yards a catch, right? It's like, okay, here, we're going to put Debo on a mismatch against a linebacker or something and he's an outlet safety valve, right? When the pocket breaks down. That's great, but that's not something that Ayuk's asked to be doing. So if Ayuk was in the situation where he's asked to be that dude, yeah, he's going to get all those targets. His yards per catch are going to go down. But then Debo looks like, look at that production. But like as Marco said and Coach said, he got strapped and clamped. And when you put him in a position where he has to be a receiver, he didn't do it, right? He does thrive with the ball in his hands, but that's Kyle, right? And then it's the beast mentality. But if you're asking him to go, free himself on an island, it's not going to happen. And when he goes, when he lines up outside, he doesn't get any separation. So it's just like, is Debo a receiver? No, he's a line of scrimmage dude. He's a gadget dude.
Hell of a weapon, though. Hell of a weapon, man. No, he is a difference. He's a difference maker. We agree there. We agree there. Yes, he's
a beast. But it's like, are you going to pay him $20-odd million?
28.
Yeah. And to me, like BA, it's like the reason we're even talking about BA's money and debating it is because Debo made this type of money. That's the only reason. And if they wouldn't have given that contract, if they would have just not been nervous, taken the deal from the Jets, they throw back an extra late third to get number 10, which probably could have happened, right? I think that's what Joe Douglas had said. We would have done it, but they weren't willing to throw in a 3rd round pick. Of which, what do you think they used that 3rd round pick on? TDP.
Running back.
Okay, so I just want to walk you through that for a second. Okay, so and again, it's hindsight is 2020, but that's why we're debating the money for Ayuk. Because guess what? Every other fan base out there thinks BA is awesome. Like there's a minority of other fan bases where like somebody in their fan base will go on their other Twitter, they're like, "Oh, this guy's not that good," and their whole fan base is like, "Dude, what are you watching?"
Yeah.
But in 49ers Twitter, we're like, "Well, I don't think he's worth it," and I get it. $30 million for a receiver is a lot. And I probably
No, you're right, because when you're looking at everything you're paying Brandon Ayuk, it's because of Debo that everyone's like, oh, it's too much money. We can't have 2 high-paid receivers. Well, you're not having 2 high-paid receivers. You're having a high-paid receiver in Brandon Ayuk and a high-level paid player because a weapon. Like he's not he's not a true receiver. And that's my biggest thing was when he was asking for that trade. I was like, I would personally trade him right now. And people got upset because they were like, you can't trade a great receiver. I'm like, he's not a great receiver. He's a great weapon. His route running ability isn't great. Doesn't create separation like that. He's winning over the middle against zone. That's where he was cooking. So when everything was happening, I was like, you can't do that. You got to pay the receivers. And the reason why we're talking about it is because of Debo's contract. Unfortunately, they're just interesting. But I would pay BA. I'm not letting him leave.
Yeah.
I always said he was never leaving, but
just to finish this off, because I agree 100% with everything that has just been said, is that for me, it's not even the skill set. It's the approach to the skill set that bothers me with Debo, where he's not worth the money. All right. What bothers me is that Debo is not an impact on this team without the ball in his hands. All right. There is nothing that Debo does without the ball in his hands that is done on an elite level. All right. Debo does not move well in space. Debo is not even a good decoy when he needs to be. Debo doesn't block with conviction. Debo doesn't finish blocks downfield with conviction on a regular basis. Debo does not run hard on routes when he is not getting the ball. And it's clear he is not getting the ball. My problem with Debo is that he has the C on his chest. You put yourself as the first person to walk out week in and week out in front of the team, and you give the most mediocre effort when you feel like the camera is not on you. And the problem is that the camera is on you at all times. That is my issue with Debo, is that he is hurting the culture of this team. All right. And Kyle cannot see the forest through the trees with a weapon like Debo in his toolbox when he has to be responsible to the maturation of other players on this team and utilize people the right way, where Debo being on this team is the reason why we don't get to see more of a utilized run game, where we get to see more of Jordan Mason. All right. Debo is the reason why George Kittle is not utilized throughout the season on a regular clip consistency, because we always have to make sure that whatever team we face, if Debo can get us a one-hitter quitter, if we can get 1 to 2 great plays out of Debo, which are going to take about 6 to 7 reps, all right, of him dropping the ball, of him missing an assignment, of him loafing on the field, all right, those are the things that we have to put up with a guy who is making $28 million a year. And then on the way to getting that money, unfollows the team, doesn't do well with media. It's childish, not media trained. It is an issue. And it's time for him to move on. That's just what it is. So it's just
everything
time.
You said about this guy next to me, man, it's right, man. This guy, he's killing it, man. He's cooking right now because everything he's saying is a fact. Like it's true. It's wow. Like keep going, coach. Keep going. Keep killing it.
Yeah, it's just time, and it's not the fact that you don't like him personally, but it's the fact that he's shown you who he is through the character and his approach to the game. I'm sick of it. I'm tired of the petulant answers. No eye contact when you're asked to be held accountable for situations during the game. You got the reps during the Super Bowl, Debo. You didn't do anything with them. And then you have a nerve to be petulant on social media, going back and forth at anybody who would challenge the team. You were the main person that talks about you had a bad season. You admitted that throughout the season. You come in out of shape, unmotivated, and then have the nerve to tell us that I sent pictures of my body to Kyle through the offseason. It's time, bro. I have run out of excuses for him being a leader, because he's not. He's not a leader. He's not worth the money that we're giving him. It's time to move on for him. And then you have guys where we have guys that are so good, that are such good professionals and teammates, that Brandon Ayuk will not tell you that I am more of a professional than Debo Samuel.
But Brandon,
he won't say that. But he knows that is true.
And we know, look, there's not something, these guys have to PR the hell out of they can't say what Marco's smiling because I know why. And coach, you just like, honestly,
no, I'm laughing at the chat because everyone said I was pointing this way.
Oh yeah, you were pointing the other way. But you're right about that. BA knows that there's things that Debo has been able to get away with that has been kind of like, it had been on the radar when they were looking to trade him in 2022. There were those legit concerns. Are you going to come in out of shape? Do you think, are you comfortable being like, you got all pro and you think you've made it, right? I'm riding that, I'm getting that contract, I'm moving. BA is a guy who shows on the field, off the field, but to his teammates what work ethic looks like, what training in the offseason looks like, what working on your craft looks like, improving each and every year looks like. And BA is a guy that you want to look at. It's like, I build around that. When I watch the NFC Championship game, it's not just a circus sketch. And I think it's what people do without the ball in their hands. And BA is one of those, like you just mentioned that, right? You're not ever seeing BA take a playoff. You're not ever seeing him do so down the field. But who has been better than BA about paralleling down the field, like blocking downfield for their guys than I.
Every big Debo play doesn't happen without BA down the field. Go watch every Debo highlight, and who's there?
BA, right?
BA's helping make that play happen with a big block down the field.
Yeah. You guys another thing about Debo being hurt is that you do not get hurt when you are trying to get in shape during the season. That doesn't happen. All right. And you also don't get hurt when you overtrain because your body is not used to being in shape. So by the time you get into the season, you are susceptible to getting hurt often. Like, dude, come on, man. Yo, I'm true to this, not new to this. You can't tell me that these injuries don't happen because your ass don't stay consistently in shape. That's the way it works. Trent Williams gets his regular injuries in the beginning of the season. Why? Because he spends the offseason not getting in shape. Then he spends camp to get in shape. He gets overtrained. We get 3 to 4 games into the season. Then his body gives out because he needs a break. Then he's good for the rest of the season. It happens like clockwork every year. So when you don't train regularly, your body is going to give up on you at some point because you have to recover. But if you spend the season to get in shape, you're going to need time to recover. And you're never going to get the time to recover, so you're going to get injured. It happens to Debo every year. That's just what it is, man.
Dude, coach has been preaching, bro. I've some things that I've been even scared to say because if you do this enough on the TL, that people just like.
Well, the thing is though, this is
eviscerate you. No, it's not.
This is not hate.
It's not hate, bro.
True criticism and true analysis.
Like it's objective critique, right? It's speaking honestly, and I think I wish more people would do this because too often and I'm not saying I've never been one to couch what I've said. I'm pretty blunt, but like there's certain things where if you go, you feel like, oh, you're going, this is just, you're just, and then then the dialogue's out. There's no good faith discussion. And so this is why I like this medium more than just being on the TL, because you can have these more long form discussions and then people can actually hear what you're saying, articulate what you're saying, and not just try to put it into X amount of characters. And I think that, look, all lost in this too with Debo is that, like you just said, his usage is so high. And much like CMC, like Debo has so much tread on his tires and in a short amount of time in his career. When is the cliff coming? And the cliff already, you started seeing it in the playoffs. Like you started seeing the production, like it. I'm worried that the juice isn't there. I'm worried that the big injury is going to happen. And like you said, compounded with the fact that he doesn't take his off seasons as seriously. Now he could go on, see this show, and he'd come back, oh, y'all lying. You don't know what I do. Oh, Diana Rossini put me in 5 quotes, but she's lying. Yeah, she just made it all up, right? That's Debo's playbook, man. That is Debo's playbook. And I'd like to see a changing of the guard. I'd like to say, BA, you're our guy. Young players that we got in here, invested on both sides of the ball, you're our guy. We don't need this. And you know, Marco knows, like Debo's rookie year had some influence from some other players who are no longer there, but was able to kind of do his thing. Emmanuel Sanders, right? Yeah. And it's like, but there are other guys on the team. And when BA came to the team, he looks over this, like, wait a minute, I'm in the doghouse, whatever, you know, I'm getting this, but like Debo kind of comes out unscathed. And it kind of comes off as like, well, we know Debo's like that petulant kid. Like he's that kid I'm a teacher, right? Okay, well, you know, I know everybody's a little bit different, and some people take criticism and coaching and teaching a little bit different. Coach, you know, you would know that. But I think there's a line between saying understanding how people take coaching and then also enabling a player to just like transcend what standards that you're setting for the rest of your team. And maybe people say we're making a mountain out of a molehill, but Debo, how old is Debo now? Is it 28 now? 29?
28, yeah.
28. It's like, at what point? Get before the cliff goes. And Marco, I don't know if you knew what you can say, but Niners typically say they wait too long and they get too greedy for the capital. And I'm interested, what did they want? If you're comfortable talking about that, What were they asking for if it was even asked for? What did they wanted a second round pick.
They were initially the first night they were offered a fourth for Debo, and then the most they got offered was a third. I'm like, the third is. I mean, I get it. Like you have value for what your player is. I get it. But man, the way Coach just got done talking about Debo, I don't think we could call him Debo no more. I think we got to go by his government name,
Tyshawn.
Like man, like the way Coach, you got to earn that Debo name back. Like
the way
Coach just,
I'm tired of it.
The way Coach just went on him. Jeez, like.
I'm tired of it, bro. But it's consistent, though.
What Coach just said, man, has been something I've been wanting to get off my chest and say. And Coach came back for a show and just said, you know what? I'm coming back with a vengeance. And came back and let it off his chest. And I respect that. That's something that needed to be said for a while, man. Needed to be said for a while.
I hope people, I'm going to go share this clip and go find this. Coach, I love doing shows with you. I mean, this is, got a great flow, got a great, I mean, and I will say this. I don't think any of us are scared to say things, but I will say this. There's a gatekeeping, almost like a subconscious gatekeeping that people participate in even without knowing it. In like, there's certain topics that you can't talk about with the 49ers, regards to certain players, definitely within the front office and Kyle and John Lynch. But there are certain players in particular. I would say Debo, but I would say the number one is George Kittle. I could go there too, right? Like there are just certain guys that are off limits. Anybody else you can, like, there's a lot of other players like you can critique, you could say BA is actually one of them. BA is a guy that you could just rag for whatever reason, even though he's never petulant. He's never in his feelings. He's never going and doing all this stupid shit. It's like, but BA is like, but you can't talk about it, Debo. You can't blame CMC for fumbling. You can't talk about George Kittle dropping ball. You can never talk about dropping footballs. You can never talk about how he struggles to get open in man as well. You can't do any of that. And
I know what I think it is, quite honestly, is I think BA is self-made. He didn't beg for reps, he demanded them. He didn't ask for a position on the team, he took it.
Yep.
He didn't cuck for a role. He didn't kiss ass. He didn't try to curry favor with Kyle.
Yep.
You know why BA became a member, a real element of this team is because he forced himself to be an element on this team.
Yep.
All right.
Preach.
He didn't come back out of shape. He came back in shape. He came back and galvanized the locker room from OTAs, showing up. He basically became a part of the culture. He has legit, like, who is Debo mentoring on the team? Like, we know Debo is the mentee of Brandon Ayuk. We know that there are many teammates on that team who look at BA and they see the work. They understand the professionalism.
The most important player on the team sees it. Fred Warner.
Yep. Yes. And I'm going to tell you right now, when it comes to offense, especially the way our team is ran, our head coach is our offensive coordinator. So we don't have our checks and balances as a regular team where that stuff is separate. So what happens is that the effort that you get out of most players on our team is juxtaposed with their relationship with Kyle. And it's toxic. All right. And a lot of times people don't realize that BA is one of those guys where he's going to get paid the money that he deserves based on the professionalism that he provides, not where he stands in the pecking order of the social constructs of this locker room. Just because he's not friends with everybody, or just because he doesn't ask for reps, or just because he's not featured in a certain way, doesn't mean that he's going to kowtow when it's time for him to get paid his just due and proper. And I respect him for it, because he's got to put his money where your mouth. You got to put your money where your mouth is when you take a stand like that. And I feel like BA is one of the people that is saying, I've been putting my money where my mouth is. There was a time when I was persona non grata on this team, where I was in the doghouse. And I literally fought my way out and not only made my way back on the field, but I forced you to use me. All right. I feel those tweets when BA says that I hit 1,000 yards and I'm the fourth option on this offense. All right. That comes from somewhere. Okay. This is curated offense. Kyle is sitting around telling people what they're going to get week in and week out and how many reps they're going to get it. And through the chagrin of all of that, BA is still hitting 4 bills. 1,000 yards. So when it's time for him to get paid, I got to be honest. Yeah, there's a part of the team where I love you guys, I want to play with you, but on the 1099 side of the game, on the private contractor side of the game, it's fuck you pay me, dog. You owe me. You owe me, because not only did I become a household name on this shit, but I did it without your support. So you owe me. You didn't kiss my ass like you kissed Debo's ass. You didn't babysit me like you did CMC. I'm not yucking it up with the whole fan base like George. You owe me. You don't give me the reps, and you're not going to gaslight me into telling me that I'm less than what I am just because you don't feature me. You're going to pay me what I'm worth. I understand exactly where BA is coming from.
Coach, I was going to say something right now, man. Like, are you a teacher too?
Yeah.
What do you teach?
I coach. I used to.
Coach no. Coaching is teaching. Absolutely. I didn't know if were you a classroom teacher or anything like that.
No, never.
Okay. I mean, I could tell. I mean, I just want this clip. They should be watching you, brother, because I feel like it's Saturday. I feel like I'm in church. You know, it's like I feel like. I mean, you bring the offering plate to me. I'm just giving you my whole mortgage. I'm just gonna say, there, here, take it, take it, coach. You deserve this. Like, because you're spitting, you're preaching. It's like, I mean, and I think that everything that you're saying here is nuanced. It's not shooting from the hip. It's not like, and it's coming from things that are coming from inside too. Like, people need to wake up, and you need to wake up and realize.
An outlier trying to get inside money. This is a whole different situation. He knows that he deserves to get paid, but he's not on the inside. So it's like, no. I want the deals that you give them because I'm worth it, not because I kissed your ass for it. Yep. So I see what he wants.
No, and I think the interesting thing, Marco Bracca, Fred Warner notices this. There are leadership that notices, and so this is going to sound leading off the field. What do you always say? You mentioned Trent Williams, right? That Trent Williams and Debo aren't necessarily looked at as like the vocal guys behind, but they're always the guy that lead the team out, and they're always the guy that kind of like that are in their vibe or who. And I'm just wondering, like, are there teammates? Is there a situation in the locker room where Kyle is starting to see this, and where they haven't been able to get over the hump, that there might be some outsized personalities that sometimes might impede a team-oriented message of like where this team wants to go and how to get over the hump? I mean, are there leaders, or maybe some of you guys have some? Are there guys in this team that have been waiting to kind of be recognized as leaders who have that leadership ability, but sometimes get snuffed out by by really loud personalities like a George Kittle, like a Debo Samuel?
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree that like the leaders are the leaders. Fred Warner is the leader of this team. Okay, like Trent Williams is going to be a strong voice in this room. Like I believe that the culture is what the culture is, but I do also feel like all of the leaders aren't necessarily coincidentally the people that get the ball all the time. It doesn't work that way. Like, the men choose who leads the team, not the offensive coordinator / head coach on who gets the ball the most. Like, that's not the way it works. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you can put the C on his chest because you really want to, push this edict of how you're going to utilize him. But the facts is that like, you got to be able to like proof and concept. You got to be that man. And I think that's a little bit of one of like the original sins of this team, is that Debo is one of the guys who is propped up to be a leader on this team, but he's just not. He's not a leader. He doesn't move like a leader. He doesn't work like a leader. He doesn't approach the game like a leader. He doesn't play like a leader. Like, so, when you actually have a guy like Brandon Ayuk, where, to be honest, if you look at BA's maturation process, it's really not unique. Like, we've seen this all the time. Good players come in, they have to go through a maturation process. They maybe lock horns with a really strong-headed coach, and they end up meeting minds and pushing forward. Like, this is traditionally how it works. But I just feel like there's like a little bit of a bottleneck in like process of how things should work with BA getting paid, because I feel like they kind of enabled Debo with that contract. I don't think he's worth the money.
Real quick, there is still a draft going on, so I want to make sure I call out the last few picks. And then I got to get through these super chats because these are about 40 minutes old at this point. Great dialogue, though, Coach. Love you. Good job. Okay. Tommy Eichenberg went to the Raiders. Josh Newton guy who I liked a lot, went to the Bengals. Spencer Rattler finally off the board to the Saints. Jalen Carlis went to the Colts. Ainias Smith went to the Eagles. DeAndre Prince, cornerback, went to the Jags. Now, to get to these supers real quick, we saw what Green Bay did with 4 solid receivers. This is going back to when we were talking about the wide receiver draft for the 49ers. GTC Real says Kyle is really stupid, like he's a diabetic in a candy store. I know he isn't, and I know it isn't good for me, but screw it. I'm eating. My goodness. I don't know what that's in reference to, but that's actually really funny.
Running back, probably.
Oh, maybe, yeah. Fish and chips. When does Isaac Correndo kick? God, dude. Space Cadet says, is Michael Mayer and the Raiders 5th enough for Debo? I don't know, man. I would have liked to trade him earlier. Brother Bob says, this morning Jesse said we're not winning a Super Bowl 59. Agree. Yes, I did say that. I don't know. Maybe that's breaking news. It's hard to win a Super Bowl when there's 31 other teams vying. And I think the 49ers last year, that was their best chance. But we'll see. I hope I'm wrong. Joshua says, Eagles just paid both their receivers. Why can't we do it?
Because they're both receivers. They paid both. They have 2 receivers. The Niners are paying BA and Debo.
Yeah. The Eagles also don't have the highest paid linebacker in the league, or one of them. They also don't have a pass rusher. They just, in order to make room, what did they do? They traded their pass rusher who was highly paid. The 49ers have Bosa, who is not just highly paid. He's getting more money than anybody by a wide margin. So they're also not paying a tight end, right? There's a lot of massive contracts on this team that the Eagles aren't accounting for. Now, I know they have the quarterback, but the 49ers are also about to have the quarterback with big money as well. So the 49ers have some massive contracts at other positions that the Eagles don't have. Jason says, are we waiting for Costco to have a sale on O-linemen instead of drafting young players that might be worth starting? More red shirt isn't getting us number 6. And then Eric says, just want to say I'm happy for the growth of the channel. 800 views in round 5 of the draft. When the 49ers don't even have any picks is pretty cool. Well, I also have to say this, Eric. The growth of this channel doesn't happen without all of you watching, and it certainly doesn't happen without great guests like the 3 of these gentlemen here who just carried the show for 45 minutes. I don't think I said but 3 words, so appreciate everybody that's helped this channel get to where it is at. So, Brennan Jackson, Edge, Washington State just went to the Rams, FYI.
Yep.
Here we go. And all of this started off of a conversation of a receiver taken at the end of round 4 and debating who we liked a little bit more. And here we go. We got into the Debo conversation. So it's all very interesting, but we still have the same problem in understanding that Debo is likely going to be on this team, which is fine. Next year is the year that he's probably gone. How do we get these young players touches at this point? I don't know. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
Well, it's really going to be on Brock, to get him the ball. Well,
but Kyle's going to have to get him on the field too.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you this, like, he could spread the ball around.
Eagles just got Jeremiah Trotter. How about that?
That's awesome.
That is awesome, actually. Cool. I actually really like that. That's a good story. Cool. That's a good story.
Okay. How dope is that to be able to say, like,
so the Niners draft, if the Niners draft Brendan Rice in the 6th round, are you going to say the same thing?
No.
They already have 2 receivers. So at this point, I hope they don't go with another one.
No.
Okay, the sentiment, but I'm going to say 3 receivers in one draft.
You went sentimental value on the Trotter pick, but then if it happens with the Niners,
here, that's why.
I'm
Brendan Rice in the 6th would be fine, but not after getting 2 receivers. No thanks.
Hell no, I would have flamed that.
I always get worried about legacy picks because you always do feel like there's a tinge there. There's nepotism, or there's like you said, no, we're being objective. It's like, yeah, but you say you are, but we're all human, right? Like that. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I mean, everybody and their mother's tweeting about it right now and showing pictures and GIFs of his dad. Like it's so him being in the league now, the Eagles is about his dad. It's not about him. And this is the kind of things where it's like, okay, I know that, like we said, Marco, you talked about, if they draft, I don't know.
Another legacy player, Jamari Thrash, just
Thrash
went
is
to the
big.
Browns.
I didn't know. I never put that. I did not put 2 and 2 together. With that.
Marco and I did. Marco and I were doing a draft, and I go, "Is Thrash James Thrash's kid?" And so he looked it up, and yeah, but sure
That's
enough,
great.
he is.
You know what I
Yeah.
love about that though, not knowing that, is that I like the guy just look at these guys who they are on their own and not thinking of. And I'm not saying you guys did, but I think a lot of people when they see that Brendan Rice is Jerry's son, Frank Gore Jr., Luke McCaffrey, even just being it's just let these guys be who they are. And Jamari Thrash, he go to the Browns.
Yeah,
but I'm not shocked.
It's a good pick.
I'm not shocked Brendan Rice is falling this far. You guys asked me
what
my grade
was.
I
I'm not shocked.
Round TikTok grade on him. Like it's
not at all.
You can't be that tight of a hip receiver who doesn't run great routes, doesn't have the deep speed, and that's kind of like your bread and butter. Yep. But for me, to see what you guys are saying, like in terms of everything, for me, I'm just ready for the raw from the 49ers players to stop and just put your head down and go play. Like
yes.
There's too much for me. It's too much. All this raw. Oh, we're great. We're on our comeback. This and that. Like, bro, what's the talking? We haven't won shit. Like, what are we talking about? Like, so for me, that's where I'm kind of confused, and I want the Niners to kind of go in that Brandon Ayuk path, go in that Fred Warner path, where they kind of put their heads down, and Fred Warner's kind of gone a little bit raw on us lately, and like, go put your head down and go play. Like, that's where I've been confused.
Yep.
I thought Coach killed it when he was talking to Debo.
Yep.
I know a lot of people don't want to lose Debo because he's a fan favorite. Man, every year, for example, and every year you draft someone, you're gonna get a fan favorite. Hufanga, nobody thought Hufanga would be a fan favorite. Hufanga, fan favorite, doesn't talk much, just plays. Mm-hmm. You look at Fred, doesn't talk, just plays. Demo, talks, he chirps a lot.
Fred chirps.
One thing I do give Demo is he backs what he's gonna say. He said before the beginning of the year, I'm gonna show you guys a new corner. I'm a different player, right? Debo said the same thing. He didn't back it. Demo came in, went to battle every day. I want BA, the best receiver. BA, line it up. BA line. And what was he doing to other receivers? Locking them up. So for me, that's the stuff that I want to see our team do. You know what? F the talk. Let's go up, line it up, put the pads on, and bring the damn kitchen sink when we're damn playing. Like, that's where I'm trying to be with our team right now. And it's weird because as a fan, I love the Niners and I love when they're winning and we're talking our shit. Like, I love it as a fan. I talk my talk. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, looking from the outside as a team perspective, is if I was in that locker room, I would hate being in that locker room every single day because it's a bunch of dudes just talking and we're not backing it up. We're not winning that Super Bowl. That's the biggest thing is once you win that Super Bowl, talk all you want. You're a Super Bowl champ. Nobody could take that from you. And we're not that yet.
Caps, this is the difference, man. He says, why in the hell are y'all acting like Debo didn't back everything up he said against the Eagles? Short-term memory. That's a regular season game.
Yeah,
it's a regular season game, man. Yeah. I mean, great. You're not winning Super Bowls in the regular season. You backed it up. That was awesome. And Debo does this, man. He finds these teams. The Rams, by the way, the Rams will never get away from Debo. I love it every time we play the Rams because that's going to be a Debo game. Debo does do this where he picks out teams or he gets slighted and he gets motivated and he crushes it. What he's talking about more so is in the offseason when he said, hey, I was really out of shape. I was embarrassed. I wasn't doing the things without the ball that this team deserves and all these other things. And then you expect that in this season where it's like, okay, you're going to watch film and you're not going to see him be lazy when the ball's not going his way. You are going to see him start blocking without the ball. You are going to see him carry out play fakes on the jet motions and whatever. And you didn't. But Debo himself said that he was embarrassed the year before. And the only reason it didn't happen was because he was out of shape. So the following year, when it doesn't happen, is it because you truly don't care? Or were you out of shape again after you said you weren't going to come in out of shape? Only one thing can be true. It's either you don't care or you're out of shape. And neither of them is a good option. So that's really all that we're talking about.
The thing is, too, is what we did see is the moment Debo got paid, he didn't care. I got paid. I got my bag. That's all that matters.
Yep.
Watch me wear 2 watches on my wrist, not 1, 2 blinged out watches and all my chains. Like, and I'm not saying like it's a
Muhammad
bad thing
Kamara
to
to
do.
the
Like,
Dolphins.
Yeah.
Oh, good. The Niners didn't get him. That's good. I'm being serious. That's a good. As long as the Niners didn't get him, he's not a good player. So for me, it's when I'm looking at Debo, like when players get paid, they tend to go away from what made them great. Now, Debo is a hell of a player. All right, I don't want to keep bashing on Debo being a great player, or not a great player. He's a really good football player, and without him on this team, it's going to be a lot harder to get to the Super Bowl. So the fact that the Niners kept him, and then this is a conversation that should be had with this. The fact that the Niners have Debo on the roster, BA on the roster, and we have 2 young rookies. What purpose do those rookies serve this year to help you get to the Super Bowl? Does Ricky Pearsall see the field this year where it's an impact player? Does he surpass Jawan Jennings right away? Does Kyle and I know Jesse mentioned earlier, this is where Kyle's gonna have to get involved and get them touches. No. This is where the players gotta force touches. Because if you start integrating them into your offense in kind of forcing that role onto these players, that's where those players don't do well. That's where their first year, you have a player look decent, and then his next year, when he actually has to step into that role full time, you see him take back. And we've seen that with multiple players. Dante Pettis forced into the role. He shouldn't have been played his rookie year. And there's other guys we could talk about. In my opinion, I thought Brandon Ayuk was balling out his rookie year, and instead of giving him a bigger role that year, put him in the doghouse. Like, that's the stuff. Like, wait, what are you doing when it comes to receivers? So I'm very confused on, if you're in win now mode, how do these picks help you win this year? Or are you more so, you know what? We're in win now mode with the team that we got. Any player we take this year is for the future, and we don't care about those draft picks because in terms of this year playing. And that's where it's like, well, you want your guys early to play. And I'm kind of confused on how Kyle puts them or how they interact themselves into this offense immediately.
But I'll say this, though. Packers didn't have guys like Debo and Ayuk already established, but you saw what they did with almost like wide receiver by committee, lots of young talent around. The Packers offense was most dynamic in the league and surrounded around Jordan Love. I think that with these young guys coming in for the 49ers, I think that you've seen other young guys start to contribute. Now, not everybody's going to be Puka Nacua, right? But you've been able to see a 5th round guy, right? Like a young guy be able to be, if you give these guys a chance. Like, and I really think that sometimes there's been this idea that you can't infringe upon this workload. And then Kyle does. You know what Kyle does with his reps. Does CMC ever see a snap off? Like, does he ever see a series off? No. He'll take him out for like 2 stems. He's back on the field, right? He doesn't. He goes to the well. What happened in the playoff? Debo became RB2. Right. I feel like he needs to diversify. And I think fans, from either a fantasy standpoint or just like knowing that that's your best player. And I've been saying, like, hey, CMC is CMC. He's an unreal GOAT for that usage. You can't keep sustaining this. You have to keep guys fresh. And the more reps that you guys get these guys, the more confidence they get, and the more, like you said, Marco, willing they are to do that demand. Like Demo Lenore said, like, I want this. I'm going to show you this. But you can't do it if you're not getting those reps. And I don't want to see it just be the crusty vets in another Super Bowl run running it back. I want to see these young guys get their due.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with both your sentiments. Really, we have to see just how we're going to transition. That's the biggest thing. Like, Debo served a purpose for when we had him. Honestly, his lack of professionalism is the only thing that's exacerbated this, to be honest with you. Go back and look at Debo in his rookie year. Look at his body, his rookie year. He is a completely different player, much faster, much more agile. If Debo could keep himself in rookie shape, I would have no issues with him being on our team. All right. Because that's when he was at his best. But progressively, he has like degressed over the years. And for me, I feel as though that maybe there was an uptick in his production because they found another use for him with the wide back year, right? And he had an amazing year, but ever since he got paid, he has regressed. And the only thing about it that sucks about it is that in some instances, he has given his ass to kiss. And that's what sucks about it. So right now, you're in just a transition period, right? Because really, when you're in a transition, when you're in a transition period, you have to figure out who's going to be your ethos, right? Who's going to be the linchpin that's going to carry you across, right? And Brandon Ayuk is that guy, in my opinion.
I hate the Chiefs.
Oh, who'd they pick up?
They took my center, man. Hunter Norzad, bro.
Oh, Norzad?
Oh, man. I was so high on Hunter. Jesse, I think your mic's muted.
Yeah, your mic's muted, bro.
Olafshano went to the Bills, too.
Ulafashio?
Yeah, he just went to the Bills. Yeah. Sorry, not Fashano.
Yeah, that was my guy. That was my.
That was your guy.
I thought.
I remember
Marco
you talking about him all the time. Yeah.
I just felt like you see consensus hive mind between punditry, and nobody really. They're not. It's never accurate when it's 4 through 7. There's always going to be these guys that people like. PFF had Olafashio as like a 200, almost like a 300 ranked prospect, and I was like, no, dude, this guy's going 5th round easy. Like, come on now. And I couldn't
have a draft, man.
Yeah. Broncos trade for John Franklin Myers. Gave up for the Jets.
We heard that he might be on the move. Pass rusher, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Broncos got him, and they gave up like a 2026 draft pick. So,
real quick, and I think it was 187 a while back that asked this. And if it was somebody else, sorry if I'm giving credit to the wrong person, but I thought it was 187. Had asked about the draft so far and how would we grade it, which is, I think, a good question. I mean, we're basically done with the thick of this thing. So, Marco, we'll start with you. How would you grade this draft so far for the 49ers?
So looking at what they've done, right, going early, I thought that was a reach with Pearsall in terms of with other players on the board, not necessarily the player being bad. It was more so the position, the spot they took him. I think Renardo Green is probably the best pick the Niners have had in this draft. Now, when you look at Renardo Green, very good press man corner who could get up in your face and be that starting outside corner or in the slot. I prefer him outside, so which kind of means Demo probably stays inside. After that, Puny, I really liked him at the Senior Bowl, which I see him more of a center than I know a lot of people see him as a guard tackle. I see him as a center guard. Really good player. But again, those first 3 guys you took, they're either 5th year or 6th year guys. In the first 3 rounds, I'm not taking those kind of guys. I'm taking guys with high upside who could be the future of my franchise. And I think that in terms of the next 10 years, right? Like, that's not necessarily the truth because when you extend them, they're 28 or 29 already. So that for me is interesting. Malik Mustafa, a young 21-year-old who could be your free safety. That's a really good pick. My second favorite pick on this draft. Not a fan of the Garendo pick. And then Jacob Cowling. It's a good pick. Nothing crazy. I would personally give them a solid C. I can't give them more because you took a reach in the first, in my opinion. Isaac Garendo, running back, wasn't a need. You're a team that's known for drafting players in the 7th, 6th round at running back, undrafted free agents at running back. That just blows my mind. Like, you're a running back is a position where you plug and play for your offensive system. I can't give them more than a C. So for me, I feel like that's a fair grade because looking at things, I felt like the first 3 picks are a little bit older, and if we go to what the consensus on a lot of experts, draft experts, what we want to call them, they didn't draft within the consensus era. They took some guys a lot higher than where they are on the consensus board, and that usually doesn't play well for a lot of teams. So I'm very curious to see what the Niners went. Again, they went the safe pick, not the upside picks in the first 3 rounds, and I think that's what gets your team to be a better team. Going upside picks when you're going to lose guys, we're going to lose Banks possibly. You might lose Debo. Is Pearsall an upside guy? I think he's a high floor. I don't think he's a high ceiling. So it's just an interesting way that they've approached the draft. Right now, I have him at a solid C, and I can't give it higher, unfortunately.
David, what would you give him?
I don't like giving grades. Because I think even as a teacher, it's like, because even the grading system, like for instance, I'll just say this: a lot of schools are going into this what they call standards-based grading as opposed to this like 4-point scale, because grading, and even in and of itself, has a sort of an arbitrary nature to it, whereas like X point out of X point renders this percentage, and that shows what, like, what have you shown as a teacher that this kid has mastered or been proficient in or anything like that? And I'm guilty of falling into that trap myself. But if I were to say it just like on what I think a grade is a snapshot of, I will say I'm going to go just a solid B. I'm not going B plus B. And here's the why. I like Ricky Pearsall. I get it. I also look at some guys who I think are relatively reputable that actually had him right at that spot. There were guys that had him ranked in the 30s and early 40s. It was pretty common. I don't think it was that much of a reach as I maybe felt it was initially. And what he can do right away and what his profile is. That being said, there were players that I had ranked higher. So that's where I would say it was a reach. But to me, I'm encouraged. I'm intrigued, I will say this, by players that could possibly come in and contribute. They're older. I typically breakout year players as they get older is a little bit different. But with the COVID year, you have seen some players in the last couple of years that were those older players that came in the league that ended up having a little bit more productivity than it was 5 years ago when you're looking at, you have to have that young breakout age. There's a lot of things that got stunted, whether you were coming out of high school, you're going through college, things like that with that COVID. That's in the classroom, that's outside the classroom. Even as a coach, you could see that, right? Like how much contact did you have with your guys? How much, like there's just there's a lot, I would say trauma, right? But there's a lot of upheaval in society. And I think that there's going to be some interesting things there. I like what Pearsall can do. I'm definitely more bullish on Pearsall than I am with Cowing. I love Renardo Green. I think you talked about the guy, the dog. Marco talked about Demo Lenore, said, I want BA. That's who Renardo Green is. Go watch some of his interviews before he got drafted. Go watch his 7-minute Zoom call with the 49ers. The dude comes off as confident, but he's not an asshole, right? But he's like, this not only this defense fits me, and he talked about, Marco, you would know, he didn't mention the defensive coach that had called him, and I'm assuming it's the D-backs coach, but it could have been somebody else, so he didn't give a name. But just talked about how I got a coach in here that seems like he knows what's best for me, but he's like willing to push me to be better, and he's not going to let me like slide. And like that's the kind of team I wanted to go to. I don't want to go to a team where I'm handed anything. And that type of mentality resonates with me. Mustafa, I actually like a lot. And then Pooney, I thought was a really good pick, not something that's like groundbreaking. B for me, I know you don't like Guerrero. I will say this: hated TDP, hated Trey Sermon, hated all those other running back picks. At least to me, Isaac Guerrero is clay that can be worked with and has elite athletic numbers, and the Niners have never drafted a running back like that other than Elijah Mitchell, but he was
Joe Williams.
Joe Williams was a whole different story, and Joe Williams.
You said athletic numbers. You said athletic numbers.
Okay, I'm sorry. I got to go back the clock to 2017. Okay, Joe Williams but that is a complete outlier of a story. We know that Joe Williams had other things going on in his life. That there was there was different off-field stuff that they were concerned with because of that. And that's not slander on Joe, but like since Joe Williams, they haven't a lot of draft capital for a guy. Now Elijah Mitchell was a 6th-round pick. Okay. So you could say that. Isaac Guerrero, they traded for the 4th. And like Marco said, I probably would have waited and got a guy like Ali, who has a similar, not quite as good, but athletic profile that you could work with. Other than that, that's where I'm at a B. I think that, and then it remains to be seen, but I think these guys can come in and play and contribute and raise the athletic profile of their position groups.
All right, Coach, where are you at? And to be fair, I just want to say this. Obviously, we're grading off of how we saw the prospects. This is why the draft is an imperfect science. You can see a prospect. You can try to predict what that prospect is going to be. But there are always things that you're going to miss. Sometimes you're going to hit, sometimes you're going to miss. In two years or so, 3 years, you're going to really be able to look back and be like, hey, this draft class was X. We understand that, but just based off the prospect. And these are conversations we have all the time. We had a conversation earlier. We talked about the safety the 49ers just took. And I said, as a prospect, he's a better prospect than who we have on the roster right now, who is just an all-pro safety. And that doesn't mean he's going to translate into an all-pro safety or be better as a pro, But as a prospect, he was a better prospect than Hufanga. And that's what we're talking about. So we're grading as a prospect. So, Coach, go ahead.
Well, as far as my grade is concerned, I'm gonna hold off, but I will just talk about the guys that we have. It seems as though
you can't do that. You can't do that.
No.
That's not
These guys didn't want. These guys didn't want to not.
I didn't want to give a grade,
and they were forced.
No,
so
I said I was going to give a grade afterwards.
Okay.
I didn't say I'm not.
Okay. I thought you meant hold off, like you're not going to do it. I'm like, no.
I'm going to hold off to the end of what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm going to give a grade. I'm going to give.
Like, you're not copping out on this.
No. Oh no.
I'm like, dang, I should have went last.
Like that. No. I'm not no weak ass thing. I'm not going to do that shit. I got you. So, no, for me, it just seems as though that we're getting a lot of plug and play guys to keep going what we already have. I feel that way offensively. And that's like glass half empty. You could say that right now, what bothers me about this draft is that it's old. Outside of Malik Mustafa, we pretty much signed all seniors, 50-year seniors, guys that are pretty much nearing the end of their collegiate careers. And you got to ask yourself, what's the ceiling, right? Are we getting guys that are going to be projected to take over these positions, to be second contract candidates for us to actually push the level of our team past into a Super Bowl level? Because quite frankly, we have a Super Bowl team, but we haven't won one yet. So we have to start looking at differences in what we're bringing. Now, that's what brings me to glass half full. You can look at the secondary and understand that these are not the traditional DBs that we bring in, right? We mostly bring in guys that are very good at zone, guys that are really good in the pre-existing defense that we already have, but we're bringing in guys who are man, athletic, downhill, physical guys that really lend to us being able to play in those tougher games when we see the teams who have multiple receivers that can spread us out and take advantage of us and try to get away from what they think they see coming, in the fact that we are a team that has always predicated themselves on our front seven and getting to the quarterback. We need a stronger secondary, not a stronger secondary coach, not a stronger secondary veteran that we signed in the offseason, not a strong secondary free agent that we overpay to get one in, but we need to actually solve that problem. I feel as though that we tried to do that this draft. Now, there were some missteps. Isaac Guerrero was a reach at that position, at where he got drafted. But you have to ask yourself as well, with the addition of two receivers and us spreading it out and the conversation between having Debo and BA, we may need more speed at the running back position that can take advantage of a more downhill running style, right? I'm trying to give these guys as much credit as possible to see exactly where they're going with this draft class. But I do feel as though that for the type of receiver that we got in the first round, you could have found that further down the line and we could have rectified some things. One, I'm not too thrilled with our lack of investment in the trenches. We're in day 3 of the draft, and we've only picked up one lineman. All right. We haven't touched defensive line. We haven't touched edge. We haven't touched tackle. Right. We're already saying that even at best, Marco can even at least admit this, that even though Dominic is on our team, he's not a tackle. He's a center or a guard. Right. So we haven't touched tackle, which we know that not only do we think that we needed somebody to supplant the right tackle position to help out Colton McKibbitz, which we thought was going to be an upgrade, but we haven't solved the issue on what we're going to do with life after Trent Williams. Haven't answered that question. We really haven't answered the question of what we're going to do with the whole of Eric Armstead being gone, with coming in with the free agent in Jordan Elliott. Also, is Zadarius Smith really what we're going to do at linebacker across from Fred Warner? So right now, I would have to say
not Zadarius. You were getting him. Wow, what's his name? Another Green Bay guy, not Zadarius.
Jordan. No. It's not Zadarius Smith. It's Jordan.
No. Who was the linebacker that?
The linebacker from Green Bay. Zadarius.
Devondre Campbell.
Devondre Campbell. Right.
I was like, you're getting your Green Bay linebackers mixed up.
I'm getting my linebackers mixed up, but Devondre Campbell. Exactly. So with Devondre Campbell, right? I think that's a Band-Aid situation. I don't think that he's going to hold up throughout the season. So if you look at everything that they brought in, the youth or the lack thereof that of the draft picks they brought in, questionable reach in round 1, definite reach in round 4. I'd have to give him like a C minus.
Damn,
because we haven't touched the trenches, and I think that's how we're built.
One thing I did here is Isaac Guerrero is likely the day one returner, kick returner. That's where they see him. You have one spot, find the hole and hit it as fast as you can. Speed of power.
Is that what you're interpreting? Is that what you were told?
A little bit of both.
No, I mean, you know why I ask.
That's how they're envisioning it, at least.
Yeah,
at least now.
Yeah,
they also envision on draft day that Moore would be a guard, and he's played only tackle. So I don't know.
And see, this is why I love these conversations, because I was looking at more of who you've drafted, but then I like the context that both Marco and Coach has talked about, where this idea, the context of positions that weren't addressed. And we know that defensive line, we've thought that that's been the strength for this team. But if you look back to the playoff run last year, and the playoff run to get to the playoffs and then the playoffs, what was the weakest part of this team? This run defense was horrendous. It should have cost the 49ers a chance at the Super Bowl. And if not for Brandon Ayuk, right? Or guys, like making circus catches or Juwan Jennings and things like that, like it's not happening. And I think that I'm going to be really intrigued to see, were the offseason additions that they made enough? Where's Malik Collins? I mean, that's the conversation I think maybe we should be thinking about, is how do these draft picks fit in within a puzzle of who was acquired, and is this team along the defensive line, like where do you see it compared to where you saw it last year, with Armstead out the door, right? With Javon Kinlaw out the door, with Cleveland Ferrell out the door. And I know I'm missing a couple other guys that were out the door on that defensive line, but were the additions of a Malik Collins, the Utrick Gross-Matos, the Leonard Floyds, is that enough? I don't know. I don't think so.
Mr. Bay Area says, why weren't we aggressive in round 1 and 2? You know what? It actually went how I thought. I thought, maybe you trade back in round 1, which is not technically aggressive, and then you would trade up in round 2, which is aggressive. But ultimately, they stayed where they saw fit. I'm fine with it. They were aggressive in the mid rounds, which is kind of more what I expected. RS says, knowing Kyle, how confident can we really be that any of these new guys are going to come in year 1 and contribute at all? That's a so great question. That's a great question. That's a great question.
Not playing rookies. He does not like that. That's probably one of the
preferences. He doesn't play them unless he has to. Yes.
Yes, he doesn't play rookies unless he has. So are now we're going to see a pivot? Yeah, are we going to see a pivot now?
Except where Samuel.
Because these guys are going to play. Exactly. These guys are going to play.
But Debo had to, right? Because Pettis was supposed to be the guy. Pettis wasn't. And then so Debo had to really step up and take a big role. But he
was still on the roster. Got forced to.
No. I get he was on the roster.
COVID year.
Yep.
What I'm saying is guys, it's not that rookies don't get any roles, right? Debo was going to have a role on this team, but the role became much bigger because of other guys maybe not panning out that way, Dante Pettis, that type of situation. So guys do play. Mitchell had a huge role, but that wasn't by design. That was because most are, got injured. So that's just the way that it is. It's guys are forced into roles and they play. Some of them play very, very well, but they're meant to sit is usually the way that I see it.
Rasheen Ali to the Ravens.
Man.
So there's a running back.
I love that pick.
Yeah.
That's a Ravens pick, though.
That's a hell of a pick.
I love Rasheen Ali. I thought he was that was my
dude. He was my golden. Him and Jalen Wright were the golden running back for the Kyle Shanahan system.
So as far as the way that I see the grading, I think sandwiched in between two picks that I wasn't the biggest fan of.
To
who?
Giants right after that. Boom, boom. Running back. Yeah, that was.
Here we go.
I love Tyler Tracy.
There's going to be some good running backs not drafted, kind of to the point of Guerrero that we'll get to, or Marco got to, and I'll get to in a second. But, Ricky Pearsall, again, good player. I've said it a million times, like the player. Just didn't like where he was picked. but I'm not like overly mad at it. Like I think on draft night on day one, I gave it like a C or a C plus. So it's not like I gave it an F or anything like that. I was just kind of like, okay, it is what it is. However, I think in round 2, 3, and 4, they separated big time, going with Green, Pooney, and Mustafa. I loved all 3 of those picks. Those 3 I'm giving an A. You come back with Garendo. I actually was totally fine and expected them to take a running back at some point. So I'm not mad at them taking running back, but much like Persall, maybe a little bit earlier than what I would have hoped, especially trading 2 picks to get it, and probably not the prospect I would have chosen. So, not as big of a fan of that pick. And then Jacob Cowing, again, I love getting that type of player. He just wasn't my preference. I liked Gold a little bit better, but I'm not going to give that a horrible grade because they didn't get my player. They got a player that I felt like was needed, a guy who is a little bit smaller, brings something different to this team, but is very, very fast and can also get his hands on the ball in special teams. So even though he's not the prospect that I would have preferred, I like that they went and got that profile of a player. The only real issue I have with this draft is they have not hit the trenches really outside of 1 pick. And that pick didn't happen until round 3. I love the Pooney pick. I love the versatility, but they didn't really hit the trenches at all and move the needle there. And that is where football is won. And the 49ers have done this thing where over the years, they've got a lot of really high paid guys that are skill position guys. And the trenches, something to be desired outside of that one big name. You know what I mean? And so for me, they've really got to have a lot of depth in the trenches. I felt like they could do that in this draft and they would fill it out. To say that this is arguably the best offensive line draft we've had in many, many, many years, and to come away with only 1, a little bit disappointing. So for me, I'm going to give it a B, but I can't go above a B. And the reason I'm giving it a B is because they addressed secondary, which it was very important. I've talked about it all off season. 39 unrestricted free agents. What nobody seemed to be talking about is every single starter in the secondary going into the draft outside of 1 was going to be a free agent next year. So they had to address it. Love that they addressed it. I put out a bold prediction saying the 49ers would trade at least twice in this draft. They have done that. I also said that the 49ers were likely going to take a receiver in round 1 or 2. Again, not the guy that I would have taken, but they did that. So I'm not mad at the positions they've taken or the approach that they've taken outside of not really crushing the trenches. So for me, I can't give them an A, but they've done a lot of really, really good things. So,
man, between all of us, I mean, 2 C's and 2 B's. That's what is that? It's average B minus.
39 unrestricted free agents. So
that's pretty solid.
Whoa.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, none of us.
David, you're on mute.
Rasheen Ali doing RPO, Marco.
Oh my god, it's gonna be filthy. And then it's that speed power element with Derrick Henry, because with Derrick Henry, you're gonna he's gonna soften the defense, and then Ali's gonna come in and he's gonna that explosive back. Oh my, like Mitchell. I feel bad for Mitchell over there. That injury, he's probably will never see the field again.
He's out.
Like, well, I want to say again, but it's gonna be hard for him to crack that backfield.
This is what he did. He created the picture to make them see what it could be. And that's why they went and got Rasheen. You see what I'm saying? It's like he was a sacrificial lamb for them to see it for those couple of games, for them to be like, oh my God, okay. Even if Mitchell's not back, we got to go get this. So, yeah, because Rasheen is like, God, man, his cutting ability. He's slow too fast through, quick feet, explosive. And it's like he changes levels through the line of scrimmage. Like he'll come through a responsible pad level, but once he gets like 7 yards past the line of scrimmage, like he's upright and gone. He's not a burner, but like the power, the speed that he does have, he has full access to it within 2 steps every time he runs the ball. It's kind of impressive. Not even kind of.
His acceleration is crazy. Like he gets to that top speed fast. Like his vision's great. and he knows how to find the cutback lane. Like to be honest, for me, it was more so the vision than anything. Like watching him as a running back out of the backfield, his vision was one of the better visions in this draft class. Now his pass pro is a question, but I'm not expecting him to be that guy who with Derrick Henry on the team. I don't expect him to be that guy who's pass protecting for them. But it's just interesting to see how teams go, and I know a lot of people want to address the trenches. A lot of people want to go there. I'm gonna throw some names out there that if they're there in the 6th round for the 49ers, the Niners should trade up for these guys, and I would do it in a heartbeat. Okay. Bo Limmer, your future starting center. I know they already took a guard center type guy, but if you want another guard to fit that role, and if they think Puny could play tackle at some point, you could take a guy like Christian Mahogany out of Boston College, who is going to be a steal of this draft. I remember when the what's the guard that's on the Chiefs when he fell? Trey Smith. I had a 2nd round grade on him. He's been one of their better players, like the offensive lineman, the last 4 years. So like some of these guys they're not going high, but they're going to be day one starters for a team that they get selected to. So I think a late guy that I really like I know he's out of Oklahoma, but I consider him a Stanford guy. When he plays so many games at Stanford and he transferred to Oklahoma, Walter Rouse at the end of this draft, if he's there in the 6th or 7th round, an offensive tackle that could be the future of the 49ers at tackle. I think he needs a little bit of development, but he has everything you're looking for an offensive tackle. 6'6", 313, has the strength, has the frame, the athleticism. He's one of those guys where he could get up to the 2nd level as an offensive tackle. Very, very respectful guy. The person is there, so I'm going to bet on the person, and the talent is also there on film, but I'm going to bet on the person, and I was able to interact with him at Stanford when I was covering them. So I'm rooting for my guy, Walter Rouse, to get drafted by the Niners 6th or 7th round, bring him back to the Bay Area, and let him be a future tackle for the Niners.
Yeah, I had a couple names too that I was looking at, and wait a minute, real quick. Was Mekhi Wingo taken?
I think so.
Thought he was earlier.
Was that in round 4 somewhere then? Because I don't think. No,
I don't think he's been taken.
I think he's still there. So, wow. As I'm looking at guys that are on my list, Mekhi Wingo and Malik Washington, you're not gonna address receiver at this point. I'm shocked by that. Now, Johnny Wilson. There are a lot of Johnny Wilson fans, and I am not a Johnny Wilson fan at all. I know I'm not saying he can't be drafted, but he was off my board. But they're not going to go after Malik Washington. But Mekhi Wingo to me is a trade up. Keaton Oladapo, you already went with Mustafa, so it's going to be a little bit redundant. I like to get
Solomon to the Bills.
Who did?
Solomon to the Bills.
Oh, Javon Solomon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Christian Mahogany. Guy's still sitting there at guard. And then my guy, Jaheim Bell, right? Like, are you going to really go? You've already had 2 receivers, a running back. You look at him as an offensive weapon. We're talking about how long is Kyle Juszczyk still going to be on this team. Christian Boyd, defensive tackle out of Northern Iowa, was one of my top 40 grades for the last 3. Not as much juice, but boy, is he stout in the middle. And then, like you said, Marco, Bo Limmer is the last interior lineman, and Mahogany. I love that idea of Walter Rouse. Here's a corner, though. Miles Harden, I remember talking about him in the combine. He is more of a slot guy. He's out of South Dakota. He's got a little bit of juice. He's got some short arms, though, right? And then the other cornerback that Marco had got me in on that I looked at a little bit closer is that Dwight McGlothern out of Arkansas. I at this point, if the guys don't make the team, they don't make the team. But I'd like to. I would have no problem with a guy like McGlothern or Harden. At this point.
McGlothern, he's solid, dude.
Yeah,
in the 6th, 7th round, he probably makes the team.
Yeah, and then quarterback Michael Pratt's still out there, I believe. And then the guy that Marco talked about and we talked about before you got on was Keaton Slovis. If you're going to go and spend a pick, get a guy that can just. What's Brandon Allen doing? Like, what's his purpose? Like, why wouldn't you try to get a younger guy that's in those situations? You already got Josh Dobbs in house. I don't know what you're going to be able to do otherwise. because safety is probably not going to happen. And Keaton Oladapo out of Oregon State, Trey Taylor out of Air Force are two guys that I liked a lot. But
what I'm gonna do later,
my headset. I was saying my headset died on the marathon streams here. It happened to me the other night, and then when David started talking, I was like, "Oh, you're muted." And then you started talking. I'm like, "All right, I'm muted." Obviously, I can't hear nothing because all of y'all are talking and I can't hear anything. So, anyways, go ahead.
First time here, huh? First time doing a show, huh?
All day. Yeah, sorry, I don't do the 5-hour streams where AirPods die on you twice this week.
Jesse took coach's advice. Jesse just made a YouTube channel today. Got on there, wants to get his takes out there into the YouTube. Yeah. Well, just like I'm a podcaster now, baby. I got a microphone. I got a camera.
What I do?
I got neon signs in the back. I mortgaged my entire life to do this. This is who I am. This is what I do. That's Jesse,
I respect it.
It's how I identify.
Bet on yourself, huh? I respect it. No, but I was gonna throw that out there. Like, looking at the draft, one thing I'm gonna do this year is, and I haven't done this in a while. I'm gonna go to every division in this draft on my show, and I'm gonna say who had the best draft class. So if you want to know, because that's one thing I love is the NFL draft, and if you want to know where the Niners rank in this draft class, I don't want to do it now just because, like,
it's too early. It's
too early to do it.
Who's who.
I want to see the next couple of picks, but man, I don't think we're up there as a top team drafting this year in our class.
Can I say who we've talked about some of these teams and how they've drafted?
I don't think we did the best out of our division.
Division. Yeah. I'm talking about division. Like,
yeah. No, the surface wise, like you look at the surface, there's a lot of teams that we can say have done well. I'll tell you the biggest head scratcher for me. What are the Dolphins doing?
Right.
I mean, they're so confused. They took 2 edge rushers. They've got 2 younger guys on I get they're coming back from injury. Yeah. That's true, but these are 2 younger guys already, or 2 guys that you've invested heavily into. You have so many other holes. Offensive line being one of them. You also took another running back. You have 2 guys there that are speed demons, and you draft another. I get it. Good players. I don't mind the players that they took, but dude, I don't know what the hell they're doing. So,
and then they took the most developmental tackle in the draft, the kid out of Houston.
Oh, I know. And then, bro, their team, they're kind of going into rebuild mode. Like, if you're looking at it, they're going into they may trade away 2 of those edge rushers that they had. Like, they may start getting rid of guys within the next year or two, because truthfully, you look at their roster, it was put together bad, and luckily Mike McDaniel got the best of it last year. But man, that's a really bad draft class. If I was to grade them, they'd probably be like D, possibly F range. Like, that is a very, very bad draft class.
Pretty bad.
Keaton Oladapo went to the Packers. Yeah, it's a good pick.
Yep,
good pick.
He's a guy that I feel like he translates well early. He's not the athlete Mustafa is, but I feel like sometimes that elite athleticism in that position is overrated, and instincts are a lot more important. But I think it's about exactly.
You guys hit a lot of prospects, but I want to throw one out there. And again, we already got this position. I understand that, but if we're just going best available, DJ James is still out there. I like DJ James.
Bub Means, he just got drafted. Means. I think Marco, you were talking to me about him one point in time. Pitt receiver out of Pitt.
Is it okay if I do something real quick that I normally would do on my show, Jesse?
What's that?
I just want to give shout out to prayers and blessings to the Simon family, former Albany defensive lineman who likely could have had his name called today for this draft class. Passed suddenly. So prayers to his family, prayers to anyone who's related to him, friends, his teammates, and everything like that. That's very tragic for them, and my condolences to their family and everything. I know you're not watching this or anything like that, but man, it's just very sad to see. So I just wanted to say that, to shout out his name. So it's just hard to see, man.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. That's rough. Especially you got to think about the family and watching this draft, right? This should have been like a moment where they're all sitting around the TV waiting for their son's name to be called, or family member's name, friend's name, and it's just not going to happen. It's heartbreaking. So, Brother Bob says, I love what KC and Indy did this draft. Our division got better. I agree with both
Our division
fronts.
did get better.
Lindsay G says, are we seeing less reliance on the trenches to reflect not holding calls in the Super Bowl for Kansas City and anticipating rule changes in favor of the offensive scoring? Listen, that is some crazy 40 chess. If that's what they're doing, that's not ideal. Even Kansas City, who they're holding merchants at times, they address and win offensive tackle before we did, and they've got 3 elite interior offensive linemen already. So they even went trenches as far as that goes. So I hope that's not what they're doing, Lindsay. I thank you so much for tuning in and giving a super chat as well. Appreciate you.
If that's their plan, that's a stupid plan. Like, you're going to rely on the refs to help you, to bail you out and let your offense hold. Like,
right.
That's just kind of a very interesting way to do it. And if you look at, and I get, so look, I get, we talk about a lot. Hey, the Chiefs held a lot during the Super Bowl, XYZ. So did the Niners. The only reason why we're not calling it out is because we're the team that lost. If we had beat KC, I guarantee you, KC fans are pointing out the times we held on defense, offense, XYZ.
The times we scored, we held.
Exactly. So it's like we're calling it out, but it's like, hey, guess what? Chiefs held, so did we. They weren't called. Like, they beat us because they had the better quarterback and the better team. It is what it is. Like, let's not put the blame on the refs, because a lot of times there should have been stuff that was called on us that wasn't. So I'm not a fan that likes to be like, oh well, we lost because they held. Nah, we lost because we lost, and we had the opportunity to put them away, and we didn't multiple times.
I will say, I'd like to, go. You guys were going through some teams that you like that they draft. I will say a team that I'm not, and maybe they can afford to because they've had a pretty decent roster. But Detroit Lions, Terrion Arnold, I think is a nice young player. I wasn't particularly super high on any like first round corners this year, but Terrion Arnold, but then Ennis Rakestraw doubling up on that, which I'm struggling to figure out who he's going to be. And usually corners with his lack of juice at every level and any time is like it's an outlier to make it, and they took him at the bottom of 2. Giovanni Manu, I know Marco, you talked about that being, but that's a project, and it's a 4th round. Then Sion Vaki, another guy that's kind of like, I don't know if the Lions got a lot better with this draft, and maybe they don't need to be necessarily. But a team that I thought did, obviously the Chiefs, right? And I thought, who was the other team that I thought that I looked at that I really liked? Yeah, the Ravens. You see with the Ravens, like Nate Wiggins, Roger Rosengarten, Adiza Isaac, who I like more than Chop Robinson, Tez Walker. We'll see what happens. TJ Tampa, and then you get Rasheen Ali. I think the Ravens had a great draft. I think maybe the Ravens and the Chiefs.
Steelers.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the Steelers here. But then the Bears. They didn't have many picks, but they go Caleb Odunze Amagaji, okay, which I thought get good value where he was at. They draft the punter, which is you never do that. Well, you're looking for a guy to get there. That's fine. And they had Austin Booker, and they're done with the draft. And they go next year. So to me, I thought that was efficient use of their draft picks without having a lot.
Yeah, the Steelers, I think, went with 3 offensive linemen and 3 guys that you would probably have pretty high on your list. So that's you definitely have to go high there. And the Seahawks as well. Somebody mentioned it. They again, not a lot of picks, right? They didn't even have a second rounder, but they went Byron Murphy. Then they came back in round 3 with Christian Haynes, who I think is arguably the best guard in the draft, and they got him in round 3, right? So that's massive. That.
He's from
you got Tyrese Knight, AJ Barner, and then Nehemiah Pritchard at round 5. I love it. That's a very, very good draft from them, in my opinion. So
I think their first 2 picks were great picks. After that, it's like solid needs,
for
like
sure, for sure,
and
for
that's how
sure.
you, in my opinion, like for
That's how
example,
you draft.
the like I said, upside, right? Christian Haynes is he's an older guy. He's 24, just like the Niners guys that they signed. But his upside is Pro Bowl level guard.
He's the best guard in the draft.
Like it's
Like you can argue that. You could argue that he's the best guard in the draft. And here we are, diddling around with Joe Feliciano and Spencer Burford. Like, come on.
Well, and I think that, yeah, and that's where the question is with Pooney. I know you said, Marco, that you envisioned him as center. And then I saw some other guys saying that he might actually have the movement ability, right, to like play tackle if he needed to. And that's where
I hate giving comps, but you know who my comp was when I was like the guy who just kept coming to my head when I was watching
Pooney?
Puny. He's a former 49er. Played Kyle was super high on him when he signed him to a big contract. Thought he was a hell of a player, but he got injured. Western Richburg. That's who he reminds me of inside. Like when I watch him, when I was watching, this guy kind of reminds me of someone. And I don't know why. I was like, man, I don't normally do comps. I hate comps because I hate comping players to, but I'm like, this guy kind of reminds me of Western Richburg when he was with the Niners inside when he was at guard. So if he can move into center or play guard, like that's a really good pick for the Niners if they got someone like that who could be a really good player. We also got to remember Richburg was a really good center for the Giants, and then when he came to the Niners, he got injured. But the Niners were really high on him. They paid him good money. Western Richburg went in the second round when he was drafted. So if they could get something like that out of Puny, that's a hell of a pick. Like it's all about what can you become, and I think he could become a Western Richburg kind of guy.
Well, what I didn't know about Pooney is that he is. My brother, my son is a huge wrestling fan, but he just turned. My son did turn on Roman Reigns. My son turned on the Bloodline, so I have disowned my son because I do put up. I put up the ones because, and it's like but Pooney does come from big Samoan family. Did not know that was the Bloodline. They were already good. His video of getting drafted was really cool. And
I'm a big draft. If there's offensive linemen who are Samoan,
yes,
draft them.
Yes,
draft them.
And I mean, he's a beast, right? He's strong as hell. And there's this clip going out where he's like
an oak.
Yeah. Yeah. Where there's this clip though where he gets that he chips over here and then he all of a sudden realizes like, oh shit, my whole other part of the offensive line is collapsed.
Dude, and then he goes and takes on two blockers.
And all he does, and his feet aren't perfect because they can't be. His feet can't be perfect because he had to it's not even his assignment. And all he does is he puts both arms out just like that and and keeps that hole open for that play to hit. And it was just like, damn, man, this guy's a beast. Like this guy's real man strength kind of stuff. Right. So that was impressive.
And he always
I like what Arizona did too.
Arizona had the best. I'll say it. Arizona had the best draft in the NFC West. In the NFC West.
Well, let's go through it. Marvin Harrison, Darius Robinson, Max Milton, Trey Benson, Isaiah Adams, OT, Tip Ryman, Elijah Jones, another one that Marco really loved and I liked a lot too. Dadrian Taylor Demerson, they had a lot of picks. Xavier Thomas, Christian Jones, I know a guy that you don't really like, but they've got a lot of picks. They're volume drafting at this point. They really did themselves. They acquitted themselves well to go into camp, get these guys some reps and see who comes out.
I'm gonna push back on the I didn't like Christian Jones take because I liked Christian Jones at the Senior Bowl. I didn't like him as early as people had him. I had him as a 5th round grade. So where he went, it was like that's a great pick. Like it's exactly where I had him. I thought now when you're watching, he was an older guy, so he's a little more should be more refined as a prospect coming out. He's a little bit older, but he wasn't. But he has the ability to play tackle, so that's where I really liked him in the 5th round.
You know who else that I believe had a phenomenal draft that we're missing out on?
Yeah,
Commanders. They got Jaden Daniels. They went. They picked up Zerhan Newton out of Illinois. They came in. They picked up Luke McCaffrey. They got Jordan McGee, the linebacker out of Temple. The quarterback out of Michigan. Mike Sanderstill. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brandon Coleman, the guard out of TCU, was a good pickup. I like what Adam Peters
Ben Sinnott.
Who?
I thought that was a pretty tight end.
Oh, Ben Sinnott. Yes,
that was a good pick. Like
that was a hell of a good pick.
So one thing I like that what Adam did was he went the quarterback he wanted. Obviously, second round went best player available. Newton's there. Like you can't. I get the injury concern. Went best player available. Hey, you got to go with it.
Yeah.
Then goes to a secondary, and then right after that, because they don't have anyone in their secondary that could play the nickel that they're going to be looking for. And then right after that, he could, you know what? My quarterback needs weapons and needs to be protected. Went and got him a good tight end, got him a guard, and then a receiver. Like that is how you keep young quarterbacks, and that's how you bring them up as a young quarterback.
And you know what else you do? When you're in a team like the Commanders, you got to make sure that everything can't be flash in the pan because you're building foundational pieces. You're trying to rise the floor. You're trying to build a culture. So you have to go. When you get a kid like Jaden Daniels in the building, the first thing you have to do is you have to start taking care of the trenches. I love that he stayed so close to the line of scrimmage with the Commanders because the NFC East is a rough and tough division. Yep. Right. And he stayed on brand. Right. It takes savvy to go into a different enclave of the NFL and understand the nuances of just how football is played with these four teams. And I think a lot of people don't recognize that, even though we are playing in the NFL game where everybody kind of follows the same ways of going about it. There's also styles of football within divisions. Right. That you have to be able to be married to and make sure that you handle your team from a 10,000 foot view holistically against the league. But also you got to start getting some guys in the building to handle the teams that you're going to see 6 times during the year, no matter what. Right. Yep. So I feel like what Adams Peters did with the Commanders thus far, man, he's doing a really good job.
I want to throw this out there too, and right here in the super chat, Eagles did a good job as well. You got Quinyon Mitchell, you got Cooper DeJean. Now, I'm not a big DeJean guy, but I feel like DeJean fit a few teams, and the Eagles are one of them. You got to remember who they. Well, and you got to remember who they picked up as their defensive coordinator, right? And so with him there, it's like you need the versatile guys play. You got Jalix Hunt, which will help them in the future. They've got, good edge rushers now, but you're always trying to build. You got Will Shipley. And the one thing that nobody's going to talk about really is they traded back so many times that they picked up a 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounder next year. That's always a good thing. You know what I mean? And it's not sexy now. I get it. But if you don't feel like guys are there or you feel like your guys can be got later, why not pick up future assets? I have no problem with that at all. So I like that as well.
And one thing we could talk about too is the team that was super close to beating the Niners in the playoffs. The Lions, they addressed corner right away. They went Terrion Arnold.
Now I agree with David. Maybe they spammed it a little too much, right? To crush the draft. But overall, you got 2 guys, and you're just going to let the best players win. I know you went and traded for one. You've got a good slot corner already, but you went and got 2 guys, and you're like, hey, everybody's going to have to earn their spot on this team. So whoever ends up being the best, we're making sure that the secondary is addressed here. That was their biggest weakness. They certainly addressed it.
One player I don't think has been drafted that I think I would love for the Niners to take. I don't know if he's been drafted or not. It's the kid who played in, was it the Canadian Football League, Quantrez Diggers?
Oh yeah.
I would love for them to take him, in the 6th, 7th round.
He's not
he's not been taken. I know he's not, because he's a guy who he's a playmaker, and he's one of those guys who he has the pro level ready. Like he could come in and play for you right away, or he could sit a couple of years and he could be that guy. So for me, I'm like, man, I wonder if the Niners do go a more pro-ready corner, because when you look at it, he may be playing next year. He may be playing this year with injuries. We got to remember, Charvarius Ward had a core surgery. So I was talking about the core surgery with Jay Harp, and Jay Harp said, man, he goes, that core surgery is brutal, man. He goes, I had that in college. He goes, and after that, he goes, I never had the same athleticism and same abilities after that, bro. He was like, that core surgery killed me. Like he's like literally like I didn't have the explosiveness. And when you turn on Jay Hart's film, like he was legit in college. So like that killing him, hey, we got to plan for the future. So that's kind of something where I'm thinking too, like, do they go someone more pro ready with the corners that are left on the board? I could see Quantrill Stiggers, which would really help the Niners.
He'll get drafted. I think he's going to get drafted. I think he's going to be in the 7th round there. I think somebody's going to say, like you just said, you've already been a pro, granted Canadian, but still, you've been in that type of experience. You've got some leadership under your belt. You know what it means to take a paycheck to do this job, right? Like, and you've shown the acumen necessary. I think there's only reason he's a little bit lower is because he's a little bit older. And he went to the CFL.
Only 22.
Well, okay, 22. I was mistaken on that.
I didn't know he was that young.
No, he's young. So what happened was he had college eligibility that got screwed up.
Oh, okay.
So like everything. It was weird. It was a weird situation. I remember I read on it or whatever. Situation was weird.
He's going to get drafted. I think he's going to be a guy that gets that somebody takes a flyer in the 7th, and I think at 251 would actually be a perfect spot.
Look at his, and I know David. I know you're high on the raw score, right?
Well, I'm not. I don't use it to dictate my picks.
No, you don't. But I'm saying it usually shows how good of an athlete is.
Yes.
In the 6th, 7th round, I'm taking someone who has a 9.34, which is ranked a 163 out of 2,473 corners.
Yeah.
Since 1987. So like
Stiggers is 9.63.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, 9.34.
Oh yeah. In the 7th round, it's Raz all day, no doubt about it. Like when you get to the 7th round, I want to bet on elite athleticism and figure out the rest later. Earlier, I'm be a blend. In the 7th round, boy, like if you don't get juice, I'm not taking you. There's no way.
Yeah, so he's
the
a
Eagles
guy where
traded
I would love.
7 times, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, I get it.
What the heck?
I think that they're gaining picks. I mean, at some point, you're also like, okay, we got another 4th and 5th, but you could use that to trade up, right? To get your guy out of the future draft. I like that too. I think it's smart. And we've seen the Niners do that in the past, for sure. At some point, though, you have to be like, you have to draft some guys.
Not
Florida State Jordan Travis went to the Jets.
You don't believe in the
That's
draft.
a good pick.
Not if you don't believe in the draft. You're right.
Jordan Travis of the Jets is good because now he could sit behind Rodgers. He could get healthy, learn an NFL style like system, work on his mechanics, which need to be a little bit of work, and he has the athleticism. That's a solid pick, especially this developmental guy.
Kalen Carson to the Cowboys. I wasn't as high on him as others, but yeah, I mean he's late 5th.
Oh no, Eagles have 8 trades. So they've broken the record now, which is the most.
I like Isaiah Davis to the Jets there. I think he's another guy that I thought would have been a fit as far as, in that one cut. I think that they also drafted Braylon Allen, which
that's weird, right? You took 2.
So now you've got Breece Hall, Braylon Allen, Isaiah Davis. I'm missing something. Who was their backup last year? They might have been cut. Who filled in for Breece when Breece wasn't Michael Carter? He's gone. Anybody else know for the Jets? Who was spelling Breece Hall last year? I'm drawing a blank.
Oh, Cook. Remember they traded.
Oh, Dalvin Cook. Yeah. So maybe that is, if you got picks like and your running back room only looks like Breece Hall. I don't think it's. Here's the thing. I'm not anti-running back. Like at this late in the draft, the Niners have done it in the past before too. Like just get some guys in there, and who gives it? Like Elijah Mitchell, right? He's a 6th round pick. Who do you end up out playing? Trey Sermon right away. Like, and he came into camp, and I saw it. And on my first article for Niner Nation, I was like, not Niners Nation, Niner Noise was just like, and Marco, you were there too. Like the idea that guy was he was the best. I thought the most explosive player on the field, and. So this is where, to me, don't worry if you're doubling up or making a position redundant. You just draft a player and you figure out the rest later. And especially if the guy can transcend his draft stock and outplay a guy in the same draft that was drafted 3 rounds before. And I think the roster politics doesn't hold as much water when you're going 4 through 7. If you're a guy that was drafted in the 1st, he's probably going to get those reps. But, late 3 to late 5, probably not.
Yeah. And I was mistaken on these Stiggers why he went to CFL. So what happened is he was going to college, during the COVID year, his season got canceled. He was going to a D2 HBCU D2. His season got canceled right after his father passed away. He fell into depression, started working like jobs, knowing he needed to support his mom and help out. His mom found the fan-controlled football league, told him to go try out, that she would help him out. Tried out. His offensive coordinator said, "You need to go play for the CFL. Give it a shot." He went to the CFL. He was one of the first rookies, the first rookie out. He won CFL's most outstanding rookie award as a defensive back, the first rookie to do so in 25 years. So talent's there. Like rough situation coming up and everything. Talent's there. 4-4-5 guys.
Stiggers is gone.
He just got drafted.
There you go.
Yep. Jets.
Man, Robert Saleh, man.
Viral River says, y'all want to talk about what these guys provide or why San Francisco may like them, or just bitch about picks for 3 hours? I don't know. Maybe you weren't here for the whole time, but we definitely went through the whole draft and what they provide and why we graded what we graded.
Are you going viral?
Like certain players? I don't know.
Is it viral? Is it viral?
Maybe it was. Maybe it was the hour. Well, hold on. We've been here for 4 hours, so maybe he's missed an hour of the stream. To be fair, maybe that was the hour that we did it. I don't know.
Buy a camera, Viral Rivers.
Yeah, but my thing is this: I don't understand. Like, if you've listened to this whole thing, I'm racking my brain. We've given nuanced takes on all different types of things. Like, we're not. Again, we're sorry. I'm not going to name any names, but no, I'm not one of those guys that just goes on TL and tries to butter up so I can get a credential and get invited to go take a picture of players and things like that and act like I'm a real journalist, the capital J. Like, some of us like actually just like say what we think. And then there are people actually, the reason that
Don't
Jesse
let David lie to you. He's a bootlicker.
I am a bootlicking show, baby. There's nothing I want more. There's nothing I want more than grab a coffee for John Lynch and say, "How are you, sir? Would you like another?"
Don't lie. You want me to go down? Don't lie. You're
absolutely
no,
100%. Like, that's look. There's nothing more I want to be than a coffee boy, Cabo boy for the 49ers. Okay, that's what I want to be. And it's like someday I'm a teacher right now. I'm not doing too bad. I got a lot of job security. I got 2 kids, still married for the time being. But if I wanted to be a coffee boy, Cabo boy, I might lose that. I might lose my wife. Okay, kids probably don't talk to me, but at the very least, John Lynch will like me. And if John Lynch likes me, then I'm set. And I think that's actually where most of 49ers Twitter is, that get close to the sun, is that they get so close to the sun that they realize, oh, I can't actually have my own opinion. I have to sit here and just shill for whatever it is. And there's no nuance. There's never any critique. And that's what I love about this show with 4 people on a panel, is that we can sit here, agree, disagree, ask a question, qualify
I disagree with
an answer.
everything you say.
You always disagree with everything I said, right?
I mean,
What's
I look
your
at
name?
it.
What'd you say your name was? I disagree with that.
I disagree with it. I'm giving you a new name.
I look at it from a
I don't like your name.
standpoint.
You know what? Let's talk about the Timberwolves, huh? How about we talk about that? A real basketball team.
The only good team that he has in his life right now. It's the only good team that he has right now.
Including the Niners.
The Niners aren't doing it for him.
I mean, I see it from a business standpoint, guys. Like, we've been watching sports our entire lives, right? Yep. And, you know, the dirty secret is every business leverages their consumers in a way that we'll never get that back. And what I'm talking about is engagement. I'm talking about eyes. I'm talking about energy. I'm talking about conversation. I'm talking about money, tickets, merch, airwaves, TV contracts, radio contracts, YouTube. I mean, these guys have an entire conglomerate wrapped around them where they make a shit ton of money. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like if you feel yourself not finding anything wrong with what the team is doing or the organization, then their business product is working on you. They don't survive without this conversation happening right now. This is why they're the 49ers, okay? Because they have people here giving a damn about their moves, their picks, and there's a business relationship that we have with them. We give you our eyes, we give you our attention, we give you our money, Okay. We're the ones that fill the seats. We buy all of the overpriced merch and food. Okay. We show up to the games. So, yeah, I want to critique. I want to be able to see if we're the best that we can be. Like, that's what the deal is. Like, what are you, like, ashamed to ask for a standard? Like, no. Like, I gave you something. You want me to sit? You want me to come and be a part of the show? You want me to come to the games? You want me to cheer you on? Then when I see some shit that's not up to snuff, I'm going to say something about it. Like, that's just the way it works. So, like, if you find yourself being upset over critique, being upset over complaining, like, then, you know, that's.
And if coach, if you think about it, the Niners notice everyone who's making content, man. They don't just go say stuff. They're just gonna say stuff to the media. Be like, for example, Kyle Shanahan said, "Well, I might trade up into the 3rd round and get a running back. You know, can't help myself." That's because he sees everyone on social. They see everyone on social media talking about getting a 3rd round running back and it being a bust. Like, that's the stuff that they see. Like, they don't just say stuff like that or address certain things that social media, Twitter, content creators are making and saying for no reason. Like, they see how big of a platform that the content creators have. And to be honest, content creators have a bigger platform than journalism. At this point in day and age, content creators are a bigger platform than journalism. The only thing journalism has is they have access to the team. That's the only difference.
They have access.
And they're coming over, though, to the content creation side.
They're coming over here because they know the viable eyes and
which is smart.
The viability of the money is in content creation.
Yes.
They know that this shit takes work. The consistency to continually turn on your camera, have a point of view, give your opinion, stand on your opinion, whether right, wrong, or indifferent, and to keep doing it time and time and time again is not easy. All right. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. No, I interrupted you. You keep preaching, brother.
No, I was just saying, like, and what it is that you have to understand that we have a business relationship with the 49ers. Mm-hmm. We spread the good news and we critique it, good, bad, or indifferent, and they keep giving it to us, all right? Because if nobody comes to the games, if nobody turns on the televisions, then they don't make any money. Yeah. Where do you think the money that they're getting paid with comes from?
Well,
where?
And here's my thing. I'm new, 2021, Marco and I got connected with the 49ers gold mine. It was coming out, Javi Vega, Matt Barr had it. And there are a lot of those people that worked in that have gone on and do different things. Someone got out of it, whatever else. But that was my first feeling. And I'm only 42 in June. Okay. So, and I was a guy that was going to go into journalism with a capital J at the University of Missouri, which is like, a lot of people don't know that Mizzou is like the #1 journalism school in the country. And they had placement all around the world and things like that. I quickly, though, got out of it because I didn't think that that's a career. And now that I'm seeing what's happening with people doing this, I struggle with the word journalism. I don't think anybody really I think we say you're a beat writer, so you're a journalist. No, and I'm not, this is no knock because I got friends who are beat writers, but there are very few beat writers that actually do journalism, right? Most beat writers, it's just public relations. And so what fans have really liked in this digital media era is seeing people be honest and not have to be beholden to the line that you got to dance in the locker room. And then even those people, like you said, they're starting to come over here and monetize, because I'm just going to tell you right now, journalists with a capital J don't make any money. There is no money in that. I just want people to understand you cannot pay your bills doing just that. And so guys like Grant, who got ahead of the curve, who's making, really, monetizing the hell of what he does, he realized that was the way to go. And a lot of those guys relate to the game. Where I'm getting at this, though, when I was in my 30s, my 20s, and I'm journalism with a capital J, I'm going to Niners Nation, I'm going to Matt Mayoko, I'm going to the comment boards to just try to interact. Then as Twitter kind of took off and other people are coming in and the veils kind of lifted, it really started to see where fans have shifted. They don't want to have to get all their information fed to them by, just like who Jed York or who decides gets access. And it's much more richer for it. And I have been so blessed to meet so many wonderful people, including you guys right here, and seeing how hard people work. I don't have a channel, right? I used to do a lot of writing. I used to be connected with that. But this idea, I see what people are doing and putting their blood, sweat, and tears in, and they're authentic, and they make it rich. And I would argue that 49ers Twitter or 49ers content is just amazing. And I tell you, I haven't read anything from a journalist in years.
Coach? That was
Walter Roos just got picked up by Minnesota.
Another guy I was just talking about.
Yep.
Damn.
Yep.
That's rough. 2 guys back to back. I'm done talking about prospects. I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're literally like, they're watching Last Second Sports and going, all right, who should I pick next? Marco?
Well, my
Bro,
question
like,
is, though, why would you?
DC has heck of my guys. Now it's everyone I talk about. Like literally minutes after I talk about them, they're gone. Like that's just rough.
My only thing with like the conversation that we had at hand is that I just want, like, we are nothing without viewership.
Right,
literally nothing. Like we like the reason why we are 1000% here is because of the chat. Without you guys, we're nothing.
100%.
But what is always hilarious to me is when other content creators say don't listen to other content creators while they're making content. Like that to me is the biggest pet peeve that I cannot get over, is you making content while saying don't watch someone else's content. But the only reason why I'm making this content is because I want to be watched. And it's just it for me, the salt in the game on that aspect is just ridiculous, bro.
Or to make content.
You're too nice, bro. You're giving people watching me too much credit.
Well, yeah, I'm just
I do it honestly. I do it because I just love talking sports, man. But people who watch us do make it even more interactive. Like having 800 people in the comment section commenting back and forth. So it's like that to me is what's fun. It's like we're having a great conversation with so many people globally. Man, we have people from over the big waterland that are watching us. So that's for me where I see it.
What you call
where
that?
It's like it makes it the waterland.
The big, bro. Okay, well, I'm a
big waterland.
I'm a geography teacher.
I don't care about geography, bro. Geography is one of the worst subjects. I swear.
Obviously.
Look, he might have put on his glasses.
Bro, yesterday I was at the Delta.
Let me tell you something.
And I don't even know what a delta is, bro. Geography is terrible. I don't know all that.
You don't know what a delta is?
No, I was at the Delta yesterday, and I don't even know what it is.
You sound like you've been you sound like you've been eating Delta 9 THC gummies by the handful. Because it's the big,
I'm on that Cali Kush, brother. Come on now.
The big waterland. Now hold up. I just want to walk you through this for a second.
Explain to me what that waterland is.
The big massive water, the big water land. Well, so land and water. So you
know what I meant, bro.
I don't. And so this is when I tell in my classroom, I say, yeah, you know what I mean? This is like, no, I really don't. What you say what you mean. What exactly are you saying about the big water land? Or is it like water and land together? Is it like mud?
No, that big piece of water, you know?
The big land mass of water. The water.
That's fake. You know?
Fake.
Yes, it's fake. This earth is flat.
All right, so look, hey, we're into the
Kyrie Irving.
Nope. The show is
not
officially off the rails. We're in the sixth round.
I'm just kidding.
Of the draft.
I'm just kidding. But
I love you, Mark.
No, but like this, that's what makes everything great. Like we have people across the ocean, we have in Europe, other places, and everything like that. That's what makes it fun and great. Yes. So for me, that's what I'm all excited about, man. Like if it's not for them, obviously, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just up here talking ball.
Like, you know what? And that's the other thing too. That's the other thing too. I don't. Nobody's more important than anybody else, right? And what we are is we are no different than the guys in the chat that support and show love and all these other things. That we just love the team and we decided to talk about the team. And luckily, it's gone where it's gone, and we've grown from it with the support of everybody else. But everybody's voice should be heard. Now, I love it. Like, there's, people will come in here and they'll cook my takes or whatever. Now, I like to cook back. I enjoy that. So I always pull it up and let's have a little fun. If you're going to cook me, I'm going to cook you back. But that's what it is. How is that any different?
I said trade Jesse.
How is that? That's fine. How is that any different though? Realistically, and that's the vibe that I always put. Go look at the description of this channel. Giving you our take down to the last second. We're like your favorite barbershop talking sports. That's what it is. So when you're with your friends, bro, you're not polished and trying to be all uppity up, man. You're talking a bunch of trash is really what it is. Oh man, you don't know what you're talking about. Remember when you talked about such and such take 3 years ago and you know what I mean? You're calling each other out and blah, blah, blah. That's exactly what this is. At least for me, that's what it is. And it allows us to interact with just it's basically a big giant group chat that we've created under our umbrella to give people a voice and to give ourselves a voice. That's really all it is. And I love that. I absolutely love that. And Wi-Fi, did you say trade me? You're not going to get anything for me. It's not worth it. Trust me, it's not worth it.
We're finally in the 6th round, though. Where do we pick in the 6th, guys?
Oh, too late, man. I don't know if I can hold out any longer.
I can't. No, listen. Yeah, I was actually just gonna say it's 4:19. We've been doing this for
4 hours.
4 hours. We've got like 2 picks left or whatever. I have got to go. I've got to go. Listen, I don't usually stream on the weekends for a reason because I like to spend time with the family, and this has gone way too long. So. Appreciate y'all. Hold on. Brother Bob says, if you dislike the convo, leave. It's not forced to stay. Yeah, actually, that's what you don't know, Brother Bob. I'm forcing everybody to stay. And then Brother Bob says, Marco is right. There is land underwater. Waterland. God, here we go. All right. Listen, much love to y'all. I hope you enjoyed the conversation.
Hashtag I want to die. Yeah.
Hashtag David wants to. All right, y'all. Stay blessed.
If you guys want, I'll still say live. I'll go live back probably.
Okay.
With like
go over to
Marco. I'll pop in on your shit.
Yeah. Go over to Marco's channel. Go over to Marco's channel.
Send it my way. We'll see what I do.
Listen. Clutch Gene Sports. Go over, check him out. The conversation's going to continue with at least Coach and Marco. Maybe David will join later. Much love. Peace.